Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Had Chaos Goddess Powers. Harry x Daphne. So do 4 blue hearts. Comment, Bisou. Read to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. The sky was getting darker the more he ran. He just encountered 2 of them, but luckily he succeeded in taking them out. His senses were heightened by the adrenaline, to the point that Then the sound of the branches cracking made his head turn instantly. He was panting heavily, but his pride would not allow him to stop. He had gotten this far, and he knew he could do it. He had a lot of people that were counting on him. He refused to let them down. So, despite his burning lungs and weak legs, he kept running, his objective still clear in his mind. The past months were difficult. Everyone turned their back on him. And even his best friend did at one point. However, it did not matter to him, not anymore at least. He knew it would be difficult to win the tournament, and at first he did not even want to. He was forced into it but decided to make it an experience for himself. He had managed to get past most of the traps in his way, leaving only a scratch in his left leg which was now bleeding sparsely. He did not care though, he had something to achieve, so he kept going. He heard someone moaning behind him and he recognized the voice. He turned towards it and saw someone he knew getting caught in one of the traps and would most likely be badly hurt. He hesitated for a second before sighing. Stupefy. The curse flew to the injured man, and then he managed to get him out of the trap. He left him there and kept running until he could finally see his goal right in front of him. His eyes got a little wet from the emotions as he stopped running. He had done it. He will now be able to prove to everyone that he was not a failure. He walked slowly towards it, imagining everything himself holding it and being cheered by his friends and family. Suddenly, when he was only a few steps from it, he heard a screeching sound, as if something was being ripped violently. The air got colder, and he felt a suction force above his head. Thinking it was another trap, he got in position and looked in the air. Only to see something that made him tremble in his very bones. A hole in the air. It was dark, cold, and the sound definitely came from it, or at least from whatever force was tearing up the air. What the? His thoughts were interrupted by something that shot out of the hole, and dropped on him, and then everything went dark. Oh, fuck you, chaos. Harry screamed at the top of his lungs. He was hurting a lot. It felt like every part of his body was being stretched beyond its capacity, and then shrunk painfully. It kept happening for a long time. Harry thought he would prefer being exposed to Crucio again than keep it going. Harry then remembered Voldemort's Crucio and shivered internally. He did not want to relive that particular Crucio. He could not see a thing. His body kept moving and hurting, and he did not know what to do. His only way of coping with the permanent pain was to try and think of something else. However, when he tried to do it, a sharp pain erupted from his scar. It felt like someone was to cut open his skull with a butter knife. It was so painful that Harry finally fainted. Harry woke up falling. He still did not see anything. But he could feel his body dropping and being pulled down by gravity. His body also stopped aching, now it was just feeling numb. He looked in the direction where his body was falling and noticed a bright sort of opening in the pitch darkness. However, the outlines of that hole did not look welcoming at all, moving in a way that seemed as if they were trying to go back to their original states. Harry was not sure, but he felt deep inside that if he touched the outlines, it would mean the end for him. With a gulp, he tried to adjust his body so he would not end up dead. Fortunately for him, the hole was a lot larger than his body, so it was not a hard thing to do. He moved his numb body so he would take up as little space as possible and waited. While doing so, he laughed at the irony of his actions. It was exactly what his uncle told him a few years ago before Dobby dropped a cake on his guests, minus the quiet part. He looked at the sort of exit again as he came closer to it and realized that it was even bigger than he thought. Even if he was spreading his arms and legs, he could still pass through without problems. Harry did not want to test his luck, though, and just waited patiently in his fetal position. When he finally passed through it, his ears felt like they were going to explode. He looked around him while falling, and it seemed like he was in some sort of garden, or forest, he could not quite tell. He looked beneath him and saw someone, and the second later he fell on that someone, knocking him out. The fall surprisingly did not hurt that much, maybe because of the unconscious man he just fell on. "I'm sorry," Harry said in a hoarse voice. It appeared like his screaming hurt his throat. "I didn't see you there. Are you okay?" Hearing no response, Harry panicked. He took the pulse of the man he just fell on, and sighed in relief when he felt something, but when he looked up to see his face, Harry froze. He knew that face, he lived with him. Neville. Did chaos mess up? Why is Neville here? Well, at the very least, I'm not in that graveyard anymore. Harry shivered, remembering where he was, what seemed to him, a few minutes ago. He looked around him and noticed that he was, in fact, not in a garden nor a forest. He was in a maze. What would Neville do in a maze? Thinking about that made Harry look at his friend's face again, and something did not look right. He was sure it was his friend's face, but something bothered him, however he could not really place what. He looked up to look at his surroundings again and noticed something weird. A cup was sitting right in front of him on some sort of altar. It looked familiar to Harry, but he also felt something else coming from it, something he had not felt since he was leaving for the World Cup. The difference being that he could now point out what the feeling of the magic was. He tried to remember how the magic felt in every instance he felt magic coming from an object, and the first thing that came in his mind was the magical eye that his fake DADA teacher was wearing. It definitely was not the same feeling he got from it, so he kept browsing his memories. When he arrived at the portkey memory, he gasped as it was the same thing. Why is there a portkey in a maze? And why Neville? Harry caught his breath, his eyes wide open. His mind put the piece together and looked at his friend's face once again. More precisely on his forehead, where he found a familiar scar, the same he had on his own forehead, a lightning bolt scar. Harry's mind exploded, he could not understand what was happening. He tried to calm himself down by breathing in and out. He summarized his situation in his head and tried to come up with the most logical conclusion. He thought about it for a moment. The only thing he could think of was that for some reason, Neville was disguised as Harry Potter, and was participating in his place for the Triwizard Tournament. He had recognized the Triwizard Cup, and deduced the maze was the third task, and the fact that the cup was a portkey strengthened his theory since Chaos told him that the imposter planned to portkey Harry in the graveyard in the third task. The loopholes in his theory were the implication of his friend, and the fact that the portkey was still here, and that Dumbledore did nothing about it. Let's get rid of that wretched cup first. He thought for a second about what to do and a wide smile spread across his face. He knew what to do. Maybe it was petty and immature, but that was the only thing he could think of at the moment to piss Voldemort off and take his revenge. Harry went to his pocket to take his wand out. When his hand reached his back pocket where he usually put his wand, it was empty. He started to tap all the pockets he had, while panic started rising into his body. Suddenly, he remembered what happened in the graveyard. His wand acted by itself and bought enough time for him to escape. It basically saved his life and ended up snapped. Harry felt emptiness filling his body as he thought about how his first comrade left him, and how it would never come back again. He stayed like that for a moment before he shook himself up and took Neville's wand. He could probably use it for what he needed. It was only one spell. When he had it in his hand, something strange happened, his body filled with warmth and for a moment he felt like the numbness disappeared from his body. However, it was only for a very short moment. The warmth left his body after a few seconds, but the wand still felt great, just like and he tried his Holly wand at Ollivander when he was 11. He looked at Neville's wand to examine it and once again his brain froze. It was his wand, the wand which just saved him and snapped in the graveyard. Something was wrong. Harry could feel it in his bones. Before making another mind-blowing discovery, and while still unnerved by the wand, he waved it. "S's Serpents Sortia," he hissed in Parseltongue, and a large boa appeared. "Go and touch the cup," Harry said. "When you see a bald man with red eyes, try to bite him." Harry knew it would not kill the man, but he just wanted to make him angry. And he had no other idea at the moment. He was not sure the boa understood everything he said even while talking in Parseltongue. The order seemed too long for it. Nevertheless, when Harry pointed the cup with the wand, the boa went and disappeared with it. Harry sighed in relief. That was one thing less to worry about. Still doesn't explain why Neville has my wand. I'm sure I heard it snap earlier. Maybe it's a fake, Harry thought while examining the wand again. It was the same, a little bit cleaner maybe, but essentially the same. Even the feeling of warmth he got from it was the same, it just fit his hand. Harry was utterly lost, not understanding what was happening. All of a sudden, Harry heard some noise. As if the hedges around him were moving by themselves. He frantically looked around him, trying to spot the source of the noise. While doing so, he heard another sound, louder this time. It sounded like cheers. It somewhat confirmed his theory about the third task, but still did not make any sense. Even with the training he had done, his mind was a mess at that moment. He was looking in front of him, wondering how the hedges were opening themselves alone, forgetting. For a moment he was a wizard and that it was not a weird occurrence at all. "Wake up, you daft kid." Chaos' voice startled him in his daze. It was weird, Chaos was not supposed to be able to talk to him when he was awake. It only happened once before. "I screwed up, you're not exactly where I wanted to send you. With you almost dying I had to minimize the drawing so you could do it fast." "Where am I?" Harry interrupted him. "Don't interrupt me. It's already hard enough to maintain a connection while you're awake. Technically, you're still at Hogwarts. The problem would be that it's not exactly your Hogwarts." Harry's mind started swirling at that information he had just gotten, trying to draw a coherent conclusion from it. "You won't guess by yourself, and if you did I would call you crazy," Chaos said as if he was reading his mind. "So, as I was saying, you're not at your Hogwarts, and more precisely, you're not in your universe." Harry stared in the air dumbly, not sure about the implication of what he just heard. "You still are in the good universe, I'm not that bad. It's just that the stone isn't exactly here." "Oh, time's up. Well, see you in a week or two. I'll need some time, not as much as the last time though. After that we'll go for the stone. Try not dying in the meantime, alright?" Harry wanted to kill Chaos, he was useless. He could not even understand what he had to do now, stuck in a different universe. What the hell does that even mean? "Oh, and before I forget, Harry Potter doesn't exist anymore in this universe. That's why your friend has the scar and the wand. By the way, be a good boy and return it to him." Chaos' voice faded by the end of his sentence, and Harry was even more determined to strangle him. However, he had no more time. The hedge in front of him almost completely disappeared and the noise coming from the crowd grew stronger. He had to hide. Chaos said he was not supposed to exist in that universe anymore, it would surely cause problems if he was seen. "Think, Harry. You have to think, bloody hell." Then he had an illumination, and even a second one. Looking at how things happened, it seemed that there was also a traitor among the professor, it might even be the same one. So Harry could use that fact to avoid the attention. So, he brandished Neville's wand and started writing something on the floor with bright letters. It was now visible enough for anyone to see. "Moody is a fake," was written just next to Neville so it would look like he wrote it himself. Now he just had to hide and wait for the commotion. Fortunately for him he still had his cloak in his pocket. Weirdly enough, his captors did not feel the need to take it from him, and he was not going to complain. He dropped the wand next to Neville's hand and ran like Cr. Easy to find a good spot to hide and think about his second illumination. He remembered something he saw earlier that year with Chaos, a memory, Merlin's memory. If he also existed in this universe, his hideout would be at the same spot, right? Harry tried to remember as much as he could the location of the cave but got nothing more than an approximative area. "It's better than nothing, I guess. Now let's just not get caught and find a place to stay." Oh, Albus Dumbledore had lived long enough to experience a lot of things. He had seen people being hurt in the Triwizard Tournament, disappear, and even die. But never had he ever witnessed something like what was in front of him at the moment. Neville Longbottom was on the ground, unconscious, only a few steps between him and where the cup was supposed to be. Seeing that, one could think he got bested by one of his fellow champions, but Dumbledore, after a quick wordless hominum revelio, knew that it was not the case and also ticked that there was one person that was not supposed to be in the maze at that time. Before he could investigate, something bright caught his eye. "Moody is a fake." Dumbledore quickly made the message disappear to not cause panic. He turned to his supposed old friend, and smiled at him, however his eyes were not twinkling as usual, they were just cold. If what was written next to Neville was true, this was not his friend. And he deduced he was the one who put Neville's name in the goblet. It was even likely that he had something to do with Crouch's death. Alistair's magical eye started spinning like crazy, and Dumbledore saw a flick of something he rarely saw in his old friend's expression: nervousness. Albus could not risk him escaping, so with a swift and unnoticed wand movement, he made the impostor faint. People around him started screaming. "Do not worry, your teacher informed me that he felt a little under the weather today. If Professor Flitwick does not mind, I think it would be a great idea to accompany him to his quarters, so he can treat him." He looked Phileas in the eye and used a little legilimency on him to pass him a single word: impostor. "I shall check on him later. As soon as I'm done with this tournament predicament." The charm master's face did not even flinch as he nodded, and with a flick of his wand made the body levitate to follow him. "Now that we are reassured, shall we try to understand what has happened in this third task?" Everyone nodded in agreement. And with a quick renervate, the revered headmaster made Neville awake. The latter stood up in our prize and looked around him frantically. What happened?" he asked, seeming disoriented. "Well, my boy, that is what we were going to ask you," Professor Dumbledore kindly asked in return. "You were found unconscious just a few steps away from the cup, and all of your competitors were already unconscious." "I don't know, I was going to get the cup." He seemed like he just remembered something. "Something fell on me. I don't know what, but that thing knocked me out." "Who won?" "I mean, if I did not get the cup, and it's not there anymore, it means that someone else got it, right?" Albus studied the boy's face for a few seconds. He knew he did not lie to him. He did not even need to use legilimency. The boy respected him too much. He would not dare being dishonest with him. "That, my boy, is an excellent question. Suddenly a little pop sound was heard, and people started whispering loudly. Dumbledore turned towards the source of the commotion and saw the cup lying on the grass, and on the top of it stood a snake. Its head was turned towards a point behind Neville's head. He started hissing, and then as abruptly as he appeared, he disappeared. That silenced the crowd for a few minutes before someone broke it. "Our little Snake King has won," Fred Weasley shouted. "Even the cup is not worthy of him, so he asked his subject to retrieve it for him," continued his twin, and the crowd went crazy. Dumbledore for his part did not pay attention to it. He was looking pensively at where the snake hissed at. It could be Neville, but from the latter's expression, that was not it. He casted Hominum Revelio again. But nothing came from it. Something was fishy, but for now he had an impostor to interrogate, and a Parselmouth boy to question. This was going to be a long night. "Oh, damn snake. I almost got caught because of it. Why on earth would he come back to tell me that he did not find a baldy with red eyes? Just disappear like every summoned snake, damn it." Harry was in a really bad mood for several reasons. He was stuck in a different universe, without anyone to help him, and even chaos was not available. He almost got caught by Albus Dumbledore, because of a snake, and last but not least, he noticed some people in the crowd. Someone who had an uncanny resemblance to him, carrying a little redhead on his lap and surrounded by another redhead, older this time, and two men. Chaos did not warn him that his parents existed in this universe, and he almost got a heart attack when he saw them. As soon as he got his act together, he started sprinting towards the Forbidden Forest, where he could catch a breath. The only good point in this whole situation was that apparently Voldemort was not back yet in this world. It seemed that Harry saved Neville from some unforgivable curses. And he was glad he did. Neville was a good bloke. Now that the adrenaline finally left his body, it started to hurt like crazy. His sore body had a hard time withstanding it, but he had to bear with it. He could not faint in the forest. Who knows what would have happened to him if he did? The only thought of Aragog made him tremble in disgust and fear. He walked until it was pitch dark and was now literally in the middle of the area from his memory. The only problem was that it was a huge place, and no cave in sight. He was a few dozen miles from the castle but could not find it despite browsing through his memory for a very long time. He then decided to do exactly what Merlin did in his time to find it, scan the area with his magic and try to find a spot reeking with it. Until then he never tried something that Merlin did, except for the meditation. He just had this blockage in his mind. He could not hope of surpassing Merlin, the man whose name is still used today to swear. However, Harry could not care any more about it. He was terribly famished, his body ached, and he was utterly exhausted. He did not even have the strength to think about being able to do it or not, he just did it. Fortunately for him, it worked. He felt something not too far from his position and walked towards it. When he got there, he did not find a cave nor a door, just plain grass. He focused himself again on the magic and felt it exactly where he stood. He tried to channel his magic through his hand and make contact with the grass beneath him, but nothing happened. After looking for a solution for almost 1 hour, he gave up, too exhausted to keep going, and laid down on the grass, invisibility cloak covering him, and fell asleep. Oh, phew, that was a close call. Chaos sighed. I should study wands one day, that trick was useful. He was, as usual, talking to himself after the disastrous turn that his plan took. He almost got the kid killed. To be fair, if his idiot didn't get himself caught in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. He said, whatever. He looked at his protégé on Earth, escaping the crowd and the headmaster to run towards the forest. He followed him until he got to a place he did not imagine he would find, Merlin's old hideout. The boy was lucky that this universe was almost the same as his own. He had left him alone in a place no one could help him. And he managed to get through it, at least for now. That brat is screwed, it won't open unless he uses pure and powerful magic directly. No intermediary, no wand or anything like that. Chaos thought out loud. Though luck for him. Oh, he's done it. An ancient voice said. 2 figures were sitting around a fire. It seemed like they had been there forever, and if not for the fire and their lips moving, they could have been confused for statues. That was bound to happen. Second. Another voice rose. Now that first left us, the matter is no longer in our hands. But third, we have to. She was interrupted by her sister, who was seized by a coughing fit. We do not have to do anything. Second. Third said in a weak voice, her throat hurt from the coughing. Please, drop the matter. Our work is almost done, we should not meddle with what is coming. Yours is. I have no work whatsoever. I'm just the third wheel. Second grumbled darkly. Third looked at her for a long moment. Not saying a word. Her face showed the pity and guilt that she felt towards her sister, but did not say anything as she was seized another coughing fit. I think we LD just sleep for now, she finally said in a murmur. Then the sun rose slowly, and the fire died quietly. Oh, Albus Dumbledore had not felt like that since a really long time. Not only did he felt guilty, but he also felt incompetent. When people insulted him for not fighting in the First War, he had the excuse of being a teacher in the first place. However, now he could not even use that as an excuse, since his capacity as an educator just fell to the floor. His responsibility was to take care of all his students. He learned last night that one of them mysteriously disappeared and another died at the hands of one of his own teachers. When he first saw that the shiny little ball started becoming dull and emitting no more light, he thought that it must have been broken. From what he knew about it, it was supposed to be shiny if Harry was alive, and break into pieces if he died. However, he did not know the reason for its light dying down. It was a gift from his old friend Nicholas Flamel, and as he passed away, Albus could not ask him about it. He heard about the poor Ronald Weasley, while trying to figure that little ball out. Severus had come back with a solemn face and some alarming news. The first one was about Harry. Albus felt a weight lift from his shoulders when he heard that the boy escaped. Even though he did not know why his artifact was acting this way, the fact that he managed to escape was still a good thing. The rest of the night was tiring. Flashback. We should then try and find him as soon as. Snape interrupted him, looking sick but determined at the same time. There was an unexpected situation. Albus squinted his eyes and redressed himself on his chair, devoting his whole attention to the potion master. Someone followed me. As I was apparating, someone jumped on me. And we ended up in the graveyard together. Albus did not like where this was going. I quickly neutralized him so he would not be noticed and was preparing to go and meet the Dark Lord. However, he caught us first. Dumbledore dropped his eyes, defeated. Who? He asked quietly. The Dark Lord was going to kill us both, but he gave me the chance to prove my loyalty, SNA. Pei acted as he did not hear his headmaster. Who? I was forced to do it, for the mission. Who? Was it? Dumbledore talked colder than he ever did. Ronald Weasley. The answer took its time to reach Albus Dumbledore's brain. Leave. Without another word, Severus Snape left the office. End of flashback. Albus was tired and defeated, but he could not let it show. He was a pillar of the wizarding world. If he fell on the day of Voldemort's return, it could make things worse. So, no matter how he felt, he walked towards the great hall where students were actually having breakfast, to notify them about the news. But also to warn them. Warn them about the dark times that were coming. Oh. Albus Dumbledore prided himself on being highly competent at the things he undertook. Sure, he made some mistakes. But he was still a human and humans were not perfect. That is how he labeled the whole incident with Crouch Jr., a mistake. He had misrecognized someone he thought of as his friend, it almost turned for the worst. He questioned the imposter extensively and learned about everything that had happened. In the end nothing happened, but one thing remained true, Voldemort had a way of coming back. After the interrogation, he left the man with someone from the ministry he trusted, Amelia Bones. She did not like him very much, but she was a strong-willed woman who always stood up for what was right. All in all, Dumbledore was relieved about how the day ended up, the worst was avoided, and Neville was safe. Talking about the young Gryffindor, Albus had a talk with him, and even for an experienced man like himself. It was disturbing. Flashback. Neville entered the office, looking tired and disappointed. Hello my boy. How are you feeling? Good. He hesitated before answering, his tone also sounding disappointed. It is not the first time that you take the credit for something you did not do. Neville's head shot up, his eyes full of anger. However, this time I must tell you that I am relieved you did not touch the cup. You see, we caught the man who put your name in the goblet. Before Neville could interject, Albus continued. I will not recount to you all details as the ministry will take care of it, but the cup was a portkey that would have brought you to where Voldemort was. Neville's eyes shivered at the idea. My boy, if you had touched the cup, Voldemort would have resurrected. And you would probably be dead. Neville asked quietly. Dumbledore nodded and kept going. Humans do have a knack of choosing things that are worst for them, and I am glad you did not have the choice in that particular matter. Neville nodded dumbfounded at the revelation of his nearly death. Now my boy, the reason I wanted to talk to you was about the snake. He came back with the cup and told you something, am I right? Dumbledore was almost 100% sure the snake talked to someone else, but he asked, nonetheless. Actually, I don't think he was talking to me. He started. It said, there was no bald man with red eyes to bite boss. Ahem. He looked a little embarrassed at his imitation. Dumbledore smiled to ease the boy's embarrassment. Oot inside his mind was twirling like crazy. Someone knew about Voldemort, this someone saved Neville and tried to harm Voldemort at the same time. He deduced that it was the fifth person in the maze T. Had he felt while using Hominum Revelio earlier. It was a potential ally, with better intelligence than himself. Thank you Neville. You can go back to your dormitory. A victory, of any kind, must be celebrated with your friends. Emptiness. Feeling like something is amiss, like a part of yourself just got taken from you. You could not even feel it being taken, you just woke up one day and it is not there anymore. You keep searching for it, but it will never come back again, no matter what. You just have to learn how to live without it. Mrs. Weasley knew all this, she had lost her brothers after all. And learned that the gap they left would never be filled. When she had her children, she understood that even if she lost her dear brothers, she could not let herself go, she had something to live for, people to live and care for. They were her everything, and seeing 3 of them leaving the house was already heartbreaking but not insurmountable. She loved them all so much. That was Y.S. He was in Professor Dumbledore's office at almost midnight, looking through the window in silence. She was sitting on chairs that the headmaster insisted she and Arthur sat on. Arthur had his hand on hers, almost crushing it. But she did not even flinch. It was as if she was not present with them, she could not understand whatever was said after hearing about Ron. It was as if her heart died, but her body was still able to live. After what seemed to be an eternity for Molly, Arthur stood up and told her something she could not get. Seeing his wife's state, the man took her gently by the arm and brought her closer to the fireplace. He showed her the flow powder and used it in front of her. When he disappeared, Molly stayed still for a few more seconds before turning to Albus Dumbledore. His face was dark, filled with guilt. And none of his usual cheeriness nor twinkle in his eyes. Bags under his eyes were even more visible than usual, but Molly could not care less about his state, she had only one thing in mind. Who? She whispered. Dumbledore examined her for a few seconds, probably judging if she would be able to handle his answer. Lord Voldemort. No shivers at the mention of the name. She just nodded and left using the fireplace like her husband. When she arrived home, she wanted to make sure about what she just learned. She looked at their magical clock. And that was the moment she broke down. Her universe fell apart as she ended up on the floor. Oh, Daphne was living the worst day of her life. She woke up trembling after a nightmare about Harry. There was still news about him and the deadline for his safety just passed. She was more anxious than ever, and the fake Harry participating in the third task did not help with her mood. She thought it could not get worse. But when she was done with her breakfast and was getting up to leave, Professor Dumbledore stood up and asked for silence. The end, said Dumbledore, looking around at them all, of another year. He paused for a moment. His eyes skimmed over the 4 tables and stopped at the Gryffindor one. As you might have all noticed, there are some missing faces at Gryffindor table. Daphne curiously looked at him. He was the one telling them to not talk about Harry in the first place. The Weasley family was struck by a terrible tragedy that required them to go back earlier. Dumbledore paused for a moment and sighed deeply. Yesterday, Ronald Weasley left us. A shriek came from Gryffindor table. It was Hermione. She had her hands covering her mouth and her eyes were fixed on the headmaster in terror. Daphne for herself could not quite process the thought yet. They had talked yesterday, before the task started. He could not be dead. It was probably a misunderstanding. She was about to say it out loud when Dumbledore carried on. Ronald Weasley was the embodiment of the perfect Gryffindor. More than one time he had shown his brave heart and daring to do what he thought was right while risking being injured. He was the friend of many, and many would have liked having a friend like him. Above all, he was a loyal friend, one that would help you no matter what, with no regards about his health. Daphne felt suffocated. Something was growing in her throat, and she felt her eyes burning. All she had to say about it being fake came to a stop when she heard his speech, but also when she looked at the other professors. Especially Professor McGonagall. She had tears on her face, and struggled at keeping a straight face. Daphne had never seen her Transfiguration teacher in that state. It is not truthful of me to say that he passed, because something happened. Ronald Weasley was murdered while he was outside of Hogwarts. Daphne's ears were vibrating, her head was dizzy, and she almost fell on the floor. A lot of people might not want to believe the truth, but Ronald Weasley was murdered by Voldemort. A panicked whisper passed through the Great Hall, and everyone was staring at Dumbledore in disbelief and horror. A lot of people will want to tell you otherwise, that it was nothing but a mere accident. However, I refuse to insult his memory by telling you that, so why? Oh, you can all understand the gravity of what is happening, and what will happen in the future as well. He looked at Madame Maxime, her students and the Durmstrang students. Dark times are coming, and it is more important than ever to strengthen our ties. Together we stand strong, and he knows it, and that is why Voldemort's primary objective will be to separate us. Do not let him win, let us be united. So no more Ronald Weasley's pass in the future. Albus Dumbledore took a glass in his hand and brandished it. To Ronald Weasley. Everyone raised their goblet and echoed in the same voice. Ronald Weasley. Sobs were heard across the hall, coming not only from Gryffindor table, but from the 3 others too. Given that in Slytherin it only came from Astoria and Tracy. Daphne looked at Hermione. She looked devastated. She already lost one of her best friends, but she now learned that the other was murdered by the Dark Lord. Daphne herself was in no better state. Maybe she and Ron did not know each other for a long time. But she still considered him as a great friend. And now he is gone, forever. Suddenly she remembered something. If Ron was murdered by he who must not be named, what happened to Harry? She forced herself to repress those thoughts, not willing to break down in the middle of the Great Hall. If the headmaster did not tell them anything about Harry, he had to be okay, right? She was not ready to lose two of her friends the same day, she was not even ready to lose one. Oh, Hermione was a mess. She had run out of the Great Hall and went straight to the place where she and her friends used to hang out. She had her hands around her knees, and the only sounds that came from her were sobs. She could not stop tears from rolling down. Hermione was always a down-to-earth person. Even after learning that she was a witch, she always privileged rational thought. She trusted adults' words more than anything, and books were for her a source of truth. However, she learned today that both of them were not as trustworthy as she thought. One of the adults she respected the most, Albus Dumbledore, did not do anything about her best friend's kidnapping, and had now announced the death of her other best friend. Even with all the respect she had with the headmaster, she could not believe Ron was dead. He had to be lying. How could Ron die? He was still bickering with her a few days ago. However, Hermione could not keep lying to herself when she saw that the whole Weasley family was absent in the Great Hall. Reality hit her again as she started crying even louder than before. Books too were lying. Death was not supposed to be this hard. Hermione still had the chance of having all of her grandparents. She never heard about one of her relatives passing away. Or her death was only a word used in books. When she first learned that Harry's parents were dead, it occurred to her what death actually meant. She did not really take the time to think about it. But now that death occurred, she realized that books underplayed the pain it caused. The remembering that a person you practically lived with had just disappeared forever was not something she wanted to experience. All of a sudden, Hermione remembered something Ron had said to Harry months ago, and she literally broke down. Not controlling anything, she just wanted the pain to go away. Her body had spasms as if it was trying to get the pain out of her. "Thank you for saving my life, mate," Harry said. "If you want to repay me, don't let me die alone." Ron laughed. It was supposed to be a joke. It hurt so much. She could not handle it anymore. It became worse when she imagined herself at his place. Alone, facing Voldemort, facing death, with no one to support him. His joke became reality. Now that she thought about it, they kept arguing every day for anything. She could not even tell him how much she cared for him, and now she no longer had that chance. On that thought she fainted, too exhausted to think or cry anymore. Oh, Harry woke up to two people arguing. He did not open his eyes, first because he was still exhausted, and second because he wanted to keep the effect of Sir Prize in case they were dangerous people. "Shut up, you'll wake him up. How do you know he's even alive? For all we know it's just a decapitated head lying here for no reason at all. What's the use of your glasses if you can't even see? Look at his neck, not cuts nor blood. He's probably under an invisibility cloak or something. Could be, but you have to admit that a decapitated head is way more interesting." Harry was still in a fuzzy state, and the conversation happening in front of him made even less sense, so he decided to wait for more details about them. "If that's what you wanted to see, you just had to ask. We just had to go to Grimmauld, as long as you don't mind house elves, heads though. Damn, you had to remind me of them. You know I had nightmares about them for about a week after seeing them the first time." Quote, "Didn't stop you from putting one in Mooney's bed." Both of the voices laughed, and Harry recognized the bark-like laugh. The nickname he just heard was familiar too. If he was right, he would not like what would happen next. He would have rather been caught by Dumbledore. So, what do we do about him? Well, first, we wait till he decides to stop faking being asleep. Harry hiccuped in surprise, but he kept his eyes shut, not willing to accept the reality he would have to face if he opened them. "Yeah, kiddo, you're a really bad actor." Harry shivered. It was almost the exact same thing that the imposter had said after crucioing him. "Come on, little man, we don't have all day." Harry still did not open his eyes. "Maybe if I just ignore them, they will leave," he thought. "Prongs. I think he wants you to give him the Princess Carrie treatment." "Meh, I guess I don't have a choice." Harry immediately sat up, the cloak sliding onto his body. It was a really bad idea. His whole body was either in pain or numb. And neither was something comfortable. He must have grimaced or something because the two men rushed to his side. "You okay there, buddy?" said the voice to his right. "Keep it up. You have now recovered half of your body." The other voice joked. Harry finally resigned to open his eyes. His vision was blurry, so he squinted his eyes hard to see who was talking to him but could not recognize who it was. It seemed that his glasses were not on his nose anymore. He started touching the grass around him to see if they did not fall off during his sleep. "What are you looking for, little man?" the voice to his left asked. "Look at his eyes, he does the same thing you lot, short-sighted people, do when you don't have your glasses." Harry nodded slowly. "Try mine then. Can't be worse than nothing, I guess." The man on his left apparently took his glasses off and put it on Harry's nose. It was not perfect, but it was good enough for him to get a look of the two men and confirm his fears. The two men were Sirius Black and James Potter. Or at least a version of them, because his James Potter did not live long enough to be this old, and Sirius Black was more marked by life. "I know I'm good looking, but you'll make me blush if you keep staring at me like that," Sirius said in a joking tone. Harry immediately dropped his eyes and tried to give the glasses back to James Potter. However, the latter seemed stunned. His eyes were glued on Harry for a while before he recomposed himself. Yeah, sorry about that, I was thinking about something else." He took his glasses back. "So, what's your deal? Why aren't you in Hogwarts? You should be celebrating, Hogwarts did win the Triwizard after all." Harry hesitated for a second, having no idea about what to answer. He was certainly not going to tell him that he was a version of his son from another universe. "I forgot," he tried meekly. He was too exhausted to come up with anything else. The two men looked at each other for a second. "You know what, buddy, you don't look good, let us take you to the infirmary. Poppy will patch you up in a jiffy, all right." Harry tried to protest. He tried his best to escape from Hogwarts, and now they were going to take him back there. However, the two men simply did not care. They made him levitate and started walking towards the castle. He managed to slip his cloak in his pocket. Oh, James loved turning into his animagus form, but doing it on Hogwarts grounds with his best friend was something else. It just felt right. They were just wandering happily, reminiscing about the old days, and appreciating coming back to Hogwarts. Remus was not here for two reasons. The first being that it was still not his time of the month, and the second was his wife. She wanted a tour of Hogwarts, and since she had him wrapped around her fingers, the Triwizard Tournament made it possible for them to come back to the castle. Sure, Lily almost lived there because of her potion teacher position, but for the three remaining Marauders it was an event they would not miss for anything. As they were Neville's godparents, they did not have much trouble to come. But seeing him risk his life at every task was really unnerving for James and Lily. His little walk around Hogwarts was also to get the stress out of his body now that the tournament was finally done with. Suddenly Padfoot started barking loudly and started running like crazy. James, not understanding what his friend's deal was, decided to follow him. He ran for about 2 minutes before Padfoot slowed down and finally stopped in what seemed to be a plane and changed back into himself. "Come here, Prongs," Sirius called him with a worried voice. James turned back into his original state and went to see what had his carefree friend so worried. "So, you know when I started running like crazy," Sirius kept talking. "I smelled something weird. You know when I'm transformed my nose goes crazy about smell, right?" "You're rambling, Padfoot," James said with a smile. His best friend had this habit of justifying himself to him for the smallest thing. "Well, the smell was familiar to me, but I still can't place it. But it was definitely a human scent." He pointed his finger to something on the grass. "Here, look." James almost kicked it by reflex. A head was floating into the air just next to his feet. James noticed 4 things about the strange kid. The first was his uncanny resemblance to himself when he was younger. The second was his eyes, emerald green eyes that were quickly scanning around. The third was the state of his clothes. Even though his Gryffindor uniform was still recognizable, it was in a very bad shape. It harbored numerous cuts and was covered in mud and dust. The fourth and last thing he noticed was the young man's state. He was trembling as if he was cold, and James did not miss the wince he got when he tried to redress himself. In short, the kid needed help. The rest could wait, so they decided to take him to Poppy. He showed some reticence but was apparently too exhausted to do something about it. They walked in silence for a few minutes. James could tell that his best friend was in deep thought. He was staring at the kid's profile with a pensive look on his face. "What did you say your name was again?" James asked, mostly to break the ice. A silence followed the question, and James hated it. It started becoming awkward. He hated awkward situations. However, when he decided to not talk anymore, he got his answer. I didn't say." The boy's voice was hoarse. And the way he talked indicated that it hurt him to speak. His throat was probably damaged. However, James had a strange feeling about it. He could not determine the tone of his voice. It seemed full of emotions, but at the same time devoid of any. That was a really weird occurrence, especially since James prided himself on being able to read people pretty easily. "Probably because I can't see his face. Plus his throat seems badly hurt." "All right, buddy, you don't need to talk anymore. It can wait until you get patched up." The silent walk continued for a long time. They arrived in front of the gates when Sirius gasped audibly. "I know," he exclaimed. "The scar, I knew something was weird. You've got the same scar as Neville." James whipped his head to his best friend and then to the kid. He waved his wand and the boy started levitating lower so he could actually see his face. He started examining every cranny of it and saw the scar. A thin but noticeable scar on the middle of the boy's forehead. It looked redder than Neville's one, as if it was a recent one, but its lightning shape was identical. James frowned. He knew that Neville's scar was a cursed one. It came from Voldemort's killing curse when he was barely 1 year old. What he had in front of his eyes was either a very bad joke or a coincidence. He put his finger on the scar to see if it was not just makeup. But the boy winced at the touch, so he retracted his hand. It felt like a real one, he thought to himself. He discreetly moved his wand once again and threw a finite on the scar, however nothing happened. He knew it looked paranoid and impolite, but he had to make sure it was not some sort of plan to reach his godson. His safety came first after all. Expecto Patronum. A silver stag appeared in the middle of the infirmary. James noticed the odd expression of the kid and felt quite proud of it. "You should have seen Neville doing it." He sent his Patronus to Poppy to notify her that she had a patient waiting, as the matron was not in her infirmary at the moment. After a few minutes of waiting, it was not Poppy who entered the infirmary, but Lily. She was carrying their adorable daughter Ivy. The only issue was the expression on his wife's face. He recognized it right away. It was the "You're so dead, James Potter" expression. "What did you do?" she asked in an angry voice. "You come here one day, and you already injured a student. Actually, it's 2 days." Sirius chimed in. Lily shot him her death glare and he cowered in a corner of the room. "Honey," the eldest Potter nervously said. "It's a misunderstanding, we did not hurt anyone. Rather, we helped someone who was hurt." At the same moment, the matron came in, cutting their discussion short. "What happened?" she asked while walking towards the kid. "We don't know. We were walking around Hogwarts when we stumbled into him. He was sleeping on the ground." Sirius explained. His throat looked hurt, and his whole body was trembling. James added, "He might have caught a bad cold." Poppy was listening to them while performing different diagnosis charms on the boy. After a few seconds, her eyebrows frowned. She started muttering something quietly to herself. And then all of a sudden she performed the Patronus charm. A silver grouse appeared and flew out the window. She did not lose a second as she started browsing through her shelves and took out 3 different potions from them. She put them on the table next to the kid and told him to drink them all. The latter grimaced, but complied, nonetheless. "What's happening, Poppy?" Lily could not contain herself anymore. The curiosity took the best of her. "Who was that for?" "Dumbledore." The matron answered curtly. "In medical privacy." The 3 of them looked at each other. It was not common for Poppy to talk like that. And it was even rarer for her to call the headmaster for a patient. For all he knew, it only ever happened for Remus and Neville. And both of them had serious reasons for Dumbledore to be called. "You might want to check the scar on his forehead too," Sirius said. The matron and Lily shot him a doubtful look. "Just saying." He raised his hand. "It's worth checking." "Indeed." The voice of Albus Dumbledore interrupted whatever Poppy was going to say. "Albus." James, Sirius, and Lily said at the same time. The headmaster just entered the infirmary and walked to the bed of the kid. "I was wandering into the castle when I received your message." He gave the matron a meaningful look who looked a little bit abashed for some reason. Fortunately, I was alone. Poppy sighed in relief. Given the situation, I was a little flustered. I didn't think it through. The headmaster nodded and started examining the patient. After a moment he frowned deeply. That was a pretty rare occurrence for him, at least in public. All of a sudden, the temperature dropped in the room and the air seemed to have stopped still. James had already felt something like that, in the war. It was a rare occurrence of Dumbledore being angry. You said you found him asleep on the ground. Dumbledore turned to him. His voice was ice cold. James nodded, slightly put out by his elder's reaction. This person, Dumbledore pointed to the boy, isn't a student of Hogwarts, despite his uniform, and his uncanny resemblance to you, James. Everyone looked shocked by his statement, but not for the same reason. While serious, James and Poppy were shocked because the boy was not a student of Hogwarts. Lily for her part seemed to have not iced the resemblance with her husband just when Dumbledore raised it. She dropped off Ivy to Sirius and got closer to the bed. She started staring at him intently while the boy was just doing his best to avoid her eyes. His throat should be okay, Madame Pomfrey said after a moment of silence. We should ask him. Let us start with something simple, all right? Albus kindly asked the boy, contrasting with the ice-cold voice he used before. Your name? Oh. Harry knew his luck was bad. It was a fact that was firmly anchored in his mind. But he did not think it would be that bad. Not to the point of being discovered by the alternative version of his father and godfather and brought back to the only place he wanted to avoid with the only person he did not want to see. He was stuck in the infirmary of Hogwarts and Albus freaking Dumbledore was waiting for him to tell him his name. He had tried his best to not say anything about his identity, not sure of the implication that it would incur. He still remembered the danger of time travels and thought it could be the same thing or even worse. That was the reason he avoided Lily Potter's eyes. He was scared of her making the connection. After all, they already noticed his resemblance with James Potter. His eyes would have been the last piece of the puzzle. But it was all for naught since he now had to say his name out loud in front of all of them. Actually, he had no idea if it was a bad idea to tell them who he actually was. Chaos had not said anything about it, however, Harry still could not bring himself to let them know. Deep inside him, he was afraid of their reactions, whichever it was. If they accepted him, how would he ever want to go back to his world when he was in a world where he finally could have what he wanted, a family? Just like the one he saw in the Mirror of Erised years ago. The other scenario was them rejecting him, and it was only slightly better because he could at least leave when he would be able to. But he did not know if he would be able to handle rejection, not from them. He knew they were not his parents, his gave their life for him 14 years ago. However, they were still James and Lily Potter and being shunned off by them would hurt badly, he knew it. After a few moments of reflection, all the eyes still fixed on him, Harry painfully redressed himself in his bed and the matron looked at him reprovingly. He met Lily Potter's eyes for a second, and then Dumbledore's. Harry. He heard a gasp. My name is Harry Potter. Oh. He moved to mine. An ancient voice resounded in an old and almost abandoned castle. It does not matter. The plan remains the same. Another voice, oddly similar to the first, answered. It was something we were already made aware of. It is still within our calculations. A third voice, also sounding similar to the two first, added. Their words are not to be trusted. Those three are not innocents. Again, another voice similar to the others interjected. Yet, their words came out as the truth. Another voice, sounding like the others. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. A sixth one. We are drifting away from our main objective. A seventh voice like the others. We need to deal with him, the rest can wait. The 6 other people agreed. Oh. Lord Voldemort was angered beyond reason. His plan should have been perfect, no one had any suspicions about anything. The potion was ready, and all was that for nothing. Somehow the old man managed to blindly guess who his spy was. That forced him to use the potion with the blood of some random Auror his servant managed to catch. He had resurrected, but the boy still had his mother's protection. Lord Voldemort, one of the greatest dark mages in history, was now unable to touch a mere child. He tried to calm himself, saying to himself that he had no need to touch Longbottom to kill him, but it was still angering enough for him to Crucio the limping man in front of him a few times. He had called his Death Eater. Some had come, some had not. He still had a good group of servants that would be useful for the next part of his plan. He had now the effect of surprise since no one knew of his return. The only drawback was that his plan to discredit the boy and the old man was now harder to achieve. But he was Lord Voldemort, and Voldemort always gets what he wants. Oh, Albus Dumbledore was angry with himself. He had done it again. He failed at the only thing he really wanted to do, being an educator. He let one of his students die, and even had to lie to his family about his death. He disgusted himself to the point he did not dare to look at himself in a glass. The worst was that he managed to find a rational reason for the lie he came with. Snape was a useful spy. If Lord Voldemort had not come back, he would have sent the man to Azkaban himself, but he knew he could not do it now. A storm was coming to the wizarding British community, and for now he was the only one who could do something about it. Moreover, if he did tell the Weasley what really happened, the Order would want Snape out, and that was not an option. He was a crucial element for what would happen in the future. Dumbledore was a man who learned to set aside his feelings to do what was right. He learned the hard way with Gellert. He understood the necessity of some sacrifices, however. As much as he knows it does not mean he condemned it. Or at least not anymore. Young Ronald Weasley was not a sacrifice he accepted, and Albus swore himself that he would see that it does not stay unpunished, but only after the war. Now the deeds were done, and the present needed Severus Snape. Albus hated the feeling of getting old. His body became weaker while his responsibility kept stacking up on his shoulder. He did not want them, but he knew he was the only one who could shoulder them. Call it hubris or ego, but he doubted anyone could do better in his place. He now had to think about the future, and how he would be able to make people believe in Lord Voldemort's return. He knew his speech had not convinced everyone, and that by now, everyone in Britain would know about what he said. He was sure people would try to discredit him, especially Fudge. Dumbledore sighed and he decided on what he would do. He did not like it at first, but knew it was necessary. If not for the death and the disappearance of respectively Ronald Weasley and Harry Potter, he might not have come to this decision, but he did not see what choice he had now. Alas, I fear I have to prepare myself, he said tiredly. Albus Dumbledore did not want to be a leader, not for a very long time. He came to understand that it was not suited for him. However, it seemed that fate had other plans for him, forcing his hands. Albus knew very well what sort of response his speech was going to get. He already received numerous letters about it, and the most notable one was the one coming from Cornelius Fudge. He had sent a howler. It was a first. Cornelius was always respectful towards him, and was always trying to be in his good graces. Even when the chamber opened, he only let Lucius talk and hide behind him. The contents of the howler were no different from everything he had received thus far. Denying Voldemort's return and calling him crazy to tell that to children. Fudge added something that if it had happened in any other circumstance Albus would have laughed. He warned him about not trying to start a rebellion to try and seize his power. Everyone in his right state of mind would have known that it sounded ridiculous. The problem was that people were not in their right state of mind since he announced Voldemort's return. They were scared. Albus knew that Fudge would never try this on his own, and guessed that Lucius Malfoy was somehow involved in whatever was happening in the Ministry right now. Fortunately, Albus had anticipated it would turn out like that. That was why he was now waiting for his guest to arrive in his office. The headmaster hated playing politics, but it did not mean he was bad at it. He just disinterested himself from the subject and let the youngsters play among themselves. However, it seemed that he was now forced to make his move. All of a sudden, the fireplace inside his office lit up and a man came out from it. Sirius. Albus greeted. Dumbledore. Sirius Black answered coldly. Oh. Sirius Black was a man who knew how to hold grudges, he always was. So, when the headmaster asked him to retrieve his parents' house and then come to him without even mentioning his godson's disappearance, Sirius decided to pour out all his anger and frustration on the old man. However, when he received his greetings, he could not bring himself to do what he had planned. The headmaster looked feverish. His hair was disheveled as was his beard. The bags under his eyes could easily pass as black eyes, and the usual twinkle in his blue eyes were gone. He looked old. Older than Sirius ever saw him before, even more than during the war. Sirius, who was at first here to lash out at the headmaster, finally ended up gobsmacked by what he just heard. Dumbledore Fur. Saint explained to him what had transpired in the third task with the death of the poor Ron Weasley. Sirius could not believe his ears. The courageous boy who stood up for his friends last year was now dead. He liked the boy. He thought he was the best sort of friend Harry could make in Hogwarts, a little like James and himself. Hearing about his death felt unreal. Dumbledore then told him about Harry being captured and successfully escaping from Voldemort's grasp, and that made Sirius release the breath he was unconsciously holding. However, the headmaster also told him that he had no idea of his godson's whereabouts. The last thing Dumbledore mentioned was his plan. And once again, Sirius could not believe what his old headmaster was saying. That is how he left his office by flow, his mind filled with worry, dread, anticipation, fear, and excitement. Oh, Lily was having a great day. She had breakfast with her adorable daughter, a rare occurrence since she was working in Hogwarts. And she was reunited with some of her friends that she had not seen in a long time. The only issue was that her husband was missing, and his best friend too. That was never a good sign, even less in Hogwarts. She knew how much he missed the castle, so she decided to not meddle. That is why she decided to spend her day with her fellow teachers. Of course, it was too good to last. She immediately ticked her husband's Patronus heading to Poppy and heard that a student was hurt. She immediately ran towards the infirmary, her daughter in her arms, and managed to arrive before Poppy thanks to some shortcuts James once showed her during their times as students. The first thing she noticed was the kid in the infirmary bed. She immediately glared at her husband and started lashing out at him for his irresponsible behavior. Poppy arrived before she could get too angry though, and the two men started explaining how it happened. It turned out they were innocent in that matter. Poppy started CTing the boy while waving her wand above him, and after she seemed to be done with the diagnosis spell, her face blanched, she sent her Patronus to Dumbledore and she hurried to the shelves and took 3 different potions. Being the potions teacher herself, she identified them quite easily. A cough potion, for sore throat, a blood replenishing potion, that one was alarming. The last one was a TTLE harder to identify as it was not an usual one. It was a muscle potion whose role is to relieve soreness from each and every muscle in one's body. In a way it made sense, according to James, the boy had spent the whole night sleeping on bare grass, his muscles were bound to be sore. Lily was stunned by how Poppy answered her questions. They were pretty good friends. She knew that the nurse took her patient's health seriously. But she had never seen her react that way with her. Before she could say anything, Sirius piped in with a comment about the boy's scar on his forehead. Dumbledore chose this moment to walk in. As always, the headmaster looked carefree, but the way he talked to the matron indicated that he was disappointed with something. Lily quickly put things together, and the only reason she came up with was the fact that Poppy would have told Albus about the boy's diagnosis results. And that would mean that his condition was severe enough for Dumbledore to be called. That piqued Lily's interest, who had not paid attention to the boy before. She tried to look at him, but he was trying his best to avoid her eyes. He seemed familiar, but she said to herself that it was because he was a student of hers. Then Albus said it, and it hit her. She absent-mindedly dropped Ivy to Sirius and slowly approached the bed, her eyes fixed on the boy, as if she was in a trance. Albus asked for his name. He hesitated for a long moment where he was still evading her eyes. After what seemed to be an eternity, he finally met her eyes for a second before meeting Dumbledore's. They were emerald green, filled with resolve. And she knew that gaze very well, she saw it in front of the mirror every morning. Harry Potter. Lily gasped. My name is Harry Potter. The boy did not avert his eyes from the headmaster. And Lily's indignation started rising in her body. However, before she could say anything, James intervened. I don't have any relatives. His eyes coldly pierced the boy's. Lily was a little put out by his reaction. Sure, impersonating a Potter was bad, but not to the point to react that harshly. I know, the young boy was still looking at Dumbledore. But, the headmaster was waiting patiently for the young boy's answer. Something still did not feel right, but Lily could not place it. Little did she know that the theory her mind unconsciously and quickly discarded was not very far from reality. But what? James shot harshly. Harry, Sirius interrupted whatever was going to happen, by whispering the boy's name with a look of realization on his face. And then it clicked, it was a long time ago. All right, it's decided. If it's a boy, Harry, and if it's a girl, Daphne. James was jumping around like a kid. Now she understood why James was so angry. A mini J. Ames with Lily's eyes appeared out of nowhere and claimed to have the same name as their Daphne would have been called if she was a boy. That was too much for a mere coincidence. However, a part of her believed the boy. The same part of her who was reminding herself that no one except James and Sirius knew about the name Harry, and it was something so insignificant that it would make no sense to try and dig up that information. There was no reason for the boy to lie, and no way for him to know that name. That was why she could not bring herself to be angry like James. As much as I wish to stay patient, I would like to know what is happening here. Dumbledore seemed to have noticed their reactions. Sorry, I got distracted. The boy's voice was weird, it was filled with different and opposite emotions. But at the same time it was devoid of any of them. It was really strange but oddly enthralling. It's just that I'm not sure you will believe me, and truthfully I would understand if it was not happening to me I would also not believe it. The boy was wrangling his fingers like crazy, that was the only indication of his stress, since his face looked oddly blank. Do tell my boy. It is my belief that the truth is generally preferable to lies. I learned that the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with caution. The boy was looking, even more intently into the headmaster's eyes. The latter redressed his glasses on his nose, looking caught off guard. The exchange between the two of them was quite the sight, and Lily did not dare to interrupt. However, that was not the case of everyone present. Just tell us, James, who was losing patience, started but was interrupted by Albus's raised hand. He did not even look at him, his eyes were fixed into the boy's. I guess I can't delay this longer, huh? The boy scratched his head. To be honest, I'm not exactly from here. Lily frowned, the boy had no accent and wore Gryffindor's uniform. How was he not from here? It's hard, he paused for a moment. I'm technically from Hogwarts, just not this one, I guess. He tilted his head and smiled lightly as if it explained everything. Did you hit your head? Sirius interjected. There's only one Hogwarts. The boy did not seem to hear him though, he was still looking at the headmaster, and the latter looked absolutely gobsmacked. Lily had never seen him like that. His mouth was slightly opened, and his brows climbed so high that they blended into his white hair. It seemed that he understood what the boy meant, and it had to be something really incredible for Albus to react like that. Lily thought about his words, and the situation in general but could still not get it, and she hated it. Not being able to understand something that was happening in front of her was something she absolutely loathed. Albus recomposed himself after a few seconds and wore a more serious expression. Did the travel do that to you? He pointed his finger at his body. He hesitated a second before answering. Not really, I was kind of in a situation back then. And all of a sudden, I woke up in that maze. So, I just ran, I needed to assess the situation. Apparently it made sense because Dumbledore was nodding thoughtfully. What kind of situation would make you exposed to the Cruciatus curse as much as you did? Poppy asked all of a sudden. She had stayed quiet since Dumbledore had asked his question, and Lily almost forgot that she was here. However, her question made every adult except Albus gasp and look at the boy. That's why she gave him the muscle potion. Lily felt utterly disgusted at the thought of someone using that unforgivable on a kid. She was once put under it, and she did not want to ever feel that pain again in her life, and she still shuddered at the thought of it. For the first time since he had given his name, the young boy moved his eyes. He looked apologetically at the nurse and laughed quietly. A scary one. Dumbledore capped his hands to gather everyone's attention. As I can see from your expressions, I might be the only one who understands who he is. Dumbledore said. Like he said, it is not a simple matter to explain. Especially in those conditions. He looked at Lily and James. That is why I shall explain it to you myself with the best of my capabilities. This young man's name is Harry Potter. And he is the son of Lily and James Potter. Before James or Lily, herself could intervene, he continued. From what I think is called, an alternate universe. Oh, Sirius loved a good laugh. He was always the one who would throw a joke or two to lighten the mood. However, in the situation he was in at the moment, he could not think of a single joke or even sentence that would be able to lighten the mood. James seemed furious, Lily was confused, and he was just looking at them dumbfounded, little Ivy in his arms quietly playing with his curls. He was sure he heard Dumbledore correctly. And that was the problem. He knew the Potter family better than the Blacks, and he knew for sure that they only had two daughters, Daphne and Ivy. So how could someone claim to be their son? Sirius did not understand the part about the alternate universe, but he thought that knowing that the couple had no son was enough to get that the kid was lying. But apparently it made sense to Lily, whose eyes illuminated with understanding. Knowing that it would not be long until everything would be explained, he took a look at the kid on the bed. In all honesty, he pitied him. The boy had been under the Cruciatus curse. And that in itself was hard enough. However, Sirius, while looking at his eyes, identified something he knew very well: determination and despair. Despite his blank face, which did not let any emotion show, the kid's eyes were an open book for Sirius. He knew that look well enough. He had the same for the most part of his childhood. There was also some sort of tiredness. As if he had seen too much and only waited to rest. It was a veteran's gaze, not one that should be seen in a kid's eyes. How can you be so sure of it, Albus? Lily finally asked. Time for answers, I should listen. Sirius thought to himself. Yesterday, during the third task, something drew my attention as well as yours. The snake, James whispered. Dumbledore nodded, and oddly, E-boy dropped his eyes as if he was guilty of something. That attracted the attention of everyone else in the room. The boy must have felt it as he slowly raised his head to face them and smiled sheepishly. Yeah, about that. His tone was weird, indecipherable, but the way he was wringing his hands was enough to understand he was not at ease. Well, from where I'm from, the Triwizard was also held, and the cup was a portkey. He met the headmaster's eyes once again as if he was trying to convey a message. A trap, so I asked the snake to bite the person responsible, but he came back and told me he was not there. You all are very lucky. The snake told you? James asked. Lily clasped her hands onto her mouth. She must have understood something. Sirius, for his part, was not even trying. He preferred to wait for the conclusion. However, something felt weird. He did not want to do the thinking, but the pieces were assembling themselves in his head. Scar-like Neville, looks like a mini James with Lily's eyes. Parselmouth-like Neville, bloody hell, don't tell me, no way. Daphne was born on the 7th of August, it doesn't fit, I should ask him. When is your birthday? Everyone, except Dumbledore, who nodded sagely, seemed thrown out by the question. The kid too seemed to get where it was going on as he determinedly met his eyes. I was born as the 7th month dies. The 31st of July. Oh. Albus was fascinated by the events unfolding before his eyes. At first he was very reticent about the boy, his sudden appearance seemed to be a trap. Plus, when he tried to brush his mind as he usually did, he felt nothing else than void trying to pull him inside. It was an odd occurrence. However, when the boy hit him with the same exact sentence he himself had told young Neville years ago, Albus knew it was not some sort of joke. When he added that with what happened yesterday with the snake, it made even more sense. No more doubt remained after Harry quoted the prophecy. Even if it was weird that he knew about it despite his young age, it left no place to doubt about where he came from. The only thing that was still bothering him was something young Harry had said about them being lucky. It would mean that it went differently in the boy's universe, and that he was back. That would explain his state, poor boy. James suddenly leapt towards the young boy and grabbed a thin fabric that was inside the boy's pocket, and gasped as he examined it. Dumbledore, who knew what it was since he studied it for a long time, nodded satisfyingly. That was one more proof that would surely convince the others. How? The oldest Potter said. Albus sighed. He was stubborn, and surprisingly close-minded. Or is it me who is too open-minded? It may be. Professor, the young Potter asked with his odd tone of voice. Could I use your wand for a moment? Albus froze for a split of a second but quickly recomposed himself. I think I know of a way, something able to dissipate doubt. Alas, my boy, I think it is not an issue of proof, but of a personal issue. He extended his wand, nonetheless. Young Harry examined the wand for a second and met his eyes. He could read curiosity out of them as he looked at the item James Potter was still examining. Albus, blood went ice cold. He had that wand for an extremely long time, and no one was ever able to recognize it, but the boy, a single glance seemed to know something. While he was still thinking about that, the young boy started. "This is my buddy, Prongs." Albus noticed the shocked expression that the Potter couple and Sirius wore when he said that. Expecto Patronum. A corporeal Patronus flew out of the wand. It was a huge and majestic stag, a very bright one, and even Harry seemed to be confused about it. It almost looked solid. And then just as quickly as it appeared, it dissipated, and Harry fainted. That stupid boy, he was in no state to perform that type of magic. What were you thinking by handing him your wand, Albus? The nurse was already waving her wand above the boy. The three other people were left speechless, no more space for doubt in their mind. Albus knew why. He learned about their little secret a long time ago. The youngest addition to the Potter household asked. Albus chuckled. The following days promised to be very interesting. Oh. Harry felt drained and lost. He woke up and there was not any noise around him. At this moment, hope started to rise inside him. Maybe it was all a dream, maybe he was still under his invisibility cloak somewhere at the outskirt of Hogwarts. This thought thrilled him, because the reactions of the people he had met were not very encouraging. However, his hopes were crushed when he opened his eyes and was greeted by the white view of the infirmary. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes again, not willing for anyone to notice that he was awake for now. He reviewed the events that occurred the last time he was awake in his mind once again. What a mess, at least Dumbledore somehow believes me. To be fair, if I were to be in their situation, I don't think I'd believe that a son from another universe had come to pay a visit. Harry sighed internally. I hope that I wasn't wrong about Prongs. According to his Patronus, I'd say they're animagi just like back home. But I shouldn't do things like that again. I don't know how much is the same. For all I know, Malfoy could be in love with me. Harry shivered. Ugh, where did that come from, brain? You're disgusting. Suddenly a weight dropped on his stomach, taking his breath away. Harry Pened his eyes only to be welcomed by a redhead baby. She had pigtails and wore a red dungaree which clashed terribly with her hair. She had a big smile plastered on her face and her big emerald green eyes met his. Ivy, you can't do that. A female and foreign voice resounded in the infirmary. Don't worry, sweetheart, he is awake, she's just playing with him. Another voice, this time a man, and a very familiar one, answered. Harry knew this voice very well, he had heard it a lot last year. It was the only competent teacher he had in all his years in Hogwarts, except maybe the imposter of this year. He carefully redressed himself, paying attention to not make the little girl fall. Fortunately, his body did not seem to ache anymore, it was not stiff either. Apart from feeling drained, his body felt great. He looked around him in the direction of the familiar voice and saw the face of Remus Lupin. However, he was different from the person he knew. His face had less lines in it, he looked less tired and was not as pale. In Harry's opinion, he looked way better like this. Maybe because he did not lose all his friends because of a traitor. Professor Lupin, he greeted, before he could notice the mistake he just made. A crystalline laughter resounded next to the werewolf, and when Harry looked at who it was, he almost fainted from the shock. Professor Lupin, you heard that, darling. Someone who looked exactly like Narcissa Malfoy was sitting next to Remus Lupin. I told you, you should have accepted Dumbledore's request last year. The werewolf chuckled. I'm not leaving my perfectly fine job to get a cursed one. Thank you. He looked back at him. So, you already know me, and according to the way you're looking at Narcissa, you know her too. Harry shook his head to recompose himself. Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking. Don't worry, she has the same effect on everyone. He received a punch on the shoulder from the blonde woman. And you can call me Remus. The Lupin, from where you come from, may have been a teacher, but I'm not. The baby in his lap was lightly pressing her tiny hands pretty much everywhere on his face. So, he looked at her and smiled, not exactly knowing what to do with the baby. It seemed that it was enough for her, seeing at the way she giggled happily and clapped her hands together. The resemblance is even more striking when you're awake. I almost thought I was back in the 70s. Remus said thoughtfully. And he has the eyes, too. Narcissa added. Indeed. A silence followed their exchange. Harry was awkward in that situation. He did not really know Professor Lupin that well. He was grateful to the one back home, and he knew he was one of his father's best friends, but apart from that they were not really close. He decided to play with the little Ivy instead. The latter was extremely happy with his decision as she took his 2 indexes in her palms and started playing with them. Expecto Patronum. Harry snapped his head in the direction of the werewolf's voice, just in time to see a baby Dalmatian run out of the infirmary doors. He met Remus' eyes and the latter smiled at him. Professor Dumbledore wanted to be notified when you woke up. Harry nodded. Normally, it should have been James or Lily in our place, but after 2 days, they needed some fresh air. Harry choked on air. 2 days. You're a heavy sleeper, was all he got as an answer. So, Harry counted the days in his head. 27th of July, welcome back. Albus Dumbledore's voice came from the entrance of the infirmary. Harry nodded at him, not that surprised by him being here. From what he knew about the headmaster, he loved doing surprise entrances. Another questioning would start soon, Harry knew it. He had already thought about the most important answer he had to give about one specific question. Harry, my boy, you left us with many questions hanging, when you decided to take a nap 2 days ago. Harry snorted. I wanted to know if you came here intentionally. That's the one. No, Professor, as I said before, I was in a bit of a predicament back then, and just wanted to escape. That was the only thought I had in mind, and then my wand sort of exploded and I was here. He was happy with his lie. He knew it would not do him any good to let anyone know that he was here kind of on purpose. Since chaos was still not available, he had no idea how much time his mission here would take. It was better to buy time and act as if he has no idea on how to go back home. That part was not exactly a lie since he did not know how, he just knew that chaos had to know. I see. He stroked his long beard slowly. And about your predicament. Harry froze. He did not want to think about it again, it was not something he wanted to relive. I have a few assumptions based on our imposter's interrogation. The headmaster smiled at him. I would like to thank you for that, by the way. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Did Voldemort come back, in your world? The 2 adults in the room gasped audibly at the mention of the name. Yes. Harry sighed, it seemed that it was unavoidable. I see. He nodded gravely. Would you be so kind as to explain to me the details, please? I know those are not things you would want to relive, but I think it would help us a lot avoiding the same situation. I hope you understand. He did. He knew his Dumbledore would want to avoid Voldemort's comeback just as much as this Dumbledore. They just did not have the same chance. Harry easily made the choice. He knew he could help. I don't mind. He's Sue. Dee Denley carried the little redhead in the air and showed her to the headmaster. However, I don't think it's a wise choice to let her hear it. Ivy giggled, apparently happy of being held that way. Albus studied his face for some time and finally nodded. Mrs. Lupin, if you don't mind, he did not need to finish his sentence, as the blonde woman quickly took the baby in her hands and walked out of the infirmary. You wouldn't mind Mr. Lupin staying, wouldn't you? Harry hesitated for a moment, not sure if he wanted him to listen to what would come next. I don't even know them, screw it. Sure. Dumbledore conjured a comfortable-looking chair with a single whip of his wand, whereas Remus Lupin just moved his chair next to him. Now that we are all comfortably installed, you can start. You might already know. But it's not a funny story. He met their eyes. Nor a cool one either, it's mainly me being stupid. They did not say anything but nodded anyways, so Harry kept going. Why things started when I saw a weird name appear on the map. You know the Marauders map, right? He asked Dumbledore more than Remus. Ah yes, the magnificent map James, Sirius, Remus and Frank created together during their school years. Harry was ready for everything now that he knew that he was in a different world, but not hearing the rat's name in the friends group was certainly disturbing. Especially, when he had no idea who Frank was. Anyways, he recomposed himself quickly and continued before they could ask any questions. Like I was saying, I saw Bartemius Crouch's name multiple times on the map when he was supposed to be home gravely sick. And it was always near the entrance, near where I was training. I informed my headmaster, my Albus Dumbledore, about it, and he too LD me that if I saw something similar again I should contact him. And it happened, I saw his name again on the map, however something was wrong since his name appeared at 2 different spots on the map. So, I notified the headmaster with the help of a house elf to whom I gave the map to show him the spot outside of the castle. I thought it was better for me to not get outside, so, don't ask why. But at the moment I thought it would be a great idea to try and buy time with the Crouch inside the castle since he was supposed to be with Professor Moody. However, when I arrived in the DADA office, Professor Moody was alone. I felt that something was strange, so I asked him if he had a guest. His magical eye reacted strongly despite him telling that there was no one. That was when I saw the trunk in front of him. It was suspicious, so I asked if I could sit on it. Once again his magical eye reacted strongly. That's when I understood that something was fishy. So, I tried to buy as much tea me as I could so the headmaster could arrive and solve the issue. However, the imposter quickly caught on, knocked me out and kidnapped me. Harry was so engrossed in recounting the events that he did not notice the 3 additions in the room. He was also thinking of skipping the details of being asleep for days after his kidnapping. They did not need to know about it. I woke up totally lost in a dark and dusty room. That's when Harry could still tell how the torture sessions hurt, even though he was asleep. They started the torture I mean. A feminine gasp interrupted his focus and made him look up to see Lily Potter. James Potter, and Sirius Black. The first had her hand clasped on her mouth and her eyes were wide open. I hope you don't mind them too. Harry prefer D to stay silent and continue with his story and thought about the other white lie he will have to tell. I heard them talking about some sort of potion that needed the bones of his father, flesh of a servant, and blood of an enemy. From what I heard they did not necessarily need mine, any person who thought of him as an enemy would do. But Voldemort wanted to make my mother's protection fade by using my blood. He rolled up his sleeve up to his elbow, to show the scar he got on his right arm. And he did. That's when he came back and called Death Eaters. At that point I was petrified. I know he was talking to them for a while. But I couldn't focus on what he was saying. Until he noticed I was not paying enough attention, and decided to make me focus on him, the hard way. He shivered remembering the extreme pain his Crucio made him feel. Then he wanted to duel me. I don't know why, maybe he had something to prove to his servants or something. At that moment I was desperate, I wanted to be out of there. That was the only thing in my mind. My wand flew out of my hand and then a link between our 2 wands appeared. I started seeing people who weren't supposed to be here and then my wand exploded and I fainted. That's how I ended up here. His throat was dry after too much talking, but at least he was done. Here, water. A voice surprised him. Lily Potter had come surprising L.Y. close to him and handed him a glass of water. Thanks, he said awkwardly. She smiled at him but did not move. Instead, with a movement of her wand, she brought her chair closer and sat next to his bed. He looked at everyone else in the room so that maybe someone would get him out of that awkward spot, but everyone else seemed to be in deep thought after his tale. Lily took one of his hands between hers and started rubbing it slowly. "You're all right now," she whispered to him. Harry was really uncomfortable right now, so he decided to ask his final question. Can I go now?" Every head in the room snapped at him. "Oh, sorry my boy, of course you would want to visit the restroom. Go on." Harry's face reddened and was rivaling with the hair of the woman holding his hand. "That's not what I meant. I was talking about leaving." Dumbledore's eyebrows furrowed, as if Harry's sentence made no sense whatsoever. "Did you already forget that you were in a foreign world, my boy? You do not have a place to stay." He's not wrong, I could go to that Merlin's place, but I still don't know how to open it. Maybe I could ask to stay at Hogwarts. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore wouldn't mind. You're right. So can I stay here instead? Oh my, I'm flattered that you like Hogwarts that much. However, the school is left almost unattended during summer holidays. However, you have the chance to get to know some people that, from what I've gathered, have passed in your world. Moreover, the Potters already told me that they would be thrilled to welcome you during the summer break. The worst-case scenario Harry had in mind just happened, and it seemed that everyone else had come to an agreement about it. He almost tried to contest the decision, but when he met Lily Potter's eyes, something dissuaded him from doing so. Instead, he sighed deeply. I don't even know anymore, do I have the worst luck or the best? The only thing that I know is that it follows me even in another universe. Everything was happening as planned. The Potter boy was where he needed to be, or at least not a whole universe away anymore, and another sister was finally going to die. The only issues were Wise rushed travel and the unknown threat still hiding. Because of the first he was now unable to communicate with the kid and the second was still bothering him. The communication issue was not that bad since the kid had shown some sign of improvement in his silent and wandless casting in the graveyard. It was a single occurrence, but it was still good improvement. It was different from the time H. E used it when he snapped his teacher's leg. Back then his anger took control of his magic, while this time it was out of desperation and tiredness. Desperation was good for magic and added to his tired state. He managed to just want it to happen without thinking too much about how it would work or not. The only thing he needed now was to remember how it felt and apply it. Chaos still struggled to understand how someone could be this slow about it, while being able to do so many things that were way harder. It was beyond him. The unknown threat was starting to really annoy him. He spent the last few weeks thinking really hard about it. He had listed every hypothesis in his head and started crossing them one by one, however it still left too many of them to draw a conclusion. The major part of the issue laid on the fact that the Hecatonchire somehow managed to cross dimensions, because he was 100% sure there were none alive in Harry Potter's world. No one was supposed to have knowledge of the attack. It meant that someone else had the ability to cross dimensions, and that someone was an enemy. The boy will have to improve fast, Chaos muttered to himself. Maybe it's time to speed things up. Oh, Lord Voldemort had every reason to be pissed right now. He had finally regained a body, but his plan had been ruined. Longbottom was still alive, and his body felt weaker. Being angry did not prevent him from thinking about his next plan. No one seemed aware about him being back, so he would use it wisely and present himself at the perfect time. But before that he needed something. A way to be sure he was going in the right direction. He needed the prophecy. Since that night in 1981, something was lingering in the back of his mind. For the first time in his life Lord Voldemort dreaded someone. It was not like the old man in Hogwarts, he knew the latter well and did not fear him. However, something ominous came from that kid and the part of the prophecy he heard years before. It was not supposed to happen, and he would make sure it would not happen again. He would bid his time like he always did, and strike at the perfect time. Fortunately, some of H's servants that came back had useful connections in high places. It would make the prophecy a lot more reachable and would serve useful to Dirty Dumbledore's and Longbottom's names. The less support they had from public opinion, the better it was for him. But for now, he had to enlarge his manpower. Severus, come. Oh. Voldemort was pensive. His plan had been greatly disturbed by Potter's kidnapping. He had almost killed Crouch in a fit of rage when he first heard that the boy was now within their custody. So many things could have gone wrong, and the senile old coot had weeks to search for the boy. It meant that his perfect plan had been ruined. However, being who he was, he managed to not kill one of the two only servants he had at the time. He quickly decided to put a Fidelius around the Riddle Manor. It took a toll on him, and he had needed to recover for a few days. After that he made sure every trace left in the surrounding area disappeared. The task was especially more difficult because of his inability to walk by himself and took him out for another few days. In the end, everything passed smoothly, and he recovered his body after so much time. Everything was perfect, Harry Potter was in his grasp. His servants were back, and his power, while still a little febrile, was back too. His first surprise was the boy's little wandless feet. Surely nothing more than accidental magic, he was sure of it. But still interesting. The second thing was his mental power. He managed to overthrow his own imperious curse. While his power was still not at his peak, it was less a proof of the boy's mental fortitude. The third thing was just before the wand incident, Voldemort felt magic dangerously gathering where the boy stood. At first he had no idea about what the boy would do with it and was reminded of the prophecy. Without thinking about it, his killing curse was already on its way to kill the boy. Then he just disappeared into thin air. The magic he was gathering was probably the way he escaped. But using magic in that way was not something he was supposed to learn in Hogwarts. Gathering energy was supposed to be only useful to blast away things, or that was what Lord Voldemort thought at first. But what he saw that day instilled fear in his heart, as the prophecy ringed through his mind. But it appeared that the boy had disappeared and that the old man had announced his return. So his plan was now in motion. He would get his hands on the prophecy eventually. He heard from Snape that even Dumbledore had no idea of Potter's whereabouts and still had not officially announced his disappearance. This piece of information made him think of a brand new plan. Wormtail. Oh. Harry still did not understand why it was happening, but he was now in Albus Dumbledore's office and the latter was informing him about his future accommodation. His head was still fuzzy, and he could not think straight. However, one thing was clear in his mind: he had no money. And he did not want to be a freeloader, especially not in front of his parents. Not your parents, you bloody idiot. He reminded himself harshly. He knew he would have to live with them for 2 months. But he had set his mind to not get too close to them. It was a painful decision. He craved to know them, to be liked by them, but he knew if he got attached, he would suffer when the time for him to leave would come. And he did not want that. It was very selfish, and he knew it, but in his mind he would not hurt anyone by doing so. He heard that they had a daughter who was the same age as him. It meant that he did not exist in this world. They could not miss someone who had never existed, whereas Harry could. Harry did not notice it at first, but it has been some time since the HEA.D master had stopped talking and was looking at him pensively. "Sorry, Professor," he said apologetically. "It's just a lot to take in." "No worries, young man, take your time. You're sure you can't let me leave? Or at least stay at Hogwarts? Staying with them will be really awkward." He tried his best to sound and look miserable and look like a lost puppy. "Alas, my boy, how could I call myself an educator if I was to leave a 14-year-old student by himself?" The puppy face did not seem to work. "About Hogwarts, I am its only resident during the summer break. However, given the circumstances, I will have to move a lot during the break, to find a way for you to go back home." Albus Dumbledore was someone who could make someone feel guilty, in both dimensions. Harry sighed defeated. He knew his Albus Dumbledore well. Especially since he had to spend his detentions with him. One thing he had learned about him was that one could not win against him in an argument. And it seemed that the two Dumbledore he knew shared that same quality. "Do not worry and just enjoy your time with them, they are quite the lovely people, I assure you. You were given a chance that a lot would love to get." Something passed in his eyes. "I will come from time to time, we still have a lot to discuss, about your world." He looked at him pointedly, as if he knew Harry did not say everything. "And Abu, your 5th year in our lovely Hogwarts." Harry's head whipped upwards to look at the headmaster. "What do you mean, Professor? I mean we're not even sure I won't be home by then. Plus, I don't even have an identity here," Harry said quickly, stumbling on his words. "Do not fret, my boy, if we find a way for you to go back before, then no harm done. However, if we don't, at least my Count Art will be happy to learn that your education could still be continued under those circumstances." Harry could not think of any answer nor way to escape his accommodation. "There are still things I will need to ask you, my boy, if you don't mind," Albus Dumbledore continued with a more serious tone. "I am well aware of the fact that our worlds are different, and the living proof of that statement. However, as you know, Voldemort is still a constant in both of our universe and did not die 14 years ago." Harry started to dread what was coming. It reminded him of something he tried his best to forget. "You may not be able to answer my question, but I may regret it later if I refrain myself from asking. Does your Albus Dumbledore find out how Voldemort managed to stay alive this whole time?" His face did not look too hopeful, as if he knew there was no way Harry knew about it even if his headmaster knew it. Or maybe it was just arrogance, Harry could not quite say. Harry thought for a second about the repercussions of his answer. The Neville Longbottom from this universe was most likely a Horcrux, just like him. And Harry heard from his headmaster that he had no idea on how to take it out from him. From what he gathered with the prophecy, he had to die for the Horcrux to be destroyed. It was the only thing that made sense according to the prophecy. However, thanks to chaos, Harry had a new solution. However, Neville might not have won, and might be a sacrifice for their war. Dumbledore was now looking at him intensely, his silence seemed to have raised his hopes. It's not a cool story either. He laughed nervously. Was the Chamber of Secrets opened 2 years ago? The headmaster nodded gravely. He rummaged through his office for a few seconds and took it out. Tom Riddle's diary. It was like the one back home, pierced in the middle by what he supposed to be a basilisk fang. Well, back home when I was training, I noticed something weird within myself. Something that did not belong here. Harry gulped, still finding it hard to accept, and it was the first time he talked about that with anyone other than Chaos and his Dumbledore. Something that felt exactly like that diary. Dumbledore's face darkened considerably, the twinkle in his eyes was gone. When I explained it to my headmaster, he told me it was a Horcrux. The air suddenly felt heavy, and room filled with what Harry identified as magic. However, Harry did not feel uncomfortable, rather he liked the feeling and tried to immerse himself into it. Only for a short time though, as it disappeared the moment Dumbledore seemed to recompose himself, so Harry deduced it was his magic that had leaked. Tom, he murmured to himself before sighing deeply. Sorry for getting carried away, I would have never imagined he would. He did not finish his sentence, but Harry knew what he meant, his Dumbledore had said the same. Both of them unable to imagine Voldemort going that far. Suddenly, Dumbledore seemed to catch on something as he looked at him. You mean, Neville? Harry did not need to ask, he understood perfectly, he just nodded. Dumbledore dropped his face into his hands. Did our Dumbledore maybe tell you about how to destroy a Horcrux? No, the next thing he told me was the prophecy, so I kind of guessed. You both are so young. My Dumbledore told me to not be bothered by the prophecy. That it was only words uttered by humans, that I was not bound by it. The only reason it happened was that Voldemort himself made it happen after hearing about it. Harry tried to reassure the headmaster. While doing so he remembered something, and a fire ignited inside him once again. Then he is wiser than me. He redressed himself. Thank you young Harry for your answers, you have helped me. And the entire wizard community. I think it is time for you to join your family, they seem to be waiting for you in front of the door. Harry did not care at the moment, his mind was elsewhere. Professor, would you mind sharing the name of the person who leaked the prophecy? I just wanted to compare with the one from my world. It was a lie, and by the way Dumbledore was looking at him, he did not fool him. The latter seemed to be thinking about it for a few seconds. I guess it would not do you any harm since the man disappeared a long time ago. He finally said. It was a man named Severus Snape. Harry was in some sort of a trance. Dumbledore had let the Potters inside his office for a few minutes now. They were discussing something, it might have been something interesting to hear. But Harry could not care less. His mind was in turmoil, Severus Snape, his potions teacher back home. In this universe it seemed that he never was one, instead he was a full-fledged Death Eater. He knew their worlds were different and it was unlikely that the spy was the same as back home. However, everything seemed to fit, he knew Snape had been a Death Eater in his world, his headmaster had confirmed it. The only issue was the fact that he still was a teacher in Hogwarts was weird. Sure Dumbledore had a history with recruiting suspicious teachers, but it was only in the DADA position. Moreover, Dumbledore had vehemently vouched for Slytherin's head back then, why would he vouch for someone that had caused the death of Harry's parents, and ruined Sirius' life? Harry was removed from his thoughts by another person's entrance in the office. He had never seen her in his life. It was a girl, about his age, she had thick straight pitch black hair. It was short but not too much, it sat just above her shoulders. Her features were well defined and felt very familiar. Harry understood why she felt so familiar when she noticed her eyes, almond-shaped bright green eyes. Why were the same he had seen in his first year in the Erised Mirror, the same he had seen earlier on Lily Potter, the same he saw every time he was in front of a glass. She wore a Gryffindor uniform and had a broom on her shoulder. She walked leisurely in the direction of her mother, apparently not noticing him, however her face showed some nervousness, maybe because she was in the headmaster's office. Uncle Siri told me you were looking for me. She asked her parents, still not noticing him. Harry thought it was better that way. For some reason he was fearing something bad would happen if their eyes happened to meet. Maybe our universe will collide. Or will we suddenly start merging? Harry thought to himself. Before James and Lily could say anything, a popping sound came from above him. He had no time to react when a weight dropped on his head. His body still conditioned by the recent events, he tried to reach for his wand. When he could not get it, the painful realization hit again. His wand had been destroyed in the graveyard. The movement seemed to have gathered everyone's attention. Ah, it seems that my dear friend Fox finally deigned to make an appearance. Young Harry, I hope you don't mind his accommodation. Albus and 2 of the 4 Potters laughed. However, for the 2 last Potter, time seemed to have stopped. Green met green, and for what seemed to be an eternity, no one moved. Harry's mind was getting ready for an explosion or something similar, but nothing happened. They just looked at each other. While doing so, he noticed freckles on her face that he did not see at first. After a long moment, Harry felt claws take support on his head. It was not very painful, but it was enough unpleasant to break him from his trance. Hello, he said awkwardly. Oh, the girl who seemed to be his counterpart. Oh, Daphne Potter never was a role model student. She blamed her dad for that, and her uncles. Their influence outweighed her mom's. However, she was still her mother's daughter. She tried to never go too far, and for example get the headmaster involved. That was why she got nervous when her Uncle Siri called her in the middle of her flight to telephone. Tell her that her parents were waiting for her in the headmaster's office. While she was walking, she reviewed everything she had done the last few days in her head, trying to understand why she was called. And maybe prepare something to defend herself. Maybe they learned about my trips to the kitchens after the curfew. And maybe Dad wants me to give back the cloak. While she was asking herself these questions, she had arrived in front of the office. The gargoyle who was supposed to guard the entrance was unusually wide open. She arrived in front of the wooden door, took a deep breath to calm herself and knocked on the door. Without warning, the door opened by itself. She confidently walked towards her parents and respectfully greeted the headmaster. The moment she asked her parents the reason for her being called here, something weird happened. Before she could get her answer, an odd sound resounded to her left. She distractedly looked at it and found herself face to face with someone she had never seen before. It was a skinny boy, about her age with a ragged Gryffindor uniform. That was her first impression of him. The second impression was the one that left her gobsmacked. When she looked at his face, the first thing she noticed was his untidy hair and his scar. The same one Neville had. Finally, her eyes met his, and her mind froze. She knew those eyes. She saw them every morning in front of the mirror. The same eyes she inherited from her mother, the same eyes that her little sister had. It was not until the boy talked that she registered his extreme resemblance he bore with her dad. Bloody hell. Did I have a twin that you hid from me? She did not answer the boy and instead looked at her parents. Language. Her mom immediately admonished her. Daphne apologized sheepishly to her and the headmaster. The latter did not seem to mind as a light smile adorned his face. Seeing that she was not in trouble and that no one seemed interested in answering her, she turned to face the stranger. So, who are you supposed to be? She asked rather aggressively. The boy's face was blank, but his hands were tightly clasped together, making his nervousness apparent. My name's Harry. His voice was really weird. It was as if it was filled with a lot of different emotions and at the same time completely blank. And I'm not exactly from around here. His eyes were looking at the 3 adults present, as if he was trying to escape the situation by making them intervene. There was no way she was letting that happen. How could you not be from here? You wear a Gryffindor uniform. Even if it looks like it stayed for a whole month in the Forbidden Forest. His gaze was once again directed at one of the adults, and this time, her dad decided to intervene. Sweetheart, right here will be our guest for the summer break. Daphne's hypothesis about him being her twin did not seem too far-fetched right now. About him being your twin, well, you're not very far of the truth. He got interrupted by her mother hitting his shoulder. Don't give her the wrong idea. It's already hard enough to understand. She reprimanded him. All right, no need to be violent, he said with a slight smile. It's actually not easy to explain. Like he said, his name is Harry Potter. And no, it's not your hidden twin. He told her, anticipating her next question. But, you said you had no relatives. She looked at the boy again. Look at him, he's the spitting image of you in your school pictures. Well yeah, except maybe the eyes, but that's not the point. Daphne thought that it definitely was. What I'm trying to say is that he came from a place where there's another Hogwarts, where there's another Professor Dumbledore, and where he's the boy who lived. Daphne looked around her, waiting for someone to break down in laughter and say everything was a joke. But no one did, and they all wore serious expressions on their faces, except for the boy, his face was still blank. But judging by the whitening joints in his hands, he was nervous. She threw a last glance to Professor Dumbledore, thinking that maybe he'll suddenly morph into Tonks, but nothing happened. What do you mean? Another boy who lived, another Hogwarts, another Professor Dumbledore. That's not possible. We wouldn't have believed him too at first. He smiled apologetically to Harry. But he came with some solid proof, and Professor Dumbledore vouched for him. Harry came from another universe, and due to some circumstances he ended up here. It felt to her that her father was still hiding something. However, she was too overwhelmed to try and care about anything. She looked at her father, then at the boy, and did it again 5 more times. It means Ivy. The boy went ahead of her. I don't have any siblings, he said, his voice still weird. She was not able to tell if he cared or not. Well, that's awkward. And strange, a lot more awkward than strange though. Okay well, I was going to fly A for a while, so if it was all you were going to tell me. Her father nodded to her. Why don't you go fly with her, Harry? We have some things to discuss with the headmaster. For the first time since she saw the boy, he smiled widely. I guess flying is a Potter thing, wherever you're from. And before I forget, he's technically a few days older than you. Daphne. He had no idea why her mother would bother giving her this piece of information. And if someone asks, he's your cousin. Oh. Daphne Greengrass was thankful, if not for Mr. Black intervention she would have been alone and bored in the stands. At first she liked to watch her best friend fly, but after 4 years, it became boring. She would have loved to go and fly with her, but she was rubbish on a broom. Trying to go and fly with a Potter with her amount of skill was bound to fail, she knew it from experience. Because at first she did not want to give up, eager to share a hobby with her best friend, and even Mr. Potter had tried in vain to coach her during summer break after their 2nd year. And while he still told her that she was not that bad, she refused to humiliate herself more than she had in front of him. That is how she found herself going to the pitch with Daphne once again. The weather was particularly good, and since Quidditch had been cancelled this year, her best friend was eager to fly, so she reluctantly accepted to go with her. When they arrived on the pitch, her savior miraculously appeared. Mr. Black told her goddaughter that her parents were waiting for her in the headmaster's office. After the relief passed, the blonde started worrying for her best friend. What could have been so important that she had to meet them in the headmaster's office? Now that she thought about it, it could have something to do with Longbottom. He always managed to mess things up. When she asked Mr. Black about it, he told her to not worry about it, that it has something to do with a member of her family. He merely smiled mysteriously after, not willing to give more information. I hope I didn't interrupt your time together, he asked with a wide smile on his face. He knew. You have no idea how terrible it is, Mr. Black, it's so boring. At least when it's Quidditch there's something on the line, something to see, but now there's nothing, she just flies, and I have to watch her. I can't even join her because I'm rubbish on a broom. She ranted to him. She liked Mr. Black. He was funny, and Daphne's godfather too. His bark-like laughter echoed across the field. You remind me of myself, Blondie. She pouted at the nickname he had started using last year. She already told him to not call her like that, but he did not seem to care. That was the reason she always called him Mr. Black instead of Sirius, despite him telling her to stop. You know, I was pretty much the same with James during our Hogwarts year. I was, just like you, rubbish on a broom. That's part of the reason I got my bike, that. And the fact that it's so much cooler than a broom. Do you know what I did when I got fed up with his flying? She shook her head. That was the first time she heard of this story. I called our 2 other friends to get bored together with me. He smiled brightly at her, as if what he just said resolved everything. Don't look at me like that, it's on you if you insist on not making any other friends. And you could always ask James for another flying lesson, maybe you'll become better than Ivy. They ended up talking for a while, the exchange mostly cons. Instead of Sirius teasing her in her heated answers. Nevertheless, she had a lot of fun. She always liked to talk with Mr. Black since he was funny and so easygoing. She liked the fact that he never took anything too seriously. After a while, Sirius's gaze focused on something behind her. Ah, there they come. I will leave you between younglings, this old man has someone waiting for him. He faked an aged voice, while standing up. She turned around and saw Daphne walking in their direction, broom on her shoulder, and someone was accompanying her. It was a boy, he was smaller than her friend, so it was definitely not Longbottom. When they arrived close enough for the blonde to clearly see his features, she almost choked out of air. The newcomer looked like another Mr. Potter, younger that is. And his eyes were the same color as Mrs. Potter and her two daughters. It was as if Daphne just got a twin, or a 1-year younger brother. She told me her father didn't have any relatives though. She told herself while waiting for them. She also noticed that Sirius had left her alone. Daphne. Both of them looked at the one who talked. His face was still blank, but his eyes were fixed on the blonde, his mouth slightly opened. She defiantly looked back at him, daring him to make any comments. Yeah, that's her. The Potter girl nervously said to him. The one I told you about. And Daphne, this is Harry, my cousin. He has some circumstances, so he will spend the summer break with us. Your father doesn't have relatives, you told me so yourself. She answered vehemently. And he looks just like your father. And he got your mom's eyes. She looked back at him, and at least he had closed his mouth. My parents are dead, he said quietly, his voice was very weird, she could not decipher his tone. Daphne clasped her hands in front of the mouth. She had been insensitive, trying to imply that James Potter was his father when he probably just lost his parents. I'm sorry, I didn't. The boy waved his hands in front of his face. I don't mind. Now she understood why she could not decipher his tone. His voice felt full of emotions, going from happy to depressed but at the same time was completely blank. It made no sense. Maybe it's because of a trauma. Let's not get too awkward. Harry's here to fly with me, I want to see if he's worth something. The blonde sighed, it seemed that her friend did not lose the track. She came here to fly, and she was going to fly no matter what. You don't need me then. She turned to leave. Daffy, if you walk one more step, I'll have your skin. Came the angry fake voice of her best friend. Don't act like you have something better to do. And you won't be alone, we only got one broom, so when one of us flies the other will stay with you. She looked at Harry awkwardly. But he was not looking at her, his eyes were focused on the broom that Daphne carried. She did not like staying with boys, she thought that they were all stupid and she was awkward around them. Her parents agreed with her, and even Mr. and Mrs. Potter said she was not wrong. I'll just act like he's Daph, or Mr. Potter since he looks just like them anyways. Before she could say anything, Harry asked her friend. Can I go first? It's been some time since I last flew. She analyzed his face for a few seconds, and contrary to what the blonde thought, she actually let him. It was something surreal. Daphne Potter delaying her broom time. Who are you, and what have you done to my friend Daph? She asked her when he got on the broom. She smacked her arm playfully. Oh shush, let's see if his Potter genes are only there for his looks. Bloody hell, who is he trying to impress? The blonde exclaimed, still in awe with the crazy stunt Harry Potter pulled on Daph's broom. He landed a few seconds later. His hair even messier than they were before and his smile was reaching his ears. With the states of his clothes, he looked like a mad scientist that just had been given something to experiment on. That was when she noticed his Gryffindor uniform. It made no sense that he had one, and even if someone was kind enough to give him one, why would it be so depraved? However, her best friend seemed to have noticed her gaze, and before she could ask anything, she got her answer. Dad thought it would be funny to make him look like that. She said awkwardly. Okay, it's my turn now. Without even looking back, she got on her broom and started pulling moves that were as reckless as Harry just did. As if she was trying to compete with him. Knowing her, she was sure that was exactly what she was doing. The fair-haired girl tried her best to not look at her best friend's cousin. She did not want him to believe that she wanted to talk to him, because she did not. She was awkward with boys. And the boy she was the closest to was Longbottom, and she did not even like him. The only reason for that was because he was the godson of James and Lily Potter. He spent a lot of time with them during holidays. She knew it because she was there too since her first year. Fortunately, Harry was being too engrossed with the flying to pay any attention to her, and that is how they spent the afternoon. After more or less 2 hours, the Potters' parents talked with their daughter and left with the boy. "He's going back with them. I'll just take the Hogwarts Express with you," she explained to the blonde. Harry was exhilarated. It was his first time on a broom since he went flying with Astoria back in his world. The feeling of freedom never got old. He immersed himself into it. And almost forgot the girl he just met, but only almost. He just met Daphne Greengrass, and Harry noticed that while being similar to the Daphne back in his world, she had some odd differences. She did her hair differently. Her blonde hair braided and laid on her shoulder. Her mannerisms too were different. His Daphne did not usually use her hands when talking, while for some reasons this Daphne moved her arms like crazy while talking. Her expressions were way more readable, and honestly he found it a little scary. However, the weirdest thing about her was the uniform she was wearing. It was red and gold. Daphne Greengrass was in Gryffindor. He was still thinking about it, despite walking through this world Diagon Alley. A comfortable silence had installed itself upon the three Potters. The parents seemed to have noticed that Harry was lost in his thoughts and decided to leave him alone for now. They walked for a while, and the young Potter did not even take a look around him, till too engrossed by this world's weird Daphne Greengrass. He did not even take in the fact that they just entered Madame Malkin's clothes shop until James gently put his hand on his back. "Yes, so, that's my nephew. Could you get something, cleaner?" He looked at Harry apologetically. The latter did not mind. He knew he was a mess and so were his clothes. The issue there was the fact that they would be paying in his place. It did not feel right to him, but he could not voice his dissatisfaction since his situation was better not to be revealed to anyone. It could reach some ill-intentioned people. And after the graveyard, Harry really needed some time without having his life on the line. Goodness gracious. Are all Potters alternate versions of each other? How is it that you all always look identical? Madame Malkin exclaimed while taking his measures with her flying tape. The corners of Harry's lips quirked upwards. Her joke was really close to the truth. "I'm sure one of his ancestors was cursed for them to always get that hair," Lily whispered to her conspiratorially. They all laughed good-heartedly, and Madame Malkin in her back room to get him his robes. Harry thought it as his chance to talk about his financial issues with James and Lily. However, the moment he turned to them, they seemed to get what he was about to say because James put both of his hands in the air. "She made me buy it. If you want to blame someone, blame her." Lily looked murderously at her husband and then turned her gaze to Harry. She now looked a little gentler, only a little. Harry found her eyes really intimidating and wondered if people felt the same way about his. "Now see here, young man," Lily said in a dangerously calm voice. "It's our money, we earned it diligently, and we have the right to spend it as we wish. You just have to follow us and say thank you." "All right, dear." Harry gulped audibly, and James, who was standing next to his wife, seemed to be holding back a laugh at his expense. "Yes, ma'am." Lily smiled brightly and wrapped an arm around him. Harry was very uncomfortable but could not bring himself to move from the embrace, though he might have flinched a little by if he was to believe Lily's expression. "So, how was the flying?" James interrupted the awkward silence. Harry's face instantly illuminated. "Absolutely brilliant. It has been so long since I last flew. I think the last time was with Astoria. Talking about her, I was really surprised when I saw Daphne, the Greengrass one I mean. I would have never expected her in Gryffindor, and she was so different from back home." Harry noticed he was rambling and apologized to the adults who were smiling. "No way. Keep going. I'm happy to see that even in another universe, the Potters and the Greengrasses are still close," James said happily. "So, was she a puff?" Harry laughed when he got a mental image of his Daphne in Hufflepuff's color. It would have been quite something. "No way, she was the perfect little snake." Harry did not think too much about what he said, but James was quite taken aback by the news, but quickly got over it, a shrewd smile slowly creeping onto his face. "And your key?" Tay the snake charmer yourself, aren't you? Harry's face became as hot as the sun, but before he could say anything, Madame Malkin came back with his robes. James, who was still smirking, paid the amount and handed him one of the outfits so he could replace the rags he was wearing. Madame Malkin led him to a fitting cabin where he changed himself. While taking off his old Gryffindor uniform, he could not help but to recall what took place in the graveyard. It was only a few days ago and it felt like his mind and body had not recovered yet. The uniform made the memory even fresher. The dried blood reminded him of what Pettigrew did to his arm. Thinking about him made his blood boil, and it reminded him of the way he blasted him off into a grave. The memory brought a satisfied smile on his face. Wait a second, how did I send him flying when he had my wand, and how did it land in my hand? Then the realization hit, he had used silent wandless casting, and without using anger as his fuel. I'm sure I wasn't angry, I just felt pain. Fear, and exhaustion. Is one of them the key? Harry, are you okay? Lily's voice asked, cutting his thoughts short. Yeah, I'm done coming. I'll try to get a better sense of it while meditating tonight. He went out and thanked the couple and Madame Malkin for the clothes before following the Potter outside. They took the direction of the leaky cauldron, which was exactly the same as back in his universe. While walking, Harry felt something strange, as if he was being observed. It was beyond a simple intuition, he could not describe it, but it was different. From all the times that he knew people would look at him because of who he was. He tried to spot the source of the feeling but could not. When they entered the pub they were heartily greeted by Tom, who led them to the fireplace. All right, I'm sure you already know that, Lily started as Tom went back to his occupations. But you just have to say, hey fiery fireplace, take me too, and then say our address, which is Potter's Cottage. Lily said in all seriousness. Harry looked at both of them to see if it was true or not. Seeing that none of them started laughing, he decided it was another weirdness of this universe. Took the flow powder in his hands and started the sort of incantation. Hey fiery fireplace, he awkwardly said, but was quickly cut off by James and Lily. Both of them burst out laughing so hard that they were all over each other, supporting themselves. Oh dear, I was only joking, sorry about that, Lily said, panting hard. Harry felt really stupid, but in his defense it could have been true. And he had not expected Lily to be the one to prank him. He would have been a little more careful if James told him that. That's it, I'm not going first. Harry crossed his arms in front of him and tried to sulk. Unsuccessfully, since they both started laughing even harder than before. James went in first nonetheless and said, Potter's Cottage, out loud. Your turn now, Lily said, her voice still full of mirth. Potter's Cottage, he said while throwing the flow powder into the fireplace. And of course, he landed on his ass. Oh. Severus Snape was leisurely strolling through Diagon Alley as he often did. Sometimes an item would catch his eyes, and he would stop at a shop window for a few minutes. There were also times when he actually entered a store to get something, but it was always very quick. He liked walking down the alley, but abhorred browsing mindlessly through a store. Today he did not go to a single shop, but not because nothing caught his eyes. In fact, it was the total opposite. He had found something, or rather someone, that had completely ruined his favorite outing. It happened when he passed next to Madame Malkin's shop. He had stopped in front of it, looking at the exposed robes. He really needed a fresh wardrobe after all those months coped up in an old and dusty manner. At first he just heard familiar voices, and when he looked at where it came from, he was actually surprised to see two of his not favorite former classmates, Lily and James Potter. One was something akin to a rival and a bully, and the other was once a source of obsession and regret. Now they were just two old classmates. He was merely surprised to see them at this time. The issue was the boy who was standing next to them. He had not been keeping tabs with them, but he was still pretty sure they did not have a son. He could not see his face clearly, but he was looking like a Potter, and it was strange since he was sure that James Potter had no relatives. Oh. Of morbid curiosity, he focused his magic into his eyes to get a better look of the young one. Nothing could have prepared him for what he saw. It was a scrawny and younger James Potter, with recognizable and unique bright green eyes. The same eyes Lily Potter had. He looked around 14 years old but could have been older because of how skinny he was. Now that's interesting. At this age there's no way he's their son. But how could he look like the perfect description of what their son would be? While he was still scrutinizing the boy, the little group left the store. He decided to follow them, not leaving the mystery out of his eyes. That was when the unthinkable happened. The boy started fidgeting and looking around as if he knew someone was observing him, and for a second their eyes met. Severus was so surprised by this fact that he almost did not notice the most important thing about the boy. There was an eye-catching scar on his forehead, shaped like a lightning bolt. The exact same scar Neville Longbottom had. Ideas started forming into his mind, each more unbelievable than the other. It was with a preoccupied mind that Severus Snape apparated out of Diagon Alley. Oh, it had been days since Sirius last slept, and even though Azkaban should have made him used to the lack of sleep, his mind was fuzzy and could not form any coherent thoughts. It seemed that his body was accustomed to full night even though it had been the opposite in Azkaban. The human body was really strange in that way, quick to get back into old habits. His godson was still nowhere to be found, and it drove him crazy. Crazier than he already was. He could not wrap his mind around the fact that he had lost his best friend, his wife, and now it was their son's turn. The emotions he felt were raging and clashing within himself without him trying to do anything about them: anger, guilt, sadness, anxiety, grief, loneliness, shame, and fear made him feel like he was going to explode any time. He had no healthy way to deal with it, so he just did what he had done for the last 12 years in Azkaban. He turned himself into his animagus form. It made the emotion dull. They were still there but did not bother him. He had spent most of the last few days in this form, not talking to anyone, even though Dumbledore had made his house into the new Order of the Phoenix's headquarters and that they were always people inside. He had greeted them the first day, only because Dumbledore had insisted that his innocence should be known by the members of the Resistance. He even ignored Remus, and his niece, not feeling nearly well enough to start a conversation with anyone. His old friend seemed to have understood, and did not mind, unlike Nymphadora, who was now throwing hexes at him every time she passed next to him. When he was in his dog form, Sirius mostly thought about two things. One was obviously Harry, and the second was the plan Dumbledore had shown him a few days ago. It was crazy, but at the same time, if it worked, it would simply be a genius move that could make things easier in the upcoming war. Because yes, war was coming, Sirius did not delude himself, thinking that Voldemort would just wait patiently for Harry to come back to announce war. The proof was the media's actions since Albus had announced Voldemort's return. They all threw themselves at him for being a liar and whatsoever. The Ministry obviously orchestrated it with the necessary push from the Dark Mage's people that were well implemented in high positions. Or else why would they turn against he most respected wizard in the entire wizarding world? However, the plan Albus had prepared had taken it into account beforehand, was a countermeasure to his bashing in the eyes of the public. In the Ori, the plan was extremely simple and only needed one person to work. However, the actual person was as slippery as an eel. At first Sirius thought Albus would ask someone from the Order to perform the mission. However, the latter had other things in mind. Flashback. You're actually serious? No joke, no pun. Sirius was too shocked by what he just heard to bother. It is the only way I can think of. It should save us from a lot of trouble. The elderly man looked determined, an expression Sirius never saw on his former headmaster's face. And how exactly do you intend to do it? Send Moody. Or Nymphadora maybe. She could be great on this mission actually with her gift. Albus looked more weary than before, the weight of time strongly reflected on his face. No. This mission absolutely cannot fail, nor be delayed. We have to act quietly but swiftly, and that is why I only told you about it. You mean? Sirius could not believe his ears. You want me to do it? You misunderstood me, Sirius. I meant myself. Sirius was dumbfounded. I know I am getting old and rusty, but it should not be too hard. Sirius was still unable to answer. I will need a few days to prepare everything I need, including his location. I will notify you when I leave. End of flashback. Today was the day. Earlier, Dumbledore had left after telling him that if everything went smoothly he should be back by dinner time. Sirius was pacing in his room, alternating his animagus and his original form, his mind even fuller than usual. Molly had served dinner a few minutes ago and still no news from Dumbledore. If something happened to him, what would become of us? How can we possibly win against Voldemort if he's not here anymore? And Harry, who'll find him? I have to do. Oh Albus. Just on time, dinner is ready, we almost started, Molly started. It smells delicious, but for now, Molly, I need to talk with Sirius. It is a matter of the utmost importance. Sure, he should be in his bedroom. He refused to eat when I asked him. Really, I don't. Thank you, Molly. Sirius waited for him, not trusting himself to walk more than one step. His whole body was shaking, anticipating what could be either a miracle or a disaster. After what seemed to be an eternity, Albus finally opened his door, slowly made his way towards his bed, and quietly sat. Sirius was becoming more and more anxious by the lack of information. However, it did not last long. When their eyes met, no words were spoken, Albus only nodded quietly. The mission was a success. Oh. Harry looked around him in wonder for a second before standing up, leaving the fireplace empty, remembering that Lily would be arriving any moment now. He got a second look at where he was, a huge living room furnished with 3 cozy-looking couches. Beige's walls were ornated by a few family pictures, a Gryffindor scarf, and oddly enough, a broom. It looks kind of cliché. Welcome home. James was standing a few steps from him, his arms closed, and a smile plastered on his face. I don't know if it's the same we had in your world, so I'll be your guide for today. He did an over-exaggerated mock bow while talking. Harry did not want to spoil the mood by telling him that he had never seen anything else than Privet Drive and the Burrow, so he settled for a simple nod as an answer. Behind him, the fireplace lit itself, and Lily Potter appeared. As soon as she appeared, James made a sad face. Honey, Harry didn't take your joke well, so he asked me to tell you that he's not going to talk to you today and he hopes you won't bother him either. Harry, who heard what his older lookalike just said, whipped his head towards him, a dumbstruck expression on his face. I didn't say. Don't worry, Harry, I won't let her harm you, trust me. James had now a little smile on his face and motioned Harry to follow him outside of the living room. Lily looked back and forth, seeming very amused by the short exchange between the two of them. She did not say anything though and settled down on one of the couches with a deep sigh. The last few days must have been rough. Discovering a trans-dimensional son that you never had, and suddenly being as ked to keep him for 2 months was not something one could see every day. Harry followed James around while the latter described each room one by one. The only room he did not open was Daphne's. James said that girls needed their privacy, and then whispered that it was a mess. She left for Hogwarts without tidying it up, so it will welcome her the same way. He whispered conspiratorially as if she could hear what he was saying. Neville too had a room, and unlike Daphne's it was meticulously clean. He's a clean freak. Got it from his father, who got it from his mother, Augusta Longbottom. He shivered slightly. Pray to never meet her, she'll probably nag you to do something about your hair, until you go bald. This sounded strangely like a story from the past. The fear coming out from James was too real for it to be a joke. Harry decided to keep this information in a corner of his head. All right, that's your room. They had arrived in front of a room that did not look used at all. It's the guest room, but for now just consider it yours. With a wave of his wand, James put the shopping bags in the corner of the room before storing the clothes inside the wardrobe. The last few days must have been tiring. Take a good rest, and if you need anything, just come downstairs, me or Lily will be there. Thank you for everything. For taking me in, for believing me, it means a lot. Harry's eyes were fixed on his shoe. He felt a hand ruffle his hair. Don't worry, kiddo, that's how family works. Even if it's in another world, you're still James and Lily Potter's son, and that's all that matters. And I'm pretty sure your Sirius would kill me if I didn't take you in. He joked lightly. That crazy man would find a way to cross dimensions just to beat the crap out of me. Harry merely laughed softly, not willing to delve deeper in his personal life, especially not with the Potters. How could he tell them that they were betrayed by one of their best friends, and that the other was blamed and spent 12 years in Azkaban before escaping? I meant to ask. James looked more serious now. I apologize if it's too personal, but was your voice always like that? Harry had almost forgotten about that. When he first got it, he thought it was cool, however it raised too many questions. Back home he managed to avoid answering to his friends by just dodging the subject, but now, he had to think about what to say. Should I tell the truth? It's not like it's a secret or anything, and I could just say that in my world it's a common thing. Nobody would ever know. Harry. James's voice came again, a little concerned this time. Yes, sorry, I tend to daze out sometimes. Harry focused his eyes on him. It's not too personal, it comes from my mind protection. You know of occlumency. James looked amazed. But occlumency is supposed to do the opposite, hide your emotions, yet your tone is full of them, but at the same time devoid of any. It's really hard to explain. Oh, is that how it works here? Harry had no idea about the name James just said, but he guessed it was the name of a mind protection skill. Back home, it's pretty normal to do what I do. It confuses the assailant and takes him by surprise if he tries to invade your mind. What do you mean? James looked genuinely interested in the subject. The voice isn't really the principal acts of the mind protection, it's more like a side effect. When we protect our mind, we ensure that the assailant loses himself into waves of feelings that we store in our mind. Only feelings, no memory nor anything else. It makes him lost and gives you lots of time to prepare a countermeasure. Interesting, James whispered to himself. It's a lot more complicated, but I tried to make it simpler to explain. Actually, we absolutely need a teacher to follow us for every step, because if we make a single misstep, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Lies keep flowing out of my mouth, I don't even know how I'm doing that. Understandable. The mind is a very fragile thing, one should always be cautious when dealing with it. The same rule applies here, occlumency is highly regulated, and one of those rules is that it can't be self-taught. James looked actually apologetic. Sorry about that, I couldn't hold back the questions, you must be knackered. Have a nice dream, he said as he left the room. Thanks. Harry closed the door and took the direction of his bed. He almost dropped on it just ready to sleep, but he had something to do, meditation. He had to get what exactly happened when he used silent wandless magic. He got into position, and started meditating, rewinding the events of the infamous events. However, he could not find anything noteworthy after an hour and he decided to give up for tonight. He was too tired to think clearly. He would continue tomorrow. It feels unreal, everything is just so perfect to be true. He thought to himself before giving up his fight against sleep, and diving into the darkness. Oh, Lord Voldemort was sitting on his chair, waiting for the rat. He had sent him to collect intelligence about his servants, but he was late. He knew the disgusting Tor had been injured by the boy's accidental magic feat, and that he had not recovered yet, but Lord Voldemort did not care for such triviality. When Lord Voldemort asked for something, Worm simply obeyed. He was starting to get impatient. Not a rare occurrence since Potter's disappearance, his mind was always bothered by the fact that he had no idea where the boy was, and the prophecy was hanging above his head like a sword of Damocles. The time that the boy was away was a time where the latter could obtain the power from the prophecy. Wormtail, he screamed at the top of his lungs, making the servants in front of him tremble in fear. No answers. Lucius, why isn't the rat there, yet? Malfoy bowed respectfully to him. I can send someone to check, Master. Voldemort merely nodded. Flinky. An elf appeared, Lucius Elf. Go fetch Peter Pettigrew right now, take him even if he resists. Without a word the creature apparated away. A few minutes passed, and still nothing. Lucius now looked nervous, not daring to look in his master direction. Flinky. Once again the horrible creature appeared out of thin air. Why were you still not back with the rat? I is sorry Master, Flicky is trying but Flinky can't find Petty Pettigrew. I is not want to come back with not Petty so I is was search again. Flinky going to punish myself. Before Lucius could say anything, Lord Voldemort raised his hand. Send that thing out. His voice was colder than ice, and power was radiating from him. So much power that his servants were suffocating. Go, and don't forget to punish yourself. Lucius managed to utter. As soon as the elf apparated away, Lucius dropped on the ground, wriggling in pain. Lord Voldemort had just cast a Crucio on him. I will find him myself. Oh. Amelia Bones Conside read herself to be a very professional and impassable head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She had understood that for her position, those two qualities were necessary. It would not be good for her to be seen as a joke when she was supposed to enforce law. Even more since she was a woman and people tended to underestimate her only for that reason. However, with time, people learned that she was not someone they could disregard, and she was quite proud of that. The impassible mask she often wore was also something she was proud of. It was very useful to make the person in front of her flinch. Since she was the head of her department, there had not been once that her mask fell when in presence of someone she had to work with. However, when she received a letter earlier today from Albus Dumbledore, she did not expect for her mask to not only drop, but also for most of her beliefs to suddenly crumble at the same time. The letter was rather short and asked for a meeting in her mansion, in private. For a highly sensitive matter. She was not surprised by the content of the letter. She guessed it was about the claims he had made not too long ago about the Dark Lord's return, Wh. It surprised her though was the fact that he had sent her a letter. They were not exactly friends, and while she respected him very much, she could not believe his claims. No magic was supposed to be able to bring back the dead. And the Dark Lord died 15 years ago. She expected him to arrive and talk to her, trying to convince her that what he was saying was the truth, and she was fully ready to listen to him for a while and ask him to leave. What she was not prepared for though, was for Albus Dumbledore to arrive at her doorstep, looking older than she ever saw him, his eyes devoid of any twinkle, his hair disheveled. An iron box in front of him. What she expected even less, were his following words. "War is coming." His voice exuded so much power that she could not resist shivering a little. "And this is our first move." He pointed his wand towards the iron box and opened it. Inside the box, laid a rat missing a finger. "Albus, you better have a good explanation for bringing a rat inside my house. Or I might as well kick you out despite your theatrics. I apologize, Amelia, I just came back from an expedition." His tired voice and his hesitation told her that it was more than just an expedition. "I am currently in a state where it is hard for me to explain everything, so I will just show you." A blue light came from his wand and hit the rat. What followed after was very disturbing. The rat started growing, and as he was, its head started to shape like a human's. His limbs too were growing, and also looked very human. It happened very fast, and soon a thin-looking, and naked man appeared on her ground. Instinctively, she conjured a sheet to cover him. This spell, she had already seen this before, in a hearing. However, she was not 100% sure since Albus had casted it silently. It was the Animagus reversal spell, yes. It still doesn't explain why you came here, talking about a war, to show me a naked man, who's probably an unregistered Animagus. Look at his face closely. You were not in his year, but you still went to school together. She examined him for a moment, and he looked familiar, but she could not really place it. Her school days were long gone after all. And a lot of her schoolmates were either criminals or dead. Now look at his right hand. Amelia was getting impatient. She hated the position she was in right now. The position of ignorance. She almost lost it and demanded to the Hogwarts headmaster to explain exactly what was happening, but managed to hold it in, mostly due to the respect she had for him. When she looked at his right hand, she noticed how one finger was missing, the index. Her mind, when taking this information, started tingling, as if it knew something. But she could not put her hand on it, and it frustrated her a lot. She looked at the man's face again, examining every detail of it, and suddenly she remembered. As that, her voice was trembling, and her mask was gone. There is no way. She looked at Albus, who merely nodded. How is Peter Pettigrew, who was supposed to be dead 15 years ago, his corpse destroyed in an explosion, in my house right now, with only clothes and a finger missing? I suppose you do not have Veritaserum? Albus asked, drawing a flask from his robes. What is happening? Albus cast a renervate on the supposed dead man, and his eyes instantly opened. She immediately recognized his blue eyes. They looked frightened beyond reason. His movements were most likely restrained by Albus since only his eyes moved. When Pettigrew saw both of them, his eyes went beyond fear. She had seen these eyes before, on future prisoners of Azkaban. Albus made him drink the Veritaserum. Ask him yourself. This was not something she would have done in the past. She was supposed to be very professional, but seeing him alive seemed to have thrown her professionalism out. Who are you? Peter Pettigrew. The man stuttered in a high-pitched voice. Oh, Merthin. Chaos wondered out loud, reminiscing of the past. The men were a mystery until the end. Their magical prowess was highly unusual, so much that they managed to feel a glimpse of Chaos' presence. Something that was not supposed to be possible, as the people who imprisoned him had made sure of it. However, a mere wizard had managed to do it. They had spent a few years trying to understand what they had felt. And Chaos loved watching the men do their best in all 7 different universes. The only 7 versions of himself that had been able to achieve that feat. The other ones were not worthy of his attention. However, one day, when Chaos didn't have focus on them, they all disappeared simultaneously, leaving no trace of themselves behind. Chaos spent years trying to understand how it happened. He searched for them everywhere, but in the end, he did not manage to find a single clue about them. And after 100 years, he managed to just forget about them, thinking of them as dead. That was until Harry Potter. Until he first showed him his memories about Merthin. Since then, it seemed that they would not leave his mind, as if he was missing something. However, the boy had made it hard to focus on anything else than him. From being mistaken as a Dark Lord to being attacked by another universe creature, his life sure was hectic. Now that he had some time to think about Merthin, he could not stop thinking about the fact that they could still be alive. He had seen the other versions of Merthin die for various reasons. He even knew where they were buried, unlike the 7. Should I investigate again? Maybe there's something I missed. Oh, Michael Granger was utterly lost. He did not know what to do. His only baby daughter had not spoken a single word to them since she came back from Hogwarts. She always had puffy and bloodshot eyes, with huge dark circles. She had lost weight, and she looked lifeless. Of course, he knew the reason for that. They were RMED by the deputy headmistress Minerva McGonagall that one of their classmates had died, and the other had been kidnapped. The worst thing about it was that the 2 children were Hermione's best friends, and Michael knew them as well. The poor kid who died was Ronald Weasley and the other was Harry Potter. The teacher had advised them of extreme discretion about this information since the kids' disappearance had not yet been made public. Hermione was Michael's first and only child. He was very protective of her, and he was proud of it. When she was getting bullied in elementary school, he had shown up at school to threaten the kids to stop. Parents were furious, but he did not care. There was no way he would have let them make his baby girl cry. And now it was different. She had finally made good friends. And even if he hated the fact that they were only boys, he was still happy that she seemed happier than ever. Now was different from before though. Back then he could just go to the school to have a talk with annoying kids, but now what could he do about the death from a student and the kidnapping of another? Who was to blame? Who could he threaten? He could not even think about looking for the kidnapped boy since he was taken by other wizards. It was not by cowardice. Michael was realistic. What could he do about someone who could disappear out of thin air, kill with a few words, and make you forget things about yourself? Going to the police too was useless. They would not believe him, and for those who will, they will be stuck in the same situation as him. He was not even sure that guns worked against wizards. Going to the wizarding authorities too was not a possibility. Professor McGonagall had told them that their government was corrupted to the core, and that by telling them about it would just make them a target. And Mr. Granger, a sad Hermione, was 1,000 times better than a dead Hermione. He had taken a leave from work trying to get Hermione in a better mood. He knew how hard mourning was. He had lost people too, never this young though. He had no idea about what to say, so he merely tried to be with her, supporting her and not ask anything. Just being there made him feel useless. And when he saw tears in her eyes, he had only one wish: kill the person who had made her cry with his own hands. Susan, his wife, had cried too. She had grown fond of their daughter's friends. And hearing the news was hard on her. Seeing the 2 women of his life so sad, made him feel powerless, and lost. It was a feeling he hated but could not get rid of it sink. There was nothing he could do about it. That almost made him cry on a few occasions, but he knew he could not. He was acting like a pillar in their household. If he broke there would not be anyone for them to lean on. He had to stay strong, for them, so they recover, and maybe after they do, maybe he could cry too. But for now, he had to be there for his daughter and wife. Darkness. His senses were all over the place. His closed eyes made it even worse, but for some reason, he could not open them. He wanted to scream, but his lips seemed to be sewed together. After a few seconds of quiet panic, his vision started to shift. And darkness was slowly replaced by something else. A scene started to unfold before his somehow closed eye. He knew he had to be in a dream. This would not make any sense otherwise. He started to discern forms. From what he was about to get, he thought it would have been better to stay in darkness. A mutilated body was in front of him. It was a really disgusting sight. Blood was everywhere around it. A hole in its chest where the heart should have been. The hole was empty, no trace of any heart. He wanted to close his eyes, he could not. He tried to turn his head away from the scene that made him want to puke, he could not. He was forced to look at it, and despite being a dream, it was very clear, and he could make out lots of details. Excellent. His voice came out without him knowing. It was weird, he knew the voice came from him, but he did not recognize it. However, before he could think about it more, his hands started moving on their own. He noticed a wand, and just like his voice, he knew it was his, but at the same time he was unfamiliar with it. All of a sudden an indescribable pain rose inside himself. It was as if he remembered how it felt. And his mind put him through it again. It was worse than the Cruciatus curse, he could not think about anything else. It did not stop for what seemed to be an eternity. And when it finally did, there was no residual pain like with the Cruciatus curse. Instead, he felt haggard and lost. It was not something he had ever felt, and at the same time it was a feeling of something missing, as if he was just robbed of something vital. The sensation did not go away and felt awful. Once again, his body moved on his own accord. He could finally put his eyes away from the dead body and started examining around him. He walked towards a closed door. With a wave of his hand, it opened to a bedroom. The latter was extravagant, its proportions were huge, and everything was shining. He started walking unwillingly towards the only mirror in the room, a sense of dread rising in his stomach. He did not know why, but he felt that it was a bad idea. He tried his best to make the body move like he wanted, but nothing worked. When he arrived in front of the mirror, he would have preferred to stay with the mutilated body for a whole week instead. "I'm perfect." Once again, Lord Voldemort's voice came out from Harry's mouth. Harry woke up screaming, cold sweat covering his still shivering body. The last image of his nightmare still in his mind, refusing to leave him. The red eyes, the snake-like face, and the razor voice of Voldemort. It all felt so real. He could still remember the hair color of the mutilated body, and the sensation of lacking was still somehow present, even though it was less than during the nightmare. Still breathing hard, he heard hurried steps coming for him. He still was disoriented from the nightmare and could not remember where he was. He took a look around him, and everything felt unfamiliar to him. He tried to stand up, but his trembling legs gave up from his weight and he fell on the floor. Before he could try to stand up once again, the sound of a door slamming open attracted his attention. What he saw made no sense. He was in front of himself, accompanied by a Weasley he could not place. "Harry." The other him called quietly, a worried expression adorning his face. We heard a scream. "Are you okay?" At first they did not approach him, maybe because they saw how disoriented he was, not willing to scare him anymore. However, his lack of answer made them even more worried. And they started to slowly walk in his direction. Still not sure of what was happening, Harry tried to crawl back but was quickly stopped by the bed. "Harry, it's us. James and Lily," the apparently not Weasley said. And that made Harry's mind slowly get the whole situation. It was not him and an unknown Weasley girl. They were Lily and James Potter, and he was in another universe. And he was in their house. He managed to catch a breath, his brain slowly getting in motion. "Sorry, nightmare," he managed to utter quietly. They approached him, worry still plastered on their face. Lily's hand went up to his forehead. It was cold, but not in a bad way, it was more refreshing. "That's not just a mere nightmare, you're burning." He managed to get up this time. The parents made him sit on the bed and he ended up tightly sitting between them. "Bad nightmare, I'm better now, sorry for bothering you." "Nonsense. You're not bothering us, we're just worried about you." "Sorry." He could not look at anything else than his feet. "I feel better now." And he did, his sweating had stopped, and he could think more clearly than before. I was just disoriented. They did not say anything. A hand was rubbing his back and they were still both looking at him worriedly. He felt very awkward about his situation. He was not used to that sort of attention that he was getting. You want to talk about it? James asked him after a moment. Harry shook his head. He did not know what to think about the nightmare he just had. Telling them that he just dreamed of being Voldemort in front of a highly mutilated body was not a good way to leave a good impression. Let's get you a cup of warm cocoa, Lily said while looking at her husband. Nothing happened for a few seconds, until Lily coughed loudly. Oh yeah, sure. James stood up quickly and almost ran towards the door. They stayed like that for a few minutes, her hand still gently rubbing his back. Now that he had space on his other side, he almost escaped from the touch. However, he knew she was just doing it to reassure him, and while it somehow worked, he did not feel at ease. Daphne and Ivy are arriving in a few hours. Harry's head made a swift turn. It will be a little crowded. Sirius and Ines will be there since Ivy was with them. Illness. Harry ticked at the name. He did not know people had such tendencies. Lily laughed good-heartedly. Don't say that to her, she hates when people confuse the two. It's Ines, not illness. It's a foreign name, she's Sirius's wife. Oh. Harry did not really know what to think, first Professor Lupin. And now Sirius. It was really weird. So, where was I? Lily kept going. Ah yeah, Remus and Sissy should come too. He guessed that Sissy was Mrs. Malfoy. Mrs. Lupin. He admonished himself. Who knows what will happen if I make this mistake when they arrive. Neville and Augusta too, and maybe the Greengrass. They have not confirmed it yet. Actually, they just did. Interrupted James before he could answer. He was coming back, with 3 cups floating in front of him. One of them flew directly into his hands and smelled exquisite. Just had them on the flow, they'll arrive with the girls. Harry sipped his cup slowly, not really understanding what they wanted from him. The last time something similar happened, it was at the Dursley just before his second year when he was told to stay in his room quietly and pretend he did not exist. He wanted to believe that the Potters were not going to act like them, but since he was in another universe, everything could happen. If it's too much for you, Lily continued as if she never stopped. We can always cancel. It won't be the first time, and it certainly won't be the last. No, I'm okay. He repeated, still appreciating his hot cocoa. They watched him silently for a few seconds before getting up in unison. Come on, you must be famished, breakfast is ready. James told him merrily before leaving him alone with Lily once again. Suddenly, Harry remembered he did not eat last night, he had fallen asleep before. He was indeed starving, and the thought of a full breakfast was so enthralling that he got up and without realizing it. He was following Lily, who was laughing softly, to the kitchen. It was attached to the living room and was very cozy. A small table was in the middle of it, where sat 3 chairs and 1 baby chair. A window overlooked what seemed to be a huge garden, and next to it were attached some moving pictures from the Potters family. The table was full, pancakes, syrup, toast, peanut butter, and scrambled eggs. It almost felt too much for only 3 people. Almost, because Harry was famished. He went to wash his hands, and next to James. Usually, he would not participate in anything in the morning. After all, silence was sacred this early. However, it seemed that the Potter had other rules. They kept discussing everything, trying to include him in their discussion. He could not do anything else than oblige them, and frankly he was happy he did. It helped him forget the nightmare he had, and shifted his mood for the better. When he was full, he quickly started to clean up the table as a habit. At Hogwarts he never did because the atmosphere was different, but now that he was in a house, in a smaller committee, he felt the urge to do it, like he did when he was at the Dursleys. He knew he messed up somewhere when the 2 adults looked at him questioningly. I feel guilty for not doing anything. Both of them did not look convinced at all, but they did not voice it out. So he kept going. He could see that they were still thinking about it, so he tried to change the subject, not really willing to disclose his family issues. He felt ashamed of it. So, I guess we aren't telling the Greengrass and the Longbottom the truth about me? Harry asked. That made the 2 adults come out of their thinking, and it was exactly what he was aiming for. I mean, Daphne already told. Daphne, that I'm his cousin. Talking about people who have the same name is really disturbing. It's up to you. Dumbledore said that it was best to not tell, but at this point 5 more people won't change anything. James answered. 5. Does it mean that one of their parents is gone? I don't remember Daphne telling me something like that back in my world. That's one of many other differences between our universes. I shouldn't dwell too much on it. For now, I think it's better to trust Professor Dumbledore on that matter. Harry knew this intelligence was sensitive. He did not know in which hand it could fall, and what they would do with it or with him. Your call, James said while finishing his toast. I suppose you're living with Remus in your world, aren't you? Harry abruptly stopped in his tracks. I mean, if your Padfoot is the same as ours, he wouldn't let you come close to any chores. Not exactly. Professor Lupin has a situation that prevented him from doing so. Harry was adventuring on a slippery slope, the conversation nearing dangerously the thing he did not want to talk about. Oh, so he's a werewolf too. Harry merely nodded. I can't imagine any world where Sirius would raise anyone like that. James continued pensively. Harry dreaded the direction the discussion was taking. He hated talking about his upbringing. 2 years ago, when the Weasleys learned about the bars on his window, he wanted to dig a hole and hide inside. The shame that he got from knowing that he did not grow up, normally, that he did not have an actual bedroom until his 11th birthday, the fact that whatever he did, the one who he lived with, would never even appreciate him, brought in him a feeling of shame that he abhorred. Now that he had become proficient at lying without getting caught, he considered just doing that and being done with the questioning. The issue there was that it was hard lying about something he never really knew. He did not have a family. He had friends, teachers, acquaintances, but never a family. Maybe Sirius could fit in that category if he is ever released, but for now he had no real experience. So his lies would not be convincing at all. He didn't. Harry finally decided to say quietly. He also had a situation. Another situation. What? Don't tell me he's a vampire. James chuckled softly, but his eyes got a little bit more serious. No, nothing like that. How can I explain that? He was in Azkaban. He said in a quizzical way. Both Lily and James's jaws literally dropped. It wasn't his fault though. He got set up. He quickly added, not willing for them to think badly of his godfather. He was thrown unjustly in jail for a crime he did not commit without even a trial. Both of them looked too thrown out to even say a word, so they stayed in silence for a minute. What happened? James finally asked in a blank voice. It seemed that even if he was in another world, he was still concerned about Sirius. Harry thought about it for a moment. He did not really know where to begin, and he was not sure if he really wanted to talk about his parents' death to his parents' counterparts. Screw it. Voldemort was after my parents. He almost said me but caught himself at the last moment. Fortunately, it could be taken off as if he had a hard time talking about his parents. The prophecy was sensitive information, and having it meant one would not be safe. Harry's last wish was to endanger them. They decided to hide using the Fidelius charm. I'm not sure I understood all the specifics about it. But it consists of having a secret, kept by the secret keeper, and as long as he doesn't tell it to someone, this someone can't know about it. Harry struggled to explain the charm. He knew his explanations were off, but they surely did not need him to explain since they probably know about it. My parents first wanted to choose Sirius as the secret keeper since he was my dad's best friend. However, after reflection, Sirius thought it would be better to let people think it would be him and instead made Pettigrew the real secret keeper. He spat the name with so much anger that his voice actually sounded angry for a moment, making both of the adults startled. He betrayed them, and the night it happened, Sirius, who knew what really happened, chased down Pettigrew. The latter set him up, killing a dozen muggles and faked his own death. He got arrested the same night, and Pettigrew flew and was celebrated like a deceased hero. That sums it up. Harry's voice was back to normal. Oh, and Sirius was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. He only managed to escape last year. A lot happened after that, but it's not relevant, the important things being that I learned about him not being a killer and Pettigrew being alive the same night, and with actual proof. A long silence followed his little monologue. I should just keep my mouth shut next time. Why do I always keep bringing the mood down? You know, that's really a serious thing to be able to escape Azkaban. Lily said softly with a little smile adorning her face. James started chuckling too. You're right, it is. He sighed deeply. Your world is really hard to live in, isn't it? He put his hand on Harry's shoulder. We're proud of you. It surprised Harry. He expected a lot of things, but certainly not that. And involuntarily, tears began to well up in his eyes. He quickly turned towards the sink, starting the dishes so they would not notice his tears. So, in the end, where did you end up living? Lily asked. Harry was almost happy that she changed the subject, only if it had not come back to square one. With your sister Petunia. He quickly fumbled. Lily sharply redressed herself in her chair. I'm not sure I heard it right, could you say that again please? She looked scary for some reason, her green eyes were burning, not inspiring him to repeat anything, but he did. Your sister Petunia. He muttered as quietly as possible. And from your reaction, I guess that your mother's relationship with her was as bad as mine is with my sister. Lily said, sounding more defeated than angry. Did she at least treat you well? Harry could hear hope in her voice and felt horrible to be the one to break it, but he had gone this far with the truth, lying now would be useless. They gave me food I guess. Once again, a silence dropped in the kitchen. Me and my power to screw the mood up. So, when are they supposed to arrive? James jumped at the opportunity to answer him. Sirius. Remus and their wives should be there any moment now, as for the rest, it should be around 8. Now. Lily almost screamed, seemingly recovered from their last talk. They said they would come by 6, the house is a mess. She hit her husband's arm. Why didn't you tell me they changed their plans? Ouch. I forgot. I'm sorry. Harry smiled at the scene, and at the same time he wondered. Read if his parents would act the same as them. Don't make it harder, you idiot. If wishes were horses, then beggars might ride. The couple continued their bickering, waving their wands from time to time. Me to clean a surface or move something to another place. Harry was just happy by watching this somehow peaceful scene. He was done cleaning up the table and sat leisurely on one of the kitchen chairs. Suddenly a crashing noise came from the living room. His eyes immediately turned to the source of the sound, the fireplace. A woman stood in front of it, arms crossed, apparently waiting for someone to come out of the fireplace. Since none of the two adults seemed to do anything else than watch her with a smile, he guessed she was Sirius' wife. Since she still did not bother looking in their directions, he started examining her. She was around 5.5 feet tall, her brown hair was styled in a sort of square cut where the ends were blonde. She was wearing a black leathered trench coat with matching black leathered boots. He was not sure why, but he somehow knew that she and Sirius were a perfect match. I'm going to rip his eyes out. She had a sweet voice, too sweet for such harsh words in Harry's opinion. She did not pay any attention to them, and no one seemed to mind, instead they were looking eagerly at what would happen once Sirius came out of the fireplace. However, the latter had other plans. The fireplace went out, and there was no sign of him. The woman also quickly understood that he was not coming anytime soon, sighed deeply and for the first time since she arrived, turned towards them and Harry could get a better look at her. She had big and alert eyes, a finely chiseled nose, and tanned skin that made her blue eyes stand out even more. She wore an elegant, tea-white top and a pair of oversized jeans. She was really stunning. Suddenly she took out her wand and made Harry's heart skip a beat. He was still on the edge, his body did not answer well when a stranger took his wand out. Thankfully she only waved it towards her coat, which surprisingly turned into a flashy tone of pink. I'm sorry about that. She turned to them and spoke with an exotic accent that he could not quite place. That mutt still thinks he's 15, when I catch him, I'll kill him. Hello to you too, Ines. Lily said, laughing softly. Yeah hello. I don't know what accent it is, but I really like the sound of it. She turned her head towards him as if she heard his thoughts. And you must be Harry. Her eyes were not exactly blue, it was a mix of brown, blue and green, just like Tracy. Harry nodded, not sure if she knew where he came from or not. So, how was I in your universe? Well, I guess that answers my question. I wouldn't be able to tell, he answered awkwardly. Since it's my first time seeing you, you know. Did that mud end up with a stuck-up bee? Lily sent her a warning glance that interrupted the curse she was about to utter. "I mean, why is that?" she asked again with a dangerously sweet voice. I'm almost sure he isn't married, but he had a sort of issue. He was not sure about telling her about it. She looked like she could find a way to cross universe and slap the hell out of his Sirius for ending up in Azkaban and not marrying her counterpart. HMPH. What could have been so important that he didn't marry me? She pouted, managing to sound haughty while doing so. 12 years in Azkaban. She looked at him angrily for a moment before raising her nose high. I guess it is somewhat important. She did not look convinced though. Ahem. James intervened. So where is Ivy? Ines took her boots off, before answering. They were huge and she did not use her wand, so it took some time. With Siri. He's probably gone to get her some ice cream. He promised her one yesterday. How was she? A real angel as always, don't worry about it Lils. She answered with a bright smile. She loves me, but honestly, who doesn't? She has quite the personality. Doesn't she? Suddenly someone knocked at the door. The first knock was followed by a lot of others, weaker this time. This must be them, Ines said, a dangerous glint in her eyes. He'll try and use Ivy as a shield. Lils, take her quickly so I can do my job. Of course, anything for you. A large smile spread on Lily's face. The redhead walked happily towards the door. Hey, baby, how was it? She instantly took Ivy in her hands. The baby had an ice cream cone in her little hands, and a lot of chocolate on her face. When she noticed her mom, she threw her hands in the air, almost dropping her cone. But fortunately James was ready and caught it with a wave of his wand. Sirius for his part looked resigned to his fate. His head was facing the ground, and he slowly walked towards them. Whispering hello to everyone, he stopped in front of Ines, and did something Harry would have never thought of. He turned into his dog form. Pafu. The little redhead Skria med happily at the sight of the black dog, clapping her hand. Padfoot started rubbing his head against Ines's legs. He did not know if it was normal behavior for a dog, but for him it was more like the cats he had seen at Mrs. Fig Place. The only experience he had with dogs was with Aunt Marge and Hagrid, and neither seemed like normal dogs. What a cute dog, I wonder if he's been neutered. Ines said with an overly sweet voice. Her index on her full lips, while her other hand was playing with her wand. If not, I'm sure I can do it myself. I have a friend who's done it dozens of times, it shouldn't be that hard. Before she could finish her sentence, Sirius was already standing next to her, his wand in his hands that were extended towards his wife. I don't need your stick, she said disdainfully. What I need is, she looked at him for a second, and waved her own wand so swiftly that he almost did not notice, if not for Sirius's clothes turning all pink and his boot turning into high heels. Perfect, darling. How long? Sirius let out a weak whimper. Until it wears off. Her sweet smile was really terrifying, and hearing Sirius's desperate moan, he was not the only one who thought so. Harry did not know what to think about what just happened before his eyes, and quite honestly he did not want to. For some reason, this situation was familiar, so much that it made his hair stand. So, Harry Potter, how amazing am I in your world? Sirius asked as if nothing happened. Harry was tired of telling the story for a third time in a span of an hour. Before he could say anything though, he got beaten by Ines. You're a prisoner, and a single one at that. She gave him a pointed look. Neat. The smile that had flowered on his face faded quickly as he looked at his wife's expression. I mean, that's awful. How did that happen? James, who was watching the exchange in silence for a while now, decided to save Harry and answer in his place. Sirius listened as if he was a little kid in front of a dragon story. That Fidelius charm looks pretty useful. His face looked more serious now, and a little pensive too. He turned to his wife inquisitively. Ever heard about it? She also looked deep into her thoughts. And Harry found it really weird to see her like that. Her expression seemed so out of place on her face. She looked at Harry intensely. Would you mind giving more details about it? Isn't this charm supposed to be well known? I mean, from where I come from, everyone knows it because of my parents, Neville's. He knew he said something he LD not have when he noticed everyone's face darkening. They did not say anything, but he knew it was still a sensible subject. Anyways, I don't know too much about it too, I'm still only a fourth-year Hogwarts student. It's way out of my league. Every detail matters, as long as you can remember it, tell me. She was back at her, hungry for information, expression. It's like having another Hermione or Daphne. He sighed deeply and resigned to his fate. He was not going to escape it, so he started recounting everything he knew about the Fidelius charm, and it was meager. However, Ines was not bothered by it. She showered him with questions until her curiosity was satisfied, even when most of the time his answer was, I don't know. After that the conversation kept going, about everything. And Harry had finally succeeded at erasing his presence so no one would ask him anything. His mouth was dry after talking that much, plus he felt a little awkward with so many strangers around him. They knew each other for so long and he felt like an intruder among them. Without him noticing it, someone grabbed his knees. Dropping his eyes to the culprit, he found little Ivy staring at him with her adorable and wide-open emerald eyes. She raised her arms and looked at him expectantly. Up, was all she said. Harry chuckled softly and obeyed because who was he to deny her? He wanted to make her sit on his lap. However, the little redhead had other plans in mind. She simply refused to not stay standing. He tried a few times, but nothing did the trick. She merely took it as a game and started giggling. After a few more tries, he resigned himself. She would stay standing, facing him. Maybe she enjoys the fact that she's taller than me in this position. He began playing absent-mindedly with her hands while examining her face more closely. She was really the spitting image of her mother. Her chubby cheeks were so cute that he had to make an effort to not pinch them. He was so focused on her that he did not notice that everyone had gone silent and was watching them with a smile. That was until he heard a sharp clicking sound. He turned his head sharply towards the source, bad memories passing through his mind. Lily had a camera in her hand and a guilty expression on her face. Sorry, she said. I couldn't help myself, you two looked too cute. Harry was actually relieved that it was Lily. For a moment he had a crazy idea and thought someone like Rita Skeeter or Colin Creevey had managed to follow him into another universe. He sighed, and kept entertaining the little princess. Because she started to pout when he looked away. That was how Harry's afternoon quietly passed, chatting, eating snacks, and playing with Ivy. Mostly the latter though. After a few hours, the batch of guests started arriving by flow one after the other. It started with Augusta Longbottom, a tall and thin-looking witch. She wore extravagant clothes, but in a different way than Ines. She wore a hat with a vulture stuffed on it. And a bright red handbag. When she noticed him, she did not look at his eyes first, instead her eyes landed on his hair. That was when he remembered what James told yesterday about her nagging about his hair. Fortunately, she stopped at the staring, not saying anything. Even if Harry could see the dissatisfaction in her expression, she merely introduced herself shortly, and he reciprocated. Neville will be there soon. I left earlier since he took ages to get dressed. She told everyone. And he did. He appeared a minute later and started greeting everyone. Ivy even jumped out of his grasp to run towards him. When it was his turn to greet him, Harry noticed a few things. First, he was not as chubby as his Neville. His face looked more defined, and he looked fitter. The other thing was how he held himself, his head held high. His confident approach clashed with the memory he had of the Neville in his universe who was shy and lacked self-confidence. His smile too was more assured. And when they shook hands, he could feel the strength in his grip. This Neville was everything he and his Neville lacked, while being in both of their situations. He felt a pang of jealousy surge from within his heart for a moment but quickly repressed it. If I start being jealous of someone in this universe, I won't ever stop. It's basically the shiny version of mine. Neville Longbottom. His voice too was steady, it really went well with him. I heard about you from Daphne. You're her cousin Harry Potter, right? I am. He smiled too. It was a weird experience, but fun altogether. You look exactly like Uncle James. His smile was blinding Harry. It somehow reminded him of Lockhart. And your eyes. He looked thoughtful for a moment, and then shrugged. You could pass for Daphne's twin to be honest. Quote, yeah, well the Potters like their emerald-eyed girls. The two looked at each other in all seriousness as if they were talking about some serious business before nodding at the same time. From this moment on, Harry knew wherever Neville Longbottom came from, he would always be a good friend. He might be different from his Neville, but deep down it was the same person. Harry knew he would get along with him. I heard you might come to Hogwarts next year. Depends honestly, I might just go back. That was true, maybe during the holiday, he will miraculously find a way to break into Hogwarts. Find the stupid rock and come back to his world. That would be the ideal scenario for him, no time for him to feel too attached to the people from here, it meant less trouble when going back. Professor Dumbledore was kind enough to let me enroll for my 5th year. That means you'll be in our year, that's great. Neville did not ask any questions about his situation and Harry was glad. Before Harry could say anything, they were interrupted by another person coming out of the fireplace. It was a blond man. Harry had never seen him, but he seemed familiar. He was quickly followed by a raven-haired woman who also seemed familiar. He guessed that they must be Daphne's parents. Soon enough he was proven right when they introduced themselves as Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass. They greeted him cheerfully, and immediately started a conversation with the other adults excitedly. Not exactly how I pictured them, but then again they're surely different from my world. Another sound came from the fireplace and the two Daphnes came out of it. The Daphnes. The Daphs. Double Daffy. D.D. Ew, forget it, that's what Dudley started calling himself. He was so deep in his thoughts that he almost missed the moment they came to greet him. The Potter one looked way more cheerful than the first time she met him. Unlike Greengrass, Daphne looked like an annoyed cat. Harry knew what he was talking about. He had seen a ton of cats, be it willingly or not. And while the two Daphne went to say hello to the adults, the last guests appeared from the flow, Remus Lupin and Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa Lupin, damn it. Just like everyone else they greeted everyone, but this time not lingering on him, and honestly Harry was quite happy with it. The evening kept going in a cheerful mood. Everyone chatting and enjoying themselves. Even Harry, who was not at ease first, was included, even if he might have been forced by Neville. He found it fun. They talked about a lot of things, including Quidditch, school. Quidditch and even more Quidditch. Harry, who was not the most knowledgeable about Quidditch competition outside Hogwarts, did not even try to say something, fearing had even his thin knowledge would be different from this world. He still enjoyed Daphne, Potter and Neville excitedly talking about it. They had also attended the World Cup, and listening to them, old say that it was not less than the one he had seen. Harry noticed that the other Daphne looked bored and even a little bit angry. Now that I think about it, the only moments I heard her talk today was when we talked about school. And it was only to correct something Daphne said. I guess Quidditch isn't her cup of tea. Could you tell me which professor I have to be careful with? I mean, if I attend Hogwarts next year. I've always been curious about this school. He lied through his teeth, but that was only because he did feel bad for her not being included in the Quidditch talk. She looked at him for a moment, as if she could not believe he dared to interrupt her thoughts. She stayed in silence for a few seconds. Fortunately no one seemed to have noticed their situation. Neville and the Potter Daphne were still too engrossed with their Quidditch talk to pay them any mind. Professor McGonagall is the one you shouldn't be cross with, she finally said in a sigh, as if she resigned herself. Harry smiled lightly, happy that she did not just flat out ignore him. From this point on, he started asking questions about Hogwarts in general and she answered them all without fault, but not expanding. She was curt. But her answers were always complete, so he just kept asking. And that was how the evening went. Oh. Amelia Bones prided herself on her calmness under any situation. However, seeing this man alive in front of her after all those years made her want to just drop on her knees and sob like a little kid. If she was alone, she most likely would have done it, but now she could not allow herself to be feeble. She knew Dumbledore had not brought him back just for the sake of it. How? You should be dead, how can you be here? That was the only question she could ask in her state of mind. I faked it. Peter looked as if he was struggling. I hid as a rat for years, and this man, he looked at Albus fearfully, kidnapped me. Being who she was, Amelia knew how Veritaserum worked. His answer was not complete because her question too was not. May I suggest a question? She nodded at the old headmaster. He seemed to have something he wanted her to know. What exactly happened on the 31st of October 1981? Peter had now tears flowing freely out of his eyes and seeing him like that made her heart shatter even more. She almost averted her gaze, but the question Albus had raised piqued her curiosity. At first I was hiding in my hideout, waiting for the signal. When I finally got it, I went out to meet the Dark Lord and tell him where the Potters were living, then I fled. Amelia gasped, her hand clasped on her mouth. The heart that he had shattered a few seconds before was now turning ice cold and turning into dust. She could not believe what she was listening to, it felt like a nightmare. I went to a place where I knew Sirius was going to look for me, and I set him up. I screamed that he betrayed the Potter, I blew up the street, cut my finger and transformed into a rat. He was apparently done, but Amelia was still in a daze. She had heard everything but could not make a sense out of it. Then a question left her mouth without her noticing. What do you mean by rat? My animagus form. He answered curtly. I trusted you, I loved. She interrupted herself and took a deep breath. What was I for you? She asked, her voice devoid of any emotion. A cover with a link to the ministry. The answer came instantly. She sighed deeply. She had expected this answer and it somehow allowed her to finally regain her composure. I see. She turned to Albus. I believe that there is something else. You talked about a war. He looked at her sadly. It must have been the first time he learned about their relationship. It was not a secret, but they never screamed it everywhere. Indeed. He looked at Pettigrew. What happened to Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley this year? Chronologically. This took Amelia by surprise. She never expected that question. She had heard about the Weasley son, but nothing about Harry Potter. This made her shiver. If Dumbledore asked, maybe their fates were the same. We made Harry Potter take part in the Triwizard Tea ornament so he would be taken to us in the last task. The plan was disturbed by the kid. He managed to discover who the spy was, so Barty kidnapped him. He stayed in a vegetative state for almost 2 weeks. And no matter how much Crucio we threw at him, he never woke up. Until one day, he woke up by himself, and it was the day of the ritual. Amelia's stomach flipped at what she was hearing. Her ex-boyfriend was talking about kidnapping and torturing a 14-year-old boy, for some sort of ritual. She wanted to throw up. But the ritual piqued her attention. It announced nothing good. We nagged to resurrect the Dark Lord with my sacrifice. Pettigrew looked at his hand. She had not noticed it before, but it was a silver hand, not a real one. And the kid's blood. Everything was perfect. Until the kid pushed me back without a wand. His voice dripped with hate. I didn't see what happened after, but the Dark Lord was enraged and said that the kid managed to escape. The breath she did not know she was holding was released at once. At least the boy was alive and safe. She looked at Dumbledore and only saw a grim expression. As for the redhead, he followed Severus Snape to our Lord. He screamed the name of the potion teacher. Master hates uninvited guests, so now he's dead. Before she could say anything, Dumbledore went ahead of her. Did you hear anything about Harry Potter's possible whereabouts? No. How come you were the Potter's secret keeper? Sirius thought it would be better if he served as a bait and I was the real one. Since no one would have thought it was me. A heavy silence dropped between them, and with a flick wand movement, Dumbledore made Peter sleep. She had a lot to think about, but something Dumbledore asked was bothering her. Why did he ask about Harry Potter's whereabouts? Where is Harry Potter? Missing, he answered grimly. Since the day he was captured. I think I need water. She went into her kitchen, and fell on a chair, her mind in a turmoil. War is coming, she whispered to herself, as if she was trying to convince herself. Sirius was nervous. He had not seen her for more than a decade, and he was now an escaped convict while she was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Even if Dumbledore told him she learned the truth and was on their side, he could not shake off his anxiety. They were never close, but she was still one of his best friend's girlfriend at the time. He was sitting in her living room, his leg furiously bouncing. The rat was there too, on the ground in front of Dumbledore. If not for the latter's plan, he would have gladly strangled this disgusting traitor's neck with his own hands. However, with how the situation looked right now in the British wizarding community, the plan was a necessity. He had waited for 12 years, he could wait for more. Amelia Bones walked in the living room in formal clothes. She threw a disgusted look at the rats, but Sirius could see the pain in her eyes. He knew the two of them had been together since they were in their 7th year. They were now in the same situation, except that for him, he discovered it years before while she discovered that her ex-boyfriend, who was supposed to be a war hero, was alive, and a traitor who sold off his friends to someone he calls his master. He could understand her pain, he was the same. He did not want to believe that one of his best friends would betray them. Even after being jailed, he still had a hard time believing it. He tried to come up with every excuse he could, but in the end, he could only accept the truth as it was. Now all that remained was pure hatred and desire for vengeance, and soon enough she would be the same. Black. Amelia nodded at him curtly. Her voice was ice cold. Bones. He nodded back at her. They knew each other, but they were never close enough to call each other by their names. Now that everyone is gathered, I will explain what I plan to do next, but first. He waved his wand towards the rat, who was still not awake. I merely made sure that he could not hear anything that we would say next. We never know. Amelia, who was now sitting on her sofa, had directed her attention solely on the headmaster. As you might have understood, the media is not my strongest supporter right now. Nor is the Minister of Magic. It is my belief that it is mostly Voldemort's doing. He has high-ranking pawns all over the ministry. From what I could gather, his objective is simple: he wants me to lose my credibility, so that he can prepare himself in the shadows without being bothered. And I have to say, it is very effective. Right now, he has the upper hand. He dictates how the game is played, when he wants to move, and thus when we have to react. It was the same 15 years ago. I don't think I need to explain to you how it went. After thinking it over and over, I came to the realization that reaction is not enough. Sirius looked at Bones, and like him the first time he heard this, she looked stunned. It was understandable. Albus Dumbledore just said something that was the absolute opposite of what he had always advocated. My hubris made me think that I was the personification of light. The perfect good guy, you could say. He sighed deeply, something that had become a common occurrence for him nowadays. Then I realized that I was, in fact, not. I was not good. I just avoided doing what is considered evil and occasionally did what was right. Now I see that I was blinded by my own ego, by the projection of myself that people threw at me. The leader of the light. This moniker that I used to humbly reject, now disgusts me to the point that I burned all of the newspapers where I was mentioned like that. After my anger subsided, I understood that it was my fault and that to correct it, I should at least try to act like they want me to. For that, I need not only to avoid doing bad deeds but also to do good deeds. And that is exactly what Wizarding Britain needs right now, a face to confront Lord Voldemort. Even if they do not realize it yet. Sirius did not realize he was gaping until his mouth felt dry. This was the first time he heard about this introspection. Hearing that coming from the most respected wizard in the wizarding world was enough to put anyone to shame. If he felt like that, how were they supposed to feel? Sirius felt his ego trying to find excuses, but deep down he knew that he was also like Albus. Being known as the only one in his family to not be a little dark mage in the making always felt great. His pride from being superior to his family also felt great. The only fact that he was not as evil as his family felt as if he did not need to be a good guy anymore. How could a prank compare to a Crucio? That was a sentence he always had in his head at Hogwarts. He remembered once in his 4th year Lily had thrown a tantrum because of a prank he played on her friend, and he casually answered she should be thankful that he was not his cousin who would have actually maimed her. The shock on her face is still imprinted in his memory to this day. Remembering those days, he felt shame, disgust, and anger at himself. He steeled his resolve to be a better human being, for himself and for Harry. My plan is as simple as Voldemort's. We use him, Albus resumed, his finger pointed towards the rat. To acquit Sirius. Amelia frowned, just like Sirius did when he was told the plan. Not to be rude to Black, but what would a free Sirius Black help us more than a wanted one? You may know at jail does not strip one of his titles as head of a family. And Sirius Black, by the lack of any other contestant, is the head of the Black family. As you may have heard, the Black family became what it is thanks to investments. Their bad reputation comes, among other things, from their investments in everything, be it light or extremely dark magic. These investments also include loans, and lots of prominent wizarding families in Britain are indebted to the Blacks. Magical debts are not forgiving. The moment Sirius is free, most of the families will want to be in his good graces whatever the cost. What about making him confess about you-know-who? Amelia's face was filled with disgust. You saw Cornelius, he might deny it even if Voldemort presents himself in front of him. He will want to dismiss it at all costs and by the same occasion, dismiss Sirius' acquittal. We need allies before revealing the truth about Voldemort. So, Cornelius has no other choice but to accept the truth. And after that, it will be war. Silence dawned upon them after Dumbledore's last sentence. Memories flashed inside Sirius' mind. Bodies, blood-demolished houses, and even more bodies. Of course, this is only the outline, Albus said, cutting through his flashbacks. For each step has to be thought through and through so nothing goes wrong, and that Voldemort has no time to react. Why tell us? This was a good question. Since Albus told him his plan, he always wondered why he did not tell anyone else and also why he did not keep it for himself like he always did. I made mistakes. Albus' voice seemed drained. And his eyes looked dim. Year after year, I thought I was becoming wiser, I thought I was the wisest wizard alive. However, reality is harsh, it keeps me in check. I made mistakes I should not have made. And I realized that I was merely arrogant. Arrogance often stems from isolation, and I have been alone for so long that I forgot how to not do things alone. That is W. Hi, I need you two to stand beside me and help me not repeat my past mistakes. Sirius averted his eyes from the tear dropping down on the old man's cheek. I honestly am not sure I will be able to manage alone again. I may have been Grindelwald Vanquisher once, but now I am old, and being old means giving up my past. I am not who I used to be. An old friend once told me that strong people do their best to not pick up responsibilities. And by refusing the minister post, I thought I was being strong. However, I was just deluding myself, refusing this post, and taking lots of others. That Frian D also said that strong people do not flee from their responsibility once they have it, whether they like it or not. Now I understand what my old friend meant. I do not want to be the head of this war. I do not want to be responsible for people's lives, but I know I must because I know what I represent for people, I know my influence over them. I will try my best to be a strong man, and I hope you both will stand with me. Once again, silence dawned upon them. For a few minutes, no one said anything. I'm in. Suddenly, Amelia Bones' determined voice rose firmly. Her eyes had a fire within them. Sirius knew this fire because he saw the same in his eyes. When do we start? He had already accepted Albus' plan days ago, but he felt he had to say something in this instance. Thank you, Albus, weak voice said. As soon as possible, Voldemort should have noticed his subordinate's disappearance by now. We should not give him too much time to think. Oh, I didn't expect that. Chaos pondered. He just exited his protégé's nightmare. That was not supposed to happen. Then again, it's a first in history. There had not been lots of Horcruxes makers throughout history, and even fewer universe travelers. So Chaos could only hypothesize what would happen. And even with all his knowledge, he did not foresee that the Horcrux inside Harry would claim his independence from the Voldy. Guy as soon as their link severed from the universe crossing. At first, Chaos planned to destroy it was to make Harry magically stronger than the zombie man and then overthrow the soul shard. However, now that they were not linked anymore, overpowering the snake face was useless, and destroying the Horcrux was not as simple as before. The soul piece was now an independent entity, and unlike what he thought at first, it did not go into deep slumber. Instead, he started rampaging inside Harry's nightmare. Chaos knew it would not stop here. Despite only being a soul shard, it contained the whole life of a dark wizard. It would be easy for it to take over the boy's body. The mind protection he taught Harry was only useful against external invasion, and now that the Horcrux was not linked to its owner, there was no external source. There were ways to prevent something too big from happening, however, Chaos still had not recovered enough power to manifest in Harry's mind again, so the boy would have to endure it alone for now. That's not good. Chaos was trying to calculate every outcome to find a solution, but nothing came to his mind. In the end, it's between his hands, there's realistically nothing I can do. That's fucking annoying. Surprisingly, his voice came out with a clear and angry tone. Nothing more than pure anger came out. He quickly recovered and sighed deeply. Let's just wait and see, like always. Oh, Harry was weary. He once again had a nightmare. Its content was similar but, at the same time, different. The feelings he got from it were the same, but the location changed. Fortunately, he managed to wake up before he started screaming this time. He did not know what time it was, but it was still dark outside, and he did not hear any sounds that would indicate that someone was awake. He was relieved that he woke up before screaming because it was not only the Potters in the house anymore. Daphne Greengrass and Neville had stayed overnight, fortunately. The latter already had a room for himself, or else they would have shared a room like the two Daphne did. Harry was utterly exhausted, but he could not go back to sleep. If he did, he would risk screaming once again. He already ridiculed himself in front of the Potters' parents the day before, and he did not want to live something similar again. Fortunately, he was not as disoriented after his nightmare as the first time. The lack of people around sure helped and gave him time to reorganize his mind. If only I could make it, so no one hears if I scream. He murmured to himself. I could at least be able to get some sleep. There were two things preventing it from happening. The first was the graveyard incident that left him wandless, and the second was his inability to perform any wandless magic. If I can't sleep, I should at least make sure that I will be able to next time since I'm sure those nightmares are going to keep happening. With that said, he took a meditative stance and started training. His mind was cloudy from the tiredness, so he decided to try something else today. Since closing his eyes could lead to him accidentally falling asleep, he kept them wide open. It was a little difficult to stay focused enough like that, but he kept going and finally managed to do it. It was a weird sensation. He knew his eyes were open, but it was as if they were not. It felt as if he was in a dream. He found it hard to move his body, so hard that he stopped trying for a moment, trying to understand what was going on. He could feel the magic flowing through him, he felt. As if he could do whatever he wanted at that moment. He felt invincible. The power he felt was something he had never felt in his life before. It was as if the world was within his palms. I can't see anything, some light wouldn't hurt. Harry's heart almost stopped. He could not believe what was happening. In front of him appeared a little source of light, as if he had just used Lumos with his wand. The light was floating in front of him, it was mesmerizing. Harry's eyes were fixed on it, not understanding how he just managed to do it. After a few minutes, he left his meditative state so he could move and inspect the light closer. However, the moment he did, the light was extinguished. He tried to make it come back, but nothing worked. He guessed that it had something to do with his meditative state, and indeed. When he did it again, he managed to light it up once again. He was still unable to move in this state, though. I finally have a lead. Now I just need to find a way to move while in this state. It shouldn't be too hard. It was. Harry spent his entire night trying to move in his meditative state, even with his eyes closed, but nothing worked. He also realized that with his eyes closed, he could also manifest magic. And it certainly felt easier than with his eyes opened. However, no matter what he tried, he was left unsuccessful with the move. Without him realizing it, he did not need light anymore. The sun had risen and illuminated his room through his window. What he realized, though, was that his stomach was crying out for food. He remembered that James had told him that he could go and help himself in the kitchen whenever he wanted, so he decided to go and satisfy his hunger. He took a few wrong turns here and there before finally getting to the kitchen. The use was honestly the biggest he had ever been in. If you add to that his unfamiliarity with it, it was easy for Harry to get lost. Or at least that was how he told himself. He found a few eggs in the fridge and some slices of bacon. He prepared his breakfast, and suddenly his surroundings felt quieter. His mind was not cloudy anymore, he felt comfortable. At the same time, he understood why he felt like that, and disgust rose in him. What had appeased him was the fact that he cooked breakfast just like with the Dursleys. It was as if his body told him that those were good times and that the Dursleys were his safe place. The thought was so disgusting that he did not notice the person who just came into the kitchen. He kept cooking, he did it almost mechanically, it was ingrained in his mind. He did not like it, though. The food he cooked did not suit his taste, and he never made any effort to make it better. He did not care about the taste since he just needed it to be edible. The Dursleys had never complained about it. Though, he always thought that it was because they could eat everything that was presented to them, especially Dudley and Mr. Dursley. They never refused food, except if it was healthy. Would you mind making me one too? James's voice echoed behind him. Harry's legs almost gave out from the surprise. His head turned towards James Potter, who was comfortably sitting in one of the kitchen's chairs. Sorry, he said with a smile. I thought you heard me coming in, it seems that you were too lost in your thoughts. It's okay, I was just thinking about. He did not really know how to say it. About back home. It felt as if something foul came out of his mouth. Scrambled or fried? Fried please. I'm warning you, but I'm a bad cook, it's barely edible. James laughed quietly. It can't be worse than Lily's food, though you might have inherited that from her. He suddenly fell silent, a grave expression on his face. Don't ever tell her I told you that, it's taboo to talk about it. She'll skin me alive if she knew I said that. Harry chuckled, he never imagined his father would be so scared of his mother. Not your parents, he reminded himself, his teeth clenched. So, what do you think about Neville? James wore a proud expression that made his heart ache. He's a good guy, isn't he? Yeah, he admonished himself for being jealous of him, the guy had also lost his parents. Different from Neville back home. How so? James's face was really an open book, his curiosity was plastered all over his face. He started explaining how his Neville was. He served the food as they continued talking, comparing the two boys. At some point, Lily joined them, and with what James told him about her cooking skills, he decided he would prepare her breakfast himself. She looked a little bit taken aback at first, but quickly accepted his offer. Since anyone could barge in the kitchen, they decided to change the subject as they did not want everyone to know about him being a universe crosser. You're a Potter, how dare you be humble? Harry did not understand why James was saying this. This egg is delicious, it gives me an idea. Lily gently hit her husband's back. He must get it from his mother, thankfully, he doesn't act like a peacock every time he manages to do something, be it cooking or even flying on a broom. You have to acknowledge that I'm a hell of a flyer, though. James slyly smiled at Lily. Honestly, I think I was born to be on a broom. He turned towards Harry. And from what I heard, you're not that bad yourself. I'm decent, I guess. He did not know why, but he felt like boasting to them. Decent enough to be chosen as the first player in a century to get on Gryffindor's Quidditch team in my first year. No way. James's shocked expression was a sight to behold. Every part of his face was surprised. How did you? Who's the head of of your house? Harry looked around him to be sure that no nay would inadvertently come in the moment he answered the question. Professor McGonagall. At first, I thought I was going to be expelled, her expression was terrifying. James's face looked even more curious now. So he recounted the events with a chuckle. This time he did not look around him, and maybe he should have, because he did not notice that someone was listening to them. When he arrived at the part where Oliver Wood was called by his head of house, people started coming into the kitchen. It was basically everyone, the two Daphne and Iris, who was snuggled in Neville's arms. Morning. They said it in unison. Morning sleepyheads. James cheerfully greeted them, and with a wave of his wand, all the dishes were done and put away. What do you say about making breakfast together today? They all looked at each other, not understanding where that idea was coming from. The only one who seemed delighted about the idea was Iris, who left Neville's arms and was now excitedly bouncing on the floor. Cakes, 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 she chanted. All right, we'll make pancakes too. When the parents were getting busy with their youngest, Harry took the opportunity to greet the rest. My bad about the breakfast thing. They looked at him curiously. I think I gave him the idea when I made some eggs earlier. Not your fault, Dad is always overly enthusiastic. If it wasn't cooking, he would have proposed a race to do the dishes. The two others nodded, seemingly used to James Potter's antics. The morning passed quietly, with flour and laughter filling the kitchen. Harry had no energy left anymore. He could barely lift his hands to keep the sunlight from blinding him. Shouts and laughter were coming from above him. Neville, James, and Daphne Potter were playing Quidditch in the garden. At first, It was supposed to be 2 versus 2, but Harry was so exhausted that his balance while standing was off, so flying was way too dangerous for him. Or at least that was what Lily had told him, and she was right. Now that he was laying on his back, he felt all the fatigue his body had been building up trying to tie him down to the ground. His scrawny body felt as heavy as his uncle's. Every movement was a hardship on its own. However, he could not give in to his fatigue. He was scared of falling asleep again. The terrifying nightmares were not something he wanted to helplessly watch again. But the worst would be his scream. He could have endured the nightmares alone, he was used to facing things alone. What he was not used to was people caring about him. He could not bring himself to make them worry even more because of some bloody nightmares. He knew this solution was not viable over the long term, but he had a plan: wandless magic. If he could endure it until he finally finds out how to cast wandless magic, he would finally be able to sleep a bit. It was more of a bandage than a real solution, but it was better than nothing. He would have to wait for chaos to talk about those nightmares. Harry's instincts told him that it was not some usual nightmare, it was more. It had its own consciousness, a past, and a soul. In reality, he already had a good grasp of what was happening. But he did not want to accept it. Moreover, chaos had assured him it would not be a problem for now, and he trusted chaos. It can't be the Horcrux. Right, I thought you'd just fly anyway. A voice he knew very well came from above him. He moved his hands to his forehead and was welcomed by a leaning Daphne. Her blonde curls were almost touching his face and hid most of her face. Potters don't give up that easily. Or at least that's what Daph and Mr. Potter always say. He was a little surprised. From what he had learned the past day, she was not someone who would approach him to initiate a conversation. She was always guarded around him, as if he was going to attack her at any moment. However, she had come and started a conversation with him on her own. A true Potter also knows not to cross Lily Potter. He said it with a chuckle. His laugh was a little fake, though. He did not really know Lily Potter enough to say something like that, and back home, no one ever told him anything about her except for their similar eyes. The answer left a sour taste in his mouth. Wise words. Another voice chimed in. Lily Potter had just arrived, with Ivy in one of her arms and her wand in the other. With a wave of it, she conjured a sheet to sit on. As they all did, she waved her wand once again, and 2 baskets came flying from what he guessed to be the kitchen. Potters know better than to go against me. She smiled sweetly, and Harry felt shivers down his spine. Her expression weirdly reminded him of his Daphne. Are you feeling better? Lily asked him, worried this time. I'm fine. He nodded to her with a smile. She looked at him for a moment and then turned to Daphne. I made your favorites, let's eat. Daphne's smile was dazzling. He caught himself staring at her and quickly looked away. However, it was too late. He caught Lily's expression. She was looking at him with a knowing smile plastered on her face. He felt his cheek temperature rise and put his hands in front of his eyes once again, hoping that no one else would notice him. Oh, his body felt weak. Not as weak as the host he had before, but definitely weaker than his original body. It did not matter for now, though. His magical powers had returned, the rest was secondary. Moreover, his plan did not require his body to be in perfect condition. Snape, how is the investigation going? He asked his most trusted man. Not only was he trustworthy, but he was also a highly qualified wizard. He played a big role in his resurrection. Voldemort was not someone who trusted easily. In fact, he was not someone who trusted at all. The only exception being Severus Snape. It is said that the boy conjured a snake and used his Parseltongue ability to get the trophy. Each one of his words was articulated slowly. However, I managed to get my hands on some memories from that day. Discreetly, of course. Lord Voldemort knew that his right-hand man always talked this way. He loved to take questions and answer them before they were asked. At first, it angered him, but as the years passed, it just bored him. From what I saw, the boy was not the one who did it. He seemed more surprised than everyone else. As always, the old man used it to his advantage and made his little soldier win the tournament. As for the one who conjured the snake, the only thing I am sure of is the fact that he was a Parselmouth. Moreover, he was present when the snake returned. I advise you to watch the memory. the snake was hissing, he might have leaked something about the one who conjured it. The Dark Lord nodded thoughtfully. Bring it to me later. What about your side project? Nothing noteworthy, maybe I was just overthinking. You'll be the first to know if I find something. Of course. The others have arrived. They may seem a little down. Severus snickered darkly. I didn't like their haughty attitude. Next time, you will tell me before it happens. Voldemort warned his subordinate icily. Yes, my lord. Oh. 7 old men were sitting around a round table. Strangely, the room they were in did not have a door. Each one of them was wearing different clothes and hairstyles, however, weirdly enough. They had the exact same face. It was as if 6 other people had polyjuiced themselves as the old man and styled their hair, beard, and clothes with their own personal touches. It seems that something unexpected happened. One of them said. Indeed. The others answered in unison. It was to be expected, we know close to nothing about Horcruxes. And as rare as it may be, universe crossing is even more rare. He could die. Even better for us. If he does, half of our work would be done. Indeed. Once again, in unison. Let us watch and see for now, if he somehow manages to survive it. We shall take action. Everyone agree. Yes. For the 3rd time, they all agreed in unison. They all stood up at the same time and walked out of the room. They walked towards a part of the room. And a path opened in front of every one of them. Oh. Albus Dumbledore was pondering. Something kept bothering him the last few days. And once again, the center of his trouble was Voldemort. After the tournament, the unexpected arrival of the mysterious young man left him puzzled. From what he said, Voldemort came back to his world thanks to his blood. If this translated into this universe, Voldemort would have needed Neville Longbottom's blood taken forcefully. Albus, upon hearing this, immediately started to investigate this probably dark potion, and the only one that fit the description was the regeneration potion, which needed enemy blood forcibly taken. And as the young Harry Potter said, it did not indicate that it had to be someone specifically. So, in theory, Voldemort could have taken anyone's blood since most people considered him an enemy, and inversely. The theory was strengthened by the fact that there had been a few disappearances this year. A few ministers, officials and Aurors were still nowhere to be found. That was the reason behind his pondering. He was not sure of the course of action he should take as of today. He had to make choices. Either start preparing for what was coming or wait some more for Neville to enjoy his youth a little more. Neville Longbottom, another source of headache for the old man, before Harry Potter's arrival. Albus still had the hope that his theory was wrong, and that the boy did not share his body with a shard of Voldemort's soul. The idea disgusted him at the highest point, and from what Harry Potter said, it seemed that they shared the same fate. He heard about the exact same prophecy that he was supposed to be the only person alive to know. What troubled him about the young universe crosser story was his counterpart. From what he learned, except for a few things, their universes were quite similar. He could not understand why his counterpart would think it was a good idea to tell a kid that he would have to die to save the world. He would not have done it back then, and even now he was still not sure that he should. The main difference he gathered was the fact that Harry somehow discovered that there was something inside himself, confirming Albus' theory about the Horcruxes. That fact in itself was weird. He could not understand how the young man found something that neither he nor his counterpart could discover. And also, why was he able to find it when Neville could not? They were both supposed to be the same entity. Albus almost thought that young Harry's universe had more advanced magic. But when he thought about the fact that his counterpart did not discover the Horcrux before Harry Potter, he reconsidered. His thoughts turned towards another solution, that maybe the difference did not come from him. Not his counterpart, but from Harry Potter. The boy was special, Albus knew it. He had felt something when he first met him. The boy's mind was impenetrable without being a fortress. It was more like a bottomless pit, and his strange tone seemed to come from it. It was not all, the fact that the boy escaped successfully from Voldemort's clutch alone and safe, minus the torture. And at the same time, he saved Neville from the same fate, or an even worse one. That was one of the reasons Albus decided to enroll him in Hogwarts. He did not want him to slip between his fingers. Alas, the old man sighed deeply. Have I become so desperate that I have to place my hopes in not one, but two teenagers? Of course, he hated it, it angered and disgusted him to. He became so weak that he had to count on a young boy to vanquish a single Dark Lord. Yet he had no other options, his body could not keep up, and the prophecy was here too. He knew the prophecy could have a lot of different meanings. But the fact that one of them had to die for the other to survive is unequivocal. It meant that something was going on between them, be it magic or fate, something linked Neville Longbottom and Voldemort. Something stronger than him. The only thing he could do was help the boy with the best of his capabilities. Oh, how I wish I was born as a weaker wizard. Atla asked, my shoulders would not have been that heavy from the responsibilities. Oh, Daphne Greengrass was never a girl who smiled a lot. Everyone who had seen her once could tell that, however, since it happened, it has become worse. The bag under her eyes contrasted with her fairy skin tone and made her look like a vampire. She did not smirk anymore, did not laugh anymore, and did not smile anymore, she was morose. The news hit her like a bludger right in the face. She did not know what to say for a long time. In fact, she had not talked to anybody since it happened. Even if she wanted to, she could not bring herself to talk. She had wanted to talk with Hermione, Tracy, and even her sister Astoria, but nothing did it, she could not do it. Astoria too had a phase, but unlike herself, it quickly came to an end. She was still extremely sad and still cried at nights when she thought everyone was asleep, but she talked with her parents, and it seemed to have helped. Her parents had reached out to her multiple times, trying to make her talk, but it all seemed useless. Every time she tried to open her mouth to answer, it felt like she would choke from the lack of air. As if a snitch was stuck in her throat. The comparison made her ache even more. However, despite all that, she knew she was not the one who was suffering the most right now. Ron's family and Hermione were most likely in a worse state than hers. Knowing full well that she could not bring herself to talk, she decided to write to them, or at least to Hermione. She did not know if it was really a good idea to write to someone who had just lost a brother or son, being a complete stranger to them. After multiple scrapped parchments were thrown behind her, she finally had written something she was satisfied with, and after a few minutes of pondering, she sent it. Oh, Severus Snape was puzzled. He still did not find anything noteworthy about the mysterious boy. It really bothered him because Severus Snape usually gets what he wants, when he wants. After his passage to Madame Malkin's shop, he did what was necessary to find out what happened when they were in there. However, except for the fact that the boy was presented like James Potter's nephew and that he could almost pass for his son. According to Madame Malkin, the family had a good vibe around them, they were laughing and smiling around. It drifted away from the hypothesis of a bastard child. Moreover, the boy's eyes were uncanny, emerald green eyes, the same as Lily Potter. The first thing that flew through his mind was time travel, however, to this day. There was not a single way to go back that far in time, given that the boy was either the son or the grandson of the Potter couple and that he seemed to be around 14 years old. If this was possible, he would have known. He had searched for such a way for a long time without success. It still did not put the hypothesis away, since maybe in the future, such a device could have been created. However, he was not convinced about that, because if it had indeed happened, it would have been prevented, and his future self would have done so. There was still the case that he had died before. But Severus Snape did not believe that. He could not die, not before he found a way to make it happen. Severus looked at what he had before his eyes and sighed in appreciation. "It's perfect," he said lovingly. "You are perfect." Harry Potter felt that his body and mind kept getting weaker as the days passed. He was desperately trying to master wandless magic before his body and mind broke. However, since his breakthrough last week, he did not find any other clue. He was still trying his best to avoid sleep, he caught himself dozing a few times, and he even slept for a few hours, only to have it confirmed that his nightmares were not gone. He managed to avoid screaming while he woke up, but he was not ready to try his luck another time. The nightmares were terrifying, and there I am. Plications were gnawing away at his insides. He had tried to think of something else, but nothing did the trick. Talking to his relatives was difficult since his fatigue made him incapable of following more than a few exchanges in a conversation with them. They seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and asked him about it a few times, however he always managed to redirect their attention to something else. The one time Lily took him apart and seriously asked if he was sick, threatening him to call Mrs. Pomfrey. He lied to her, saying he was a little homesick. His facial expression must have been distraught since she did not question it, nor did she call Mrs. Pomfrey, and it happened 3 days ago, so his lie should be safe. The only thing that managed to keep his mind occupied was Quidditch. However, he knew better than to mount on a broom in his condition. He merely watched the Potters fly, while Lily, Daphne Greengrass, Ivy, when James did not take him with her, and himself were picnicking. Most of the days were passing like that, and under normal circumstances Harry would have been absolutely delighted by that. However, this monotony coupled with the state of his mind was driving him crazy. He felt as if he was trapped in a never-ending loop, unable to get out. For now, he managed to keep it inside him, but he knew it would not be long until he exploded, and what scared him was that he did not know what would happen then. The fact that he was now living with people that were supposed to be dead did not make things any better. Since he could remember, everyone teased him about him being an orphan. But all of a sudden, he was surrounded by parents and siblings. The unreal feeling he got drove him crazier as the days went by. He was not entirely himself. He knew it. He also knew where it came from, the Horcrux. According to Chaos, it was within him since he was 1 year old, and except for the Parseltongue, he had never felt that he was habited by someone or something else. Even when he learned about the Horcrux by Chaos, nothing really changed inside himself. However, when he traveled to this universe, something changed. He now clearly remembered that during the universe crossing, when he was falling into nothingness, he had fainted because of his scar. It had started hurting so much that he fainted. The pain was now only a memory, but if he had to describe it, it felt as if someone forcefully tore one of his members off his body. It was crazy because he had never felt such a thing, but he still knew it was the same feeling. Harry was currently lying in his bed, trying to stay awake. It was noon, and soon, someone would call him to get lunch as it always happened. The only thing that changed was the person who called him, as they seemed to take turns. Harry could never guess who it would be next, and it quickly became his way out of this crazy routine that had installed in his life. That was why he felt a little bit thrilled when he heard a knock on the door. Of course, fate always managed to mess with his life when he really did not need it. "Harry, may I come in?" The voice who came through the door was not one he was unfamiliar with. However, he was sure that that person had no reason to be in front of his door. Or maybe she had, but Harry did not like that reason, not at all. "Of course, Madame Pomfrey." His voice sounded croaky, more than usual this morning. It was weird, as if his throat was hurt. Since he could not understand where that sensation came from, he merely discarded it. Some rumbling sounds came from the other side of the door and slowly it opened, revealing Madame Pomfrey's smiling face. She entered the room slowly, as if she was avoiding any sudden movements. He recognized this weird behavior. He acted the same with Hedwig when she was throwing a fit. The memory of his beloved owl prickled, but he managed to not let his thoughts wander too much from the situation he was in right now. Or at least, he tried his best with the state he was in. "She's acting as if I was on edge. I'm not. Did someone tell her I was on edge? Who would do that? Why?" Without him even noticing it, she was sitting in a brand new conjured chair next to his bed, and she was holding one of his hands between hers. It was strangely comforting, and his crazed thoughts started to calm down as well. "I heard you're having nightmares." His body went from comfortably warm to ice cold in the split of a second. He immediately took his hand away and retreated a bit further on his bed. He was looking at the matron, but he could not really focus on her. His mind was buzzing for no real reason, while a feeling of discomfort was rising within his stomach. He already knew that if she was here today, it was for him. However, someone saying the word nightmares in front of him made them real. He could not understand what was going on with him right now, but what he knew was that he was breathing really fast. His heartbeat was loud. He started sweating. Madame Pomfrey was trying to say something to him, but he could not make sense of her words. He could not even see her expression. His vision was blurry. He wanted to leave that place immediately. He tried to stand but he started to feel pins and needles in his legs. It quickly spread to his whole body, and he fell on the bed like a rag. He felt sick. Horribly sick. All he could do was listen to his fast and heavy breath helplessly. His head was a mess, even more than usual. Then all of a sudden, things went black. When he opened his eyes, Harry thought the morning he had was just a bad dream. However, when he took a look at his own body, he knew that the nightmare was in fact just starting. His hands were pale, so pale that his bluish veins looked almost fluorescent. The only reason he managed to examine his hands was because he was doing it. Voldemort. He had absolutely no control over the body he was in. In a way this was comforting. Harry would have thrown up if he had. Because that would mean that it was his body. He shared way too much in common with Voldemort. He did not want to share the latter's body. It's ready. The voice coming out from his mouth was as sharp as a razor. But a hint of anticipation could be heard. Harry knew that he often saw his killing during the nightmares, but he somehow knew that there was something else. The ripping feeling he got after the killings was terrifying him. All of a sudden, his surroundings changed, but not as a fading dream. Rather it felt as if his body just appeared at another place, as if he just teleported. It was raining, and the surroundings did not look welcoming at all. However, the anticipation kept growing inside him. Something was going to happen. Harry had never felt such anticipation during his other nightmares. He did not like that at all. He took a good look around him. A graveyard, a church, and a few cottages here and there. It felt familiar to Harry, horrifyingly familiar. He started to walk towards an empty space in front of him. A child who was wandering close to him fled at his sight. Suddenly a cottage appears out of nowhere, as if it had always been here. By the window a few figures could be seen. Harry saw them and wanted to wake up immediately. He tried to scream unsuccessfully. His mental protections were non-existent here and he could not move an inch. He was going to relive his parents' murder once again, helplessly. The prospect of reliving it again, after the Dementor's incidents, was excruciating. And that was not the end of it. He was going to die at the end. And if Harry relied on his experience about those nightmares, his death would affect him as well. Frankly, death was never on his bucket list. Rather, over the last few years, he tried his best to not die. The thought of dying was electrifying him. He did not want to die, and certainly not in a dream, because of, if he was right, Voldemort's Horcrux. That was the last thing he wanted. Moreover, if he died there, it was the same as abandoning his friends who were back in his world. Ron, Hermione, Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria. It felt as if he had not seen them for ages. With Hi's kidnapping and everything that happened afterwards, he did not really have the time to think about them. But now, when he was at his lowest, they were here. He knew they would never abandon him, and so neither will he. He tried his best to fight the imperative force that trapped him inside Voldemort. He was now right in front of the window, watching the Potters. He watched in horror the man opening the door. And despite all his efforts and newfound motivation, he could not do a single thing about the situation. He wanted to cry because of his helplessness, but even that was impossible. As he kept trying his best to just look away from the scene, he witnessed his father die under his wand. It was as if he had done it himself and it drained him of every ounce of force he had. He stopped fighting. It was useless. Voldemort was now in front of Lily Potter, who was begging him to kill her instead of her son. At that exact moment, Harry felt something. Or more accurately, it was Voldemort Ho felt that way and Harry felt what he felt. Irritation. He was irritated because that foolish girl kept insisting on dying. He had already told his precious servant who told him about the prophecy, Severus, that he would spare the redhead because he wanted her. Yet there she was begging to die, and who was he to not comply? Harry's mind emptied in a split second. Not only his mind, but he also felt as if his entire self was empty. Snape, once again. He had told Voldemort about the prophecy, and without any remorse, he had asked for Harry's mother to be spared so she could become his thing. I am going to kill him. Just like a fire. Anger started spreading into his whole body. It was consuming him entirely. He could not think straight anymore. His vision suddenly went blurry, and in a sense, it was great since he could not see the rest of the scene displayed in front of him. He could not think of anything else than murder. Murdering Severus Snape. All of a sudden, his eyes opened to a blinding white surrounding that was awfully familiar. He immediately closed his eyes, the brightness was hurting his retina. As quickly as his anger swelled up, it died down. And by sheer accident he had managed to avoid his death. I see that you are finally awake, Mr. Potter. Professor Dumbledore's voice came to his ears. He tried to open his eyes a few times, and when he tried to put his hands in front of his face, he noticed that he could not. His whole body was numb, just like the aftermath of his torture sessions. However, it was not what kept him from moving. His hands were tied with ropes to the bed. Once again, his breathing started to accelerate. His helplessness reminded him of his nightmares. Ah, I almost forgot about them. Allow me. The headmaster made the ropes disappear with a single wave of his wand. You have to understand that it was necessary for your own safety. Your nightmares were quite violent. Harry's breathing calmed down. He painfully sat up and touched his wrists while examining them. They were devoid of any bruises, which was weird considering what Professor Dumbledore just said. I see that you are puzzled. I made the ropes myself, and I am quite confident that I can make them so they would not hurt you. On another note, I would like to discuss those nightmares you are having. It seems that you are not the only one who is having rough nights. Not that brutal though. Harry's mind was drained, and it could not no longer process clearly what the headmaster was saying. From what I've been told, sleep would not help things right now, rather it would make things worse. So please bear with me so we can quickly find a solution. Harry shook his head, trying to reassemble his mind. Dumbledore was right, the nightmares were recurrent, and appeared every single time he slept. It had become unbearable. His sanity depended on it. His throat hurt. It was difficult for him to talk, and his voice was hoarse. Albus waved his wand once again, and a small vial filled with a green liquid floated towards the young Potter. Here, something for your sore throat. Harry quickly gulped it down, not without wincing at the awful taste of the mixture. Thank you. His voice was back to normal, and his throat did not hurt anymore. So, what do you want to know, Professor? Harry did not want to lose time. He felt as if he was losing way too much of it nowadays. As much as you can tell me. Harry did not hesitate anymore. He doubted that the Neville from this universe was having the same nightmares, but he still described them from the beginning. He told the headmaster his suspicions about the origins of his dream without mentioning his revelation about Snape, but the latter did not interrupt him a single time. His face was pensive, and the magic around him was still. Wait a minute, how do I know that? As he had unconsciously learned to do, Harry's mind started multitasking. Part of it was still focusing on explaining the nightmares, while the other wondered how he was able to see magic clearly. He then understood that he did not really see it. He was feeling it, but in a different way than usual. It was not something he had to focus on. He just knew the magic had gone still. Usually to feel magic around him, Harry had to focus really hard on it, and was then not able to do lots of things at the same time. I see, Dumbledore said after the young Potter was done talking. It seems that your nightmares and Neville's are not the same. However, they seem to be originating from the same source. But Neville did not get caught. Harry protested vehemently. His nightmares came because of Voldemort's Horcrux and happened only after the latter had been resurrected. Something that was not meant to have happened here. Indeed, his blue eyes became even more serious than they already were. It can only mean one thing. Lord Voldemort is back. How? Harry was in disbelief. The snake I sent didn't see him. And he did not get Neville's blood. You seem to forget something. You were the one to tell me. It's not the boy who lived's blood that he needed. The potion needed one of his enemy's blood forcibly taken. He could have easily got it from any Auror. Or someone who hates him, which is not that rare. As for the snake, there could be lots of reasons. Maybe our Voldemorts do not really look like each other, which I doubt. Or Voldemort could have simply hidden himself until he was sure Neville would be the one to appear with the portkey. You have to remember that he was not in a state where he could do anything he wanted. His state was reduced to something akin to a lamb. I am sorry to announce it to you like that, Mr. Potter, but sending you back to your home will have to be placed in second place in our priority list. The first being Voldemort's comeback. You are still welcome to stay in Hogwarts for the school year until we find a way back for you. Harry did not mind since he doubted they would ever find a way to send him back. Only chaos could help him with that. Now about the contents of your nightmares. Unfortunately, I think you are right about their provenance and about what they mean. However, unlike what you might think, they are not useless. The fact that you can see the memories of each and every of Voldemort's Horcrux creation, you might be able to find something about their appearance and location. It will be immensely helpful for when you go back to your own world, but they could also help us with our own Horcrux hunts. Harry knew he was right, but he could know. T helped being a little depressed by what the headmaster was suggesting. Professor, the nightmares aren't exactly welcoming. I know that what I am asking is not easy, my boy, but trust me when I tell why. Oh, you that if I could cure you from this predicament I would already have done so. But I am not able to. What I am asking you is to take advantage of that misfortune to turn it into what could be a great fortune. Harry was once again reminded that he was not facing his Dumbledore. The latter had his issues, but he tried his utmost to give Harry happiness. And in a sense this Dumbledore did the same. Except for the fact that he did it for Neville. Won't a dreamless potion do the trick? Harry asked. From what I understood, your nightmares are not real nightmares. They are most likely visions sent by the Horcrux inside you. And while the reason for it to act that way are still unclear, I know for sure that the potion will not work. You are welcome to try it. With a slight wave of his wand, a vial floated towards Harry, who took it with a huge amount of effort and pain. Harry slowly started to realize something. If he was in Hogwarts after the incident with Madame Pomfrey, it meant that they heard it all. They must think I'm a freak. As if he was reading his mind, which by the way was not possible since his mind protection was intact, Albus Dumbledore talked about them. The Potters are really worried for you. They think that you are still traumatized by the event back in your home. Which would not have been surprising at all, to be honest. He sent him some sort of proud look that made Harry uneasy. I did not contradict them even though I suspected it was something different. Unlike me, they still have no idea that Neville is having nightmares. And I think it would be better for them to not know about it either. They are brilliant wizards, they could find out about the Horcrux and the fact that their godson is, for the time being, bound to die for Voldemort to be able to die. Dumbledore told him with an expression that showed that what he just said was something Harry would definitely agree with. Why? You are not thinking of letting him die, aren't you? Harry's blood turned ice cold. His Dumbledore shed tears when he heard about his Horcrux, and in the same situation, this Dumbledore was trying to make sure Neville's godparents were not informed. Harry knew he might be overreacting a bit. But it was not fair. Neville was a good bloke, they both had the same burden on their shoulders. In Harry's case, even without a real family he was well surrounded. Neville, who had godparents, and his grandmother lacked two things Harry had. Albus Dumbledore, and chaos. Sure, Albus Dumbledore existed and was pretty close with him, but from what Harry just witnessed, this man was not the same as his headmaster. There was something that Harry could not place, a glint in his eyes that did not sit well with Harry. He did not feel as if he was evil or that he hated Neville. It just seemed that Neville was at most the second of his preoccupations, and Harry did not know what was the first. It could come from many things. Harry in his universe had no attachment point in the wizarding world. Except for Sirius. So maybe his Albus Dumbledore had made him a priority over the rest. Or maybe it was because he felt guilty for placing him with the Dursleys. Whatever it was, it had turned out for the best for him. You seem to be misunderstanding me, Dumbledore said in a sad voice. Of course, I would love to have a way to destroy the Horcrux. However, for now, the only way I gathered was for the host to die. While you learned about it, it may have helped you to improve. I do think you would have preferred to live without never hearing about it in the first place. It was true. He still remembered his first reaction upon learning about it. He had almost given up everything, his life included. If not for Chaos, who said he had a solution, he may have committed the worst. As for why I would not inform his family, it is quite simple. I want Neville to be able to live without any worry in the world. At least when he is still a mere child. Harry was reminded of his own Dumbledore. Maybe he had judged the man a little too harshly. He had the same reasoning. Imagine that they learn about all of it, how would they react? They would start to overprotect him to the point of even removing him from Hogwarts, maybe even the country. Harry could not imagine it. That was something he had never experienced himself. However, during the events in his second and third years, He remembered that some parents were removing their kids from Hogwarts because of the heir of Slytherin and the Dementors. For Neville it could be worse, since if his path was the same. His life had been in danger because of Voldemort at least once per year, if not more. For Harry it did not really matter as long as he survived, he had no real place to go back to. The Dursleys and OT being the most charming people played a big role in that. Harry realized that even if their lives started the same way, their conditions were different. Neville had people to come back to, he had a real family. Harry had less to lose in that aspect. In that aspect of his life, he was more like Voldemort than Neville, and the thought scared him as much as it did back then. Dumbledore could have been right. Speaking about the right choices, but the Horcrux inside him made him think otherwise. Harry shook his head, it was not the right time to think about it. I'm sorry, Professor, it was not my intention to be disrespectful. Of course, do not fret. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Everybody can have opinions, and to make a decision, it is better to have them collide. That makes them more interesting. Now that we are done with this, he made another wave with his wand, and Harry felt as if a bubble had just exploded. I believe there are people eagerly waiting for you to wake up. Professor, before you leave. Harry called the headmaster who was in front of the infirmary doors. Do you have any idea how to make sure I do not disturb the Potters when I sleep? I am sure they would and to know when something similar happens. They care about you. Please, Professor. I'm already imposing myself on their house. You can ask them, since they are already here. The moment he finished his sentence, James and Lily Potter passed through the door, followed closely by Madame Pomfrey. Harry did not want to see them. He did not want to look at their eyes and find disgust and fear. However, he had no excuses to put forward. Nor did he have any way to delay what was to come. Sighing deeply, he steeled his resolve and tried to not have any useless hope. Good morning, he said with a somewhat forced smile. And then it happened. They were giving him the look. He knew it well, he had been glared at like that by numerous people, they thought he was crazy. Harry, James started, and Harry did not want to hear the rest. He was already thinking about a place to stay around Hogwarts. It's midnight. For the first time since he woke up, he looked out the window. It was pitch black outside. Oh, he said. And all the stress he had accumulated during this short span of time quickly left his body. James and Lily started to laugh quietly. Harry did not know if it was because he was dead tired. But he quickly followed suit. Oh, Lily was concerned. The newest addition to their household looked as if he had not gotten any sleep at all. The dark circles under his eyes were so pronounced that it looked like he was punched and had gotten 2 black eyes. He did not eat much, and he was never quite there. Whenever they went on a picnic, she tried to talk with him, but the most she had gotten was some humming. His eyes looked glassy, and the only time she saw him get a reaction was a few weeks ago when his gaze was fixed on Daphne Greengrass. Of course, it must have been Beck. She reminded him of his friend back home, but she still teased him about it. Now that she thought about it, it must have been difficult to adapt to his new environment. The people surrounding him are supposed to be dead or non-existent in his universe. The only exceptions being Daphne Greengrass and Neville. Adding to that the circumstances of his arrival in this universe, which by the way was still something that felt unreal to her, his state was understandable. She had seen him doze off a few times and violently wake up the second after he did. She knew something was off, but when she approached the subject with him, he merely brushed it aside, saying he was just a little homesick. However, she did not stop here. She suspected that his nightmares were connected to his kidnapping, and to what Voldemort did to him in the graveyard. That was the reason why she called Poppy. She could have called any other Medawizard, but she needed someone she could trust, and since Poppy already knew about him, it was the best solution. However, she did not expect Harry to get an anxiety attack. According to Poppy, the trigger was the word, nightmares. The moment she said the word, symptoms started to appear, and not long after, Harry fainted, and they immediately contacted Dumbledore, who told them to bring him to Hogwarts. Which she did. James dropped the kids at Sirius Place and followed after her. From there, it kept getting worse. Harry started to sweat profusely, and his body moved erratically as if he was trying to free himself from binds. It broke Lily's heart. he must be having nightmares of his kidnapping. Nobody should have to go through something like this, especially a kid. Seeing him like this, reminded her that it could have happened to Neville too, and once again she felt thankful towards Harry. "I'm a mess," she told herself. She had always been some sort of emotional roller coaster, going through multiple emotions in a single moment. Her mind was fast like that. It helped her with school and everything that needed a good brain, but whenever it was about feelings, she was lost. An arm hugged her from the side. James was standing next to her, his eyes fixed on the poor boy. His face did not give anything away, but she knew him too well, he was disappointed. And she knew why, since she also felt disappointed. But not towards Harry, they were disappointed with themselves. How could they not see it coming? They should have done it sooner. When Dumbledore arrived, they explained what happened in detail. They started with how he had been since the beginning. The headmaster looked pensive through it all, nothing else could be read from his expression. When they were done, Lily asked him if Harry was like this because of the incident with Voldemort. Once again, he looked pensive. But it lasted less time. He had taken a serious expression and nodded gravely. Harry was still moving erratically in his bed, but this time, his mouth started to move too, and noises started to come out. At first it was just unintelligible moans, but after a moment he started to repeat the same thing over and over. It was a simple word, no. His tone was so heartbreaking. That Lily rushed to his side to take his hand between hers and tried to soothe him the best she could. It looked like it had worked for a few seconds before she heard the most tearing scream she had ever heard in her life. It was not particularly loud, but the pain behind it was almost palpable. Tears started to form in her eyes. She rubbed his hand even more, trying to ease his pain. She wanted to take it away from him so he would never cry like that again, even if it meant being hurt in his place. That was when her mind acted on its own once again. She was sure Poppy had administered him a dreamless potion. So how was he suffering from a nightmare once again? However, she had to put that thought in the back of her mind right now, because Harry was not screaming anymore, but it was even worse. He was sobbing. Tears were flowing through his closed eyes. She felt powerless. All she could do was cry with him, rub his hand, and wipe his tears. She was devastated. After a few moments, Albus advised them to get some rest. He said that they did not know when Harry would get up and that he would contact them the moment he did. Weirdly enough, he also managed to get Poppy out of her lair. The moment they received Dumbledore's Patronus, Lily sprung out on her feet and almost ran in the direction of the infirmary. She did not even bother listening to what he had said. The only reason he could have contacted them was because Harry had woken up anyway. When she saw his forced smile, she almost melted. He was the spitting image of James. However, despite not knowing him too much, she knew James. The smile looked awfully like James's usual forced smile. "Good morning, Harry, it's midnight." He looked outside with a baffled expression on his face. It looked so awfully normal for someone who just lived through something horrible that the contrast was funny. That was when she started to laugh, quickly followed by James and a moment later by Harry himself. At least he's smiling now. Oh. Chaos felt relieved. His protégé managed to somehow not only survive his predicament but at the same time gain something that usually only came with time and dedication, in a way that even he had not considered. The mere fact that the Potter boy emerged intact from the Horcrux attack was already a great achievement in itself. But being able to harvest the ability to finally be able to break through the immovable wall that was wandless magic was something even bigger. Harry did not know it, but at the rate things were going, it would not be long until he would finally be able to achieve wandless magic. The boy was already able to perform wandless magic while staying perfectly still, so the rest would come naturally. There was a reason why Chaos had shown him Merlin's meditation memory first. Meditation was the key to wandless magic. Meditation allows one to forge one's mind, and by the same time one's magic. The first step was to be able to move his magic through his body without any effort. Harry managed to master it pretty quickly and was now proficient in that skill. So much that he could almost do it effortlessly while doing other things at the same time. And that was exactly what was needed. The ability to move his magic effortlessly. The ability to multitask while using magic. It might sound stupid, but the main reason wands and incantations existed were Cause of the inability of most wizards to do it. The wands being foci in themselves and the incantations being there for wizards to not forget about the spells they were casting. It was all about keeping the focus. Of course, there were wizards who could cast without incantations quite quickly, but none of them could do it without a wand. The reason being that training to cast fast and wordlessly does not require much. Only practice while performing wandless magic requires much more. Magic and mind were intrinsically linked. Without the mind, magic could not be used, and without magic, the mind is limited. Usually to train the mind, Merthin's way is the one to go by. Meditating until the mind is strong enough to withstand the weight of magic. It is usually a tedious and very long process. In Merthin's case, a genius. It took a whole year. In Harry's case, who had almost not made any advancement for a whole year, he almost reached it after only a few weeks of his mind being forcefully tempered by the visions. Now that Albus Dumbledore told him to try and find clues within them, Harry would have more time to train his mind to its absolute best. The pain would be hard to bear, but the harvest would be far better than his suffering. Chaos was excited. He felt that he would soon be able to contact Harry. And when it happens, the fun will start once again. Oh, Dolores Umbridge hated kids. She absolutely loathed them. But for the minister she could make an exception. She would become the next defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. She did not know why, but the minister had asked her this favor. He also asked her to keep an eye on the boy who lived, Neville Longbottom. She had always hated that boy, not that she had ever met him before, but his tendency to alwa. YSB on the front page of the newspaper was getting on her nerves. She was going to discipline him whatever it took. The reason did not matter to her, not only because he was the one who asked, but LSO because he had promised to give her the position of headmaster at Hogwarts. And while she hated kids, she absolutely loved fame and power, and the position would give her both. According to Fudge, she would get the position for sure. Because there were no other applicants besides her. He had made sure of it. She was already gloating about what she was about to do. Cornelius had given her free rein about the contents of her curriculum. She had never been that good in DADA, but according to her it was only because the teaching methods were wrong. She would show them how it was supposed to be done. Oh, Narcissa Malfoy was content. That was the best word to describe her life until now. She had a good husband, an adorable son, and she was not lacking anything material. She had abandoned her friends a long time ago. And she had no aspiration to get new friends. There were still the wives of her husband's friends, but they were just acquaintances. To be honest, she did not like any of them. They were all leeches, trying to butter her up because of her names. Black, before her marriage, and Malfoy now. She had the same problem back in Hogwarts. Most of the people who approached her did so because of her family. And she had always hated it. She still used it to her advantage though, because that was what she had learned to do since she was a kid. However, it was false to say that she had no friends in Hogwarts, because she did. Her friends came from different houses though and were kept a secret from everyone because Narcissa was not stupid enough to incur the wrath of her family. Vina Crawford was in Ravenclaw, 2 years below her. Lily Evans was in Gryffindor, a year below her. And Rachel Dawn was also 2 years below her. It was an odd combination which started during her 5th year at Hogwarts. She was in the library, alone as per usual, when she met the 3 girls. Apparently, Lily Evans had started tutoring the 2 others in potion, and without understanding how it happened, she got dragged in. From that day onwards, they became best friends. At least until she got married. It was then that she had cut her ties with them, not even bothering to invite tea. Hem, or even caring what they would think. She could not afford to have non-pureblood friends anymore. She had later heard during the war how, at 3 different times, the 3 of them had died, but she did not shed any tears for them. Narcissa sighed. It was no use to dwell on the past. The 3 of them died, and she was alive. It was all that mattered right now. It would be a lie if she said yes. He did not feel any twinge of regret when she heard her son talk about Harry Potter. It would also be a lie to say that she did not want to know him more. She had never done it though, the best she could. Do was smile at him during the World Cup, because deep down she was a coward, and she knew it very well. She was not ashamed of that. Because of her cowardice, she was still alive today. Narcissa. was drawn out of her reverie by her husband who just came back home from wherever he was. "He is coming tonight," he said in an anxious voice. "Make sure that everything is perfect." She raised an eyebrow. It was rare to see her husband in that state. They had received the minister home a few times, and even then, Lucius was never this nervous. It was definitely odd. "Who is coming?" "The Dark Lord." Narcissa's world crumbled. But her face did not show anything, she merely nodded and called an elf. Because this was what she had to do to survive in this cruel world. James had always prided himself into being a good father. He had 2 beautiful daughters who he treasured more than everything in the world, and a godson who meant just as much to him. James grew up as an only and spoiled child. He certainly did not resent his parents for that. His childhood was the best he could have hoped for, even if, after some decades, he had the insight to know that it had risen up to his head. So, of course he had spoiled his children. And hoped that his wife, who played a big role in decreasing his ego, would be level-headed enough to not let him exaggerate. And she did so, not in the manner she always did though. She was softer. That often made him complain to her that her favoritism was flagrant. Her answer was always the same, yes, and she sometimes added that her kids were no arrogant prat, unlike him. He was very close to Daphne, to the point where she always confided in him whenever something happened at Hogwarts. He knew how, even if he was like her brother, she sometimes hated how Neville acted. She had told him how she found Ronald Weasley as detestable as Draco Malfoy, and that was something new to him, until his sudden outburst sooner this year because of the Triwizard Tournament. He listened to her rant. And they reminded him of Lily's usual rants. He loved doing that. But she did not only talk to him to rant, but she also talked about her friends, about Quidditch. About how having her mother as the potion teacher was the worst thing that could happen to anyone. That was another advantage he had over his wife for the affection of their kids. He was not their teacher. He was the cool dad who taught them pranks and Quidditch, not the strict mother who took points from Gryffindor when they did something against the rules. However, since the new arrival to their house, James had hit a wall. Harry Potter was a mystery to him. James knew that the boy had lived through hard times recently, and he had tried his best to make him feel at home. However, from what he had heard, Harry's home was Hogwarts. He grew up with Petunia Dursley, Lily's sister, and it was not a good thing. The boy was nothing like him or Lily, he was not like Daphne too. Even his Count R.P. Art, Neville was totally different from him despite living more or less the same way. To be honest, this notion was still blurry to him, but he had decided to wait for Harry to get better to talk to him about it. Sure, the boy had some tics and habits that matched perfectly with James's and Lily's. But his behavior was the complete opposite. Lily had a fierce and outgoing personality, whereas Mies was a little more composed but was even more outgoing than his wife. The boy for his part seemed shy, and acted as if someone would chastise him for being here with them. His eyes were most of the time fixated on the ground as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. In a way, it was to be expected. From what he knew, the poor boy did not have the best upbringing, but it was also a little weird that the fame had not gone to his head. James knew for sure that he would have loved it. In his first year, even Neville had a hard time with fame, almost letting it consume him. Thankfully, Augusta had set things straight with him during the Christmas break. She was a no-nonsense woman. Coming back to Harry, Lily and James knew he had a rough time sleeping. It was obvious when one looked at his face. Even their eldest made the remark one day. They tried to talk to him about it, but nothing came out of it. They did not want to rush things with him, not really knowing what could happen if they did. Lily had thought about giving him some dreamless potion, but James had insisted that they needed medical advice first since the potion was highly addictive. They settled for Poppy, they knew her well enough. And she was trustworthy. That was when it happened. The poor boy fainted at the mention of a single word. Nightmare. What came after was even worse, the kid was writhing in pain. And his body was even stiffer than his face. As if he was trying to escape from something but he could not. When Albus arrived, Harry was moving so much that the headmaster decided to tie his arms and legs to the bed. The screams James heard were haunting him until this day. They made unwanted memories resurface, memories about the war. When Harry woke up, Lily and James did not know where to stand with him. But thankfully they managed to get through it somehow. The Potter's parents first wanted to reassure Harry, they still wanted him to stay in their home. After that was done, they asked Dee about what exactly happened and how to prevent it. He told them it was a combination of missing his world and the encounter he had with Voldemort before arriving here. They both knew something was missing, but his exhausted face deterred them from asking more questions. Before they could have changed the subject, he had asked them if they could put a silencing charm in his room, arguing that he did not want to bother them and the other kids in the house, especially with Ivy. They could not say no instantly since he was right, the situation could not keep going like that. However, it was not a reason to let him suffer alone. The issue laid in the fact that the Dreamless Potion did not work on Harry, and he seemed aware of that fact. After arguing back and forth for a few moments, they settled for a temporary solution. Lily would prepare a batch of calming draft that she would put at his disposition every night for when he would wake up violently. At first James and Lily wanted to do a spell that would wake them up when it happened, but the boy vehemently opposed it, saying that he did not want to bother them, especially since James had to work early in the mornings. Of course, they lied to him. They were teenagers once, and they were both really stubborn ones, so they knew what went through his head. They agreed in front of him because the boy was capable of not sleeping on Lee to be sure he would not wake up anyone, just like he did before. Still, Harry had a point. If his nightmares were a daily occurrence, it would not be long before it becomes really hard for James. That is why they decided that Lily would set up the spell for herself during the week and for James during the weekends. Fortunately, it seemed that James's carbon copy stopped having nightmares after a few days. At first Lily had to wake up almost every night to soothe him. But from the second weekend, the spell had not been triggered once. They had gone into his room a few times to make sure nothing was wrong. But all they could find was a sleeping Harry. They were both delighted by that at the beginning, however Harry did not look less exhausted than before. When they took him aside to ask him about it, he merely told them that he was always like that. They did not believe him, but even after checking his room again and again they could find nothing wrong with his nights. It frankly bothered James. He knew the haunted look Harry had on his face every day. It was the same he had to look at for a few months after their deaths. The fact that the boy looked a lot like him made it even easier to recognize. And if he had noticed it, Lily had too. However, there was nothing they could do in the situation where everything looked in order, and where the person concerned was not open to the discussion. At least not with them. Because if something had changed before their short visit in the infirmary of Hogwarts, it was his talkativeness with his peers. Especially with Neville, every time he came to visit. They would both stay together for hours. The sight was quite melancholic for the adults, it had taken them 20 years into the past. Maybe it was the fact that their lives had been scattered by mostly the same challenges, or it was just because they were both boys the same age, but they did click even faster than both Daphnes did when they first met each other. Speaking of Neville, today was his birthday. The Potters threw a little party on the occasion, inviting the Weasleys, the Grangers, the Greengrass, the Blacks, the Lupins and surprisingly enough the Delacours. Oh, Daphne Greengrass, alternate universe POV. Daphne was sulking. For once it was not because of boys. This time it was because she could not understand a word coming out from Gabrielle Delacour's mouth. She was not sulking at the lovely girl though, she was sulking at her mother who refused to use a translation spell on her. It will help you learn French without being dependent on an obsolete spell, she had told her. How does she expect me to understand anything? I know nothing about French, not a single word. It's not like I'd start understanding it by hearing the same thing again and again. It makes no sense at all. She really wanted to talk with the adorable angel in front of her who was talking as if she was trying to say everything in a single breath. Daph, who was sitting with Fleur not too far from them, looked at them with a mocking smile on her face, even Fleur was smirking at them. She really envied both of them. They both had something she desperately wanted forever, a little sister. Daphne was an only child and while she loved her parents, she really wanted a sibling that she could have fun with and talk to. Of course, Daph and Ivy were like sisters to her and she loved them dearly. But it was not the same. She wanted to have one for herself, one she could call her own little sister. Daphne decided it was no use trying to understand the little girl and decided instead to sit behind her and start braiding her hair. The other girls present noticed her giving up and laughed at her openly, drawing the boys' attention who were talking excitedly for a while now. Talking about them. Daphne still did not know how to approach the newcomer. For Neville at least it was easy, she acted like she always did with boys. However, be it because the newcomer looked so like Daph and Mr. Potter that it was confusing, and to be honest the boy was creeping her out. He looked as alive as a ghost. That added to the fact that the first few days they had spent together were even more awkward than with anyone else. Usually people started talking to her, and depending on their genre she would either answer casually, or as curtly as possible. However, she could not answer if he did not say anything, so they had just stayed silent. It usually happened when the Potters went flying, and it happened quite often. Sometimes Mrs. Potter was there and then they talked together while the boy stayed as silent as a tomb, even with the many attempts from his aunt to include him in their conversations, and frankly she was glad he did not. But when Mrs. Potter was busy, they had to stay like that for hours. And one day, when she was considering not coming anymore, Harry stopped coming. Mr. and Mrs. Potter often looked worriedly back at the cottage where the boy had stayed. Yet as if they were hoping for him to appear. Once again, she was glad he did not. She could understand why he was like that though. He had lost his parents, it was not something she could ever imagine. Daphne did not know what she would look like in his place. Her parents were her everything, and she loved them more than anything. She knew she would not ever recover from something like that. Suddenly, the hair she had been playing with escaped her hands. Gabrielle stood up and ran to Neville. Since he saved her during the second task, it seemed that she had developed a crush on the latter, and Daphne did not like that at all. "I'm not jealous. It's just that she would have been fine anyways." Professor Dumbledore was overseeing the task and Neville was just stupid enough to take the mermaid song too seriously. "HMPH. Looks like she got bored of you." Daph's voice came from her side. "Oh." Harry's paw. Harry felt a little better now than he had for the past few weeks. That was because he could finally sleep without being worried about screaming his lungs out every night. He was still uneasy about the spell monitoring him, but not for the same reason he did before. The first week went as predicted. He woke up with a scream every single night, and Lily came without a fail to check on him every time during the week while James came on the weekends. But then, it happened. Flashback. "All right, I'll go back now. Good night." Lily kissed his forehead and made her way out of the room. It was still weird for him to get kissed and hugged regularly by Lily. But as she did not seem to want to stop any time soon, Harry just let it happen. It was not like he disliked it, he just found it awkward since it was something he could have never experienced if he had stayed in his universe. The warm embrace of his mother. "She isn't your mother," he reminded himself morosely. Harry's nightmares did not lead him anywhere for now. Dumbledore had asked him to try and locate the Horcruxes, but nothing came from his investigation. The fact that he had no freedom to move during the nightmares did not help. However, if there was one thing that he was sure of, it was their numbers. Voldemort had made 7 Horcruxes, including Harry himself. He was still unable to perform wandless magic properly. If he was, the first thing he would have done was to make sure he did not wake the Potter parents up every night. It unnerved him very much. He had been in this universe for a few weeks now and he had no wand for the same amount of time. He felt defenseless. This night, the nightmare had been unnaturally more strenuous than usual. He felt so physically weak that he could hardly move a finger without wincing. However, his mind had never been clearer. He could feel everything around him. He could almost see the magic buzzing around him. At this moment, he felt something warm engulf him, as if he was in tune with the magic around him. He did not feel defenseless anymore, it was as if the world was in the palm of his hand. He felt powerful. So maybe that was why he did what he did. Expecto Patronum, he murmured. It did not even surprise him when Prongs came out of thin air and started galloping around the room. He had not moved a single muscle, and even the incantation felt useless. Harry started experimenting with every spell he knew he could cast without breaking something. And it worked. Now there started the problems. He had wanted to be able to use magic so he could use a silencing charm in his bedroom. The first issue with that was that there was already one now, and not his. The second was that he had no idea what the incantation of such a charm was. The third issue was that now he was under some sort of tracking spell every night, and even if he was not, he knew the Potters would still check on him. Chaos insisted that I don't need any incantation, and I have to say it was true, so it shouldn't be a problem. He thought to himself. Now about the already existing silencing charm. Harry looked around himself and pondered until he saw something. What is? Suddenly he remembered something that happened when he was in the chamber back in his world. It was the same thing. More refined and way less painful. There were thin lines here and there all around him. There was also a sort of veil around his room. He could not really see it since it was outside the room, but he knew it was there. Not only did he feel them, but he also felt what it was. Spells. The silencing charm was the veil, the little dot on his right hand was the alarm set up by the Potters. The bookcase had a self-organizing spell on it, and even the quill was stain-proof thanks to a spell. It was beautifully entrancing. Harry was dazed for a few more minutes before thinking of something crazy. If he could see them. What was stopping him from using them? There was still a problem though, the how. Harry had never modified any spell in his life on his own. Chaos was the one behind the few Harry managed to get. Not to mention that he had no wand. However, at this moment, Harry did not feel any restriction. Never would he have dreamed of conjuring his Patronus without his wand, yet he did do it effortlessly. Canceling the spell is out of the question since they will notice it, but I can ensure that it just doesn't trigger. With that only thought in his head, he felt the magic around him answer to his request. The red dot on his hand was now in his possession, and it would not trigger anymore. Now I need to ensure that they think I'm peacefully asleep should they still check on me. Again, the magic around him answered his request. A thin layer appeared in front of him and started enveloping his bed and started to shrink until it enveloped only his body, like a second skin. It was closer to his body than the spell he had used for the third task, and yet he had no problem with the oxygen this time. Using the same method he used back then, he ensured that the magic would not wear off when he was not focusing on it, creating an independent magic circuit separated from his core. It felt so easy compared to before that it was disconcerting. Suddenly the fatigue he had not felt prior to that caught him, and everything faded into darkness. End of flashback. Since this happened, Harry tried his best to enter this state of exhilaration once again but was unable to do so. Thankfully the magic he had used was still there though, and he had almost linked all the dots together, the meditation, the simultaneous multiple thought processes, the extreme focus. It was all connected. It had been days since he could finally scream to his lungs content almost every night. From the nightmares he had gotten a few clues. Even though they were still terrifying to live through. Harry could now get Voldemort's thoughts to a certain extent. He could also look more clearly at what his vision showed. From what he had gathered, the items were mostly about the Founders. There was a cup, a locket, and a diadem. It was all he could gather, and today he wanted to share his discoveries with Professor Dumbledore. Maybe he would have more insights about them. There was something about his family. But he could not get what it was, the nightmares were too fuzzy. When is he coming though? Wait, why? Harry refrained from slapping himself. Why in the world did he even concede? That the headmaster would be coming to Neville's birthday. He never did back in his world, it was not like there was any reason for him to. Damn it, I need to talk to Da. Once again, he almost slapped his own face. Not your parents. Who are you? A voice that he did not want to hear at all took him out of his internal conflict, or rather than a voice, an accent. A French accent more precisely. He turned his head, a scowl on his face, preparing himself to face the French blonde once more, in another world this time. Harry Potter, nice to meet you. He said this with the fakest smile he could muster. Oh, sorry. I need to talk with Sirius, yeah Sirius, bye. He quickly retreated, not giving her the time to answer. While doing so, he tripped over someone and almost made a fall, rivaling the ones he usually did after using the flow. I'm afraid Sirius is already married, you'll have to go back to Missy Blondie. It was Sirius' wife, Ines, who he just almost fell over. Her voice was playful. And she had a teasing smile on her face. That's not, I just used him as an excuse to escape, to be honest. She just smiled at him. By the way, do you know where Mr. and Mrs. Potter are? I need to talk with them. He whispered to her. He did not want other people to hear him call them something else than uncle and aunt. He felt it would be disrespectful to call them what he calls the Dursleys. Oi, stop sweet-talking my wife you bah, Sirius yelped in pain audibly. Damn it Lily, go easy on your hexes, I wasn't really going to say it. He winked at him. As I was saying, stop sweet-talking my wife you. He paused intentionally, a big smile on his face. You Potter. Everyone's attention was on them now, not exactly what Harry had wanted, but at least he had found James and Lily. They were leaving the kitchen and looking at the scene Sirius caused. Harry tried to catch their eyes discreetly, but they were too focused on Sirius to pay him any mind at the moment. He had almost forgotten about Ines who was still standing next to him. She was looking at him, her smile still plastered on her pretty face. Go on, she simply said. He nodded his head awkwardly as a sign of thanks. He definitely felt awkward around her. He started to walk towards James and Lily, and when he was a few steps away from them they finally noticed him. Maybe he had a funny look on Hi's face because they almost immediately started looking at him worriedly. Harry, are you okay? James asked quietly. Yes, of course. He smiled to show them everything was fine. I was just wondering if. He looked around him and it seemed that no one looked at them anymore, but he still lowered the volume of his voice just in case. If Dumbledore would come today. I need to talk to him as soon as possible. Apparently. It was not the best thing to say, the look of worry they both had on their face became even more serious. It's nothing serious I swear, it's just about, he quickly added to de-escalate the whole thing. Home. He emphasized on the last word. That still did not seem to ease their worry as they took a long look at him before finally saying something. I will flow him, James said. In the meantime, you can explain to Lily what's going on, all right? Harry nodded, thinking hard about what explanation he could give her without freaking her out. He absent-mindedly saw James walking towards his bedroom. He almost did not react when Lily took him by his shoulders and led him to the kitchen. So, care to explain what's going on? You got us really worried back there. He hated the amount of lies that had come through his mind since he came to this universe, but he knew that was the only way. He still decided to stick to a half-truth. He found it easier than a full-fledged lie. I'm really sorry for ruining the mood, but I remembered something about. He looked around only to see a deserted kitchen. My universe. And if it's anything like mine, I must inform Professor Dumbledore as soon as possible. Don't say that, you didn't ruin anything. Her hand which was still on his shoulder brought him in a tighter side hug. The day's still young, you'll have our word with Albus if he's available and have fun after. If he's not, you just go and have fun until he is. She smiled at him kindly, and Harry found it really hard not to avoid her eyes. They were both so kind and all he did was lie to them. He felt awful. Come on, let's get back to the living room, it's time for the cake. With a swift wave of her wand, a gigantic cake flew out of the oven. The sizes don't match. How in the world does that gigantic cake fit in this tiny oven? Harry found it absurd. Oh yeah, magic. Harry felt dumb. Oh. Hermione, original universe POV. Hermione felt numb. They were two huge holes within her. Both filled with pain. But the rest of her was just numb. As if all the feeling her body could muster was concentrated into those two holes, leaving nothing else for the rest. She had cried. But it did not help. She had screamed, but it still did not help. She even tried to hit furniture, but all she gained from it were bruises that did not hurt as much as the holes Ron and Harry left within her. She still had not said a word to anyone. Despite all the combined effort of her parents. Especially her father, she could see how desperate he was, trying to make her talk, laugh or even smile. It was not that she did not want to, if she could she would have done it, if only to see her father's worries lessen. However, nothing worked, she simply could not. The closest she had been was when a majestic brown owl knocked at her window. It was a letter from Daphne. At first she did not want to open it, dreading the words that were inside. However, reading was always her thing. And that was something she had not tried to soothe the pain yet. So she read it. Contrary to what she had thought, Daphne did not talk about them. The letter was mostly asking about how she was doing. Daphne also wrote about how things were going for her and her sister. That seemingly meaningless letter was the start of something Hermione would have never envisioned. It was the start of more or less 50 others. They both kept exchanging letters, talking about anything and everything. Hermione had found in this exchange a way to lessen the pain, and it was addictive. But she did not care. As long as she did not feel the holes, she would do anything. In her last letter, Daphne had invited her to her house for a picnic. Hermione did not want to go. The letters were fine because they were letters. Words written on parchment were different from talking to someone face to face. She was ashamed of arriving in someone's house not being able to say a single word. When she decided that she would answer negatively to the invitation, she noticed a postscriptum. P.S. Look at the first page of the Daily Prophet I attached to this letter. Hermione was sure she had told Daphne about not wanting to read another word coming from this trashy newspaper. So, if she had sent it anyway, it must have been something big. For a scary moment her mind thought about Harry being found dead somewhere, but quickly discarded it. When she unfolded the Daily Prophet and started reading the first page, her mind suddenly froze and she started laughing like a madwoman. She could not help herself. The page she just read was just so ironical, so unjust that it looked like something out of a tragicomedy. Hurried footsteps came from her living room all the way to her room. The door was wide open, leaving her as a spectacle for her parents. Her mother ran to hug her tightly. Hermione let go of the newspaper, still laughing hysterically. When it fell on the floor, her father could read on the first page, in capital letters. Sirius Black is acquitted. Oh. Albus alternate universe POV. Albus Dumbledore had once thought that he had read enough for the rest of his lifetime. He was wrong. Since the young Potter had crossed a universe, he had found himself buried in books once again. It was more because of the information the lad had brought, though, Voldemort's Horcruxes. Of course, he had still taken upon himself to try and read about universe travel. However, except for Muggle fantasy and far-fetched theories from some dark wizards, there was nothing. That was why he decided to focus on something that required his immediate attention. Albus had no doubts about Voldemort being back already. Neville's nightmares and Harry's testimony were enough for him to organize a rebirth of the Order of the Phoenix. Contacting every susceptible candidate he could think about. He was now reading about living Horcruxes and their implications. From what he had gathered, the boy was doomed. This simple fact almost broke him inside. His teacher's heart could not handle child casualty. He did not let it prevent him from looking again and again, book after book, for another solution. Suddenly, a flash of genius struck him. If there was another universe besides his, there should be more. And if they had magic unknown to them, it could be possible. The young Potter had talked about some Fidelius charm. And even his occlumency was not the same. If the answer did not lie in his universe, he just had to find it in another. And for that Albus would have to learn how to repeat Harry Potter's accident at least twice. One for going and the second to return. Albus, are you by any chance busy? A worried voice coming from his fireplace interrupted his thoughts. He easily recognized James Potter's voice. They talked often with each other, be it for Neville or just as friends. I am not. What are you so worried about that you are contacting me when you should be out celebrating Neville's birthday? Albus had some ideas. And all of them were about the newest arrival in their household. Harry Potter. It's Harry. He says he has to talk to you urgently about his home. Albus redressed himself in his chair. The only reasons young Harry could have notified his parents were either because he had found a way back to his home, which Albus doubted. Or because he had news about the Horcruxes. Did he say anything else? No, he's talking about it with Lily right now. I am coming through if you do not mind. Sure, thank you. He'd immediately flow to the Potter's cottage. Unlike the other times he went to their house, this time he appeared in the fireplace of what seemed to be the Potter's couple bedroom. He was welcomed by James. Hello Albus, I'm really sorry about this, I know you're a busy man. He looked apologetic. No need to apologize, I was the one who told young Harry to contact me as soon as he could if he had something to tell me. They should be in the kitchen, James said as he started walking out of the bedroom. Albus followed him calmly. When they got there, no one was in the kitchen anymore. It was explained by the birthday chant coming from the adjacent room. It seemed that Lily had decided to not wait for them to be back. It was understandable, Albus Dumbledore is a busy man, it would be reasonable of her to think he would not be available immediately. Would you mind calling young Harry here? Dumbledore asked James. I would hate to crash on Neville's birthday uninvited. Nonsense, Albus, you know you're always welcomed. Still, I would prefer not interfering. He insisted. All right. Hello, Professor. While he was lost in his thoughts, it seemed that the young universe crosser finally arrived. Hello, my boy. How are you settling in your new accommodation? Everything is going well, thank you. The boy had a new light shining in his eyes, determination, a newfound goal maybe. Professor, it's about his items. He emphasized his, making it clear to him that he was talking about Voldemort. I saw 3 of them, and I also found out about where they come from. That was way more than what Albus had hoped. He had thought that maybe he would get a vague description of one of the Horcruxes. However, the boy had exceeded his expectations. Not only did he see 3 of them, but he also got their origins. Tell me more. With a wave of his wand, Albus made sure that they would not be heard. The young man looked at his wand motion in wonder, as if he could see something that he himself could not. He decided to focus on the more pressing matters. From what I gathered, they're items that belong to the founders. He seemed to think for a second. You have the founders here too. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. He nodded and motioned for him to keep going. Well, there was a cup, a locket and a diadem. I'm not sure which one belongs to which founder though. It was too fuzzy for me to get more details than that. Albus inwardly rejoiced, and almost let out a small victory cry but managed to contain himself in the last second. At the same time, he was sad and disgusted that Tom made at least 5 Horcruxes. And, it seemed that the boy was not done yet. There was one that had something to do with his family, but I couldn't get anything more than that, sorry. Harry's head dropped, in shame. You have exceeded my expectations, do not put yourself down like that. Albus thought for a second about what to say next. From what I know, the items used are Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem. The issue is that 2 of them are supposed to be missing for almost 2 centuries. The only one that has some traceability is the Hufflepuff. Suddenly Albus remembered something that happened in the beginning of the 70s. The day he received an application for the DADA teaching position. The same year this same teaching position got cursed. All of a sudden, Albus' anger rose to its pinnacle. He dared. At Hogwarts. He almost let go of himself. Thankfully the young Potter seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and started to call for him loudly. I apologize, my boy. I remembered something unpleasant. And at the same time I think I found out about the location of one of them. Harry's ears perked up. Really? Where is it? When are we going? If my guess is correct, it's somewhere in Hogwarts. As for when we are going, for my part I'll depart immediately. And you will wait for another month. Before James's look-alike could object, Albus kept going. I will not destroy it yet. Since we know he is now back, it is best we do not risk anything since he could feel that we are destroying them and changing their locations. For now, our best weapon against him is the fact that we know about his Horcruxes. Knowing him as well as I do, he would not even imagine that someone knows about them. We need to keep it that way until the last moment. The teenager nodded solemnly. I will not keep you any longer from having fun. I will try my best finding out everything I can about them. I thank you once again for your help. I cannot begin to understand how hard it is for you to endure it every night, and I am sorry that I cannot help you with it. It's all right, Professor, I can manage. His face was still unreadable, but not like Tom was when he was younger. Harry's face was just neutral, not cold or mean. Then I will see you in September for your sorting. My sorting. Albus immediately apparated into his office with a smile on his face. The face Harry made, which Albus only saw briefly before vanishing, was priceless. What a great day, he said to himself. Harry was dead tired. The guests had left for a little while now, and in the Potter's household there was now only Ivy, her parents and Harry. Neville had gone back to his grandmother, and the 2 Daphnes were now having a sleepover in the Greengrass house. Apparently, it was now a tradition they had since their first year. Today, Harry had fun. Despite his worries and nightmares he managed to actually enjoy his day to the fullest. Even the news of his sorting did not deter him from enjoying the delicious birthday cake. It was Lily who had made the cake. It was strange since the only time he had heard about Lily's cooking skills it was from James, and he did not sing praise about them at all. He later learned, by James once again, that while being bad at cooking in general, Lily had a knack for pastries. He told him it was still a mystery to him how that contrast between the two was so severe. The day had been exhausting. He did not even think before falling dead asleep on his bed. Harry felt weird. He knew he was sleeping, but it did not look like one of his nightmares. His surroundings were pitch black, and for once, he could move his body however he wanted to. His arms were finally his, and not Voldemort's. He tried to walk, both of his hands extended, but it felt as if he was not moving. He was still surrounded only by darkness. His mind was on high alert. He knew something would happen, but he could not pinpoint what exactly. Suddenly he felt something behind him, and as he turned, a feral smile welcomed him. "Damn you, Chaos," Harry yelled at the faceless figure he had not seen for a while. "Can't you ever appear normally? Why are you always doing that? Hello there." His voice still as full and devoid of feelings as ever. "Come on, you've got to admit it's funny." Harry took a time to catch his breath. "Wait a minute, I don't exactly need to breathe in here, don't I?" He tried to hold his breath, and after nearly choking, he realized he in fact needed air even here. "When you'll be done clowning, maybe we'll be able to catch up." This was necessary. Whatever. Ahem. Harry started awkwardly. "Now that I learned about this, you'll have to explain to me why exactly the Horcrux that you said was not going to be an issue actually is an issue." Harry wanted to lash out, but he had learned by experience that it was useless to do so in front of Chaos. He did not want to be tied in a chair, unable to move or talk. It was not a fun experience. Chaos did not answer immediately. He had one of his hands on his chin, as if he was in deep thoughts. "That was an unforeseen mistake. It's on me. However, now that you've actually managed to go through it, the mistake has become some sort of fortune for you." Before Harry could say anything about what he just heard, Chaos continued. "Didn't you manage to perform wandless and silent magic? You're telling me that thing made me more proficient in magic? Not in the way you are thinking. Do you remember when I was telling you why your magic became wild?" Harry nodded. "Well, it's more or less the same thing. Not only did it temper your magic even more, but it also tempered your mind." "I thought my mind was already protected," Harry immediately said. "I didn't say protect your mind, I said temper it. Your mind is impenetrable from the outside. However, it's not the same when the attack comes from the inside. That's what happened with the Horcrux, and that's why you were unable to protect yourself from the visions." Quote. That made sense. His lies were not seen through by Dumbledore of this universe, even though he tried to brush his mind. Harry had not said anything about it back. It was understandable since Harry came from nowhere. It was worth the pain though. It refined your mind, like a hammer striking iron. You did realize magic came more easily to you after that, didn't you? It did. Harry had thought he was just being lucky. But now that he thought about it, nothing came for free just like that, and his luck was definitely not that good to begin with. "So you mean, and that the whole time I spent trying to master it, you never told me that I needed a more refined mind, and that you were precisely waiting for that moment to happen." Harry's anger started to rise once again. "No, you dumbass. I already told you, what happened with the Horcrux was a mistake. It wasn't supposed to happen at all. You were supposed to learn it thanks to meditation. It takes more time to refine the mind that way, but it's the safe way. And to be honest, you weren't that far from a breakthrough in my opinion. A few weeks at most. It would have been better to just wait for a few weeks. I wouldn't have been in that much pain," Harry said morosely. "Don't be a wuss. Not only did you get some of the Horcruxes' locations, but your mind is actually stronger than it would have been if you didn't go through this. Didn't you already know their locations?" "That's not the point. It actually was, but Harry knew it already happened and there was nothing he could do about it now. Anyway, we can finally talk about the seal. I almost forgot about that." Harry thought to himself. Maybe I'll be able to go back home sooner. He did not know how to feel about it. Most of the time he had spent in this universe, he was not really himself. His memories of the last month were hazy. But the last couple of days, even if he was still tired, he was actually alive. As if his body and mind became accustomed to his exhausted state. Thanks to that, he particularly enjoyed these days with something like a family. He wanted more. He craved for more time with all of them. It was something he never really had back home. And back then he did not really mind that much since he never really knew about it. However, now that he tasted it, he did not know how he would be able to let it go. Before he could reach the conclusion to his internal conflict, chaos interrupted his thoughts. For now, your magic isn't strong enough. Harry knew it was true, but still felt disheartened. It was as if his entire year of hard work was vain. According to my calculations, you'll need more or less 9 months to be ready. Deep down, Harry felt relieved, he still had time. However, keep in your head had it's only according to my calculations. I could be wrong and you could be ready by next week, or after a whole year. Moreover, since I'm locked in here, I can't physically investigate the seal from up close. Keep in mind that I'm not omnipotent. Why am I not going then? I could help you investigate it. It's useless, my jailers aren't stupid, or at least one of them isn't. Among the protection around the seal, there is one that doesn't allow the same person to physically find it more than once. If you go there once without being able to break it, it would be impossible to find it a second time. Harry was flabbergasted. He did not know magic could be that deep and precise. Even with you helping me. That I am not sure of, since I am still able to see it. However, it's best to not try our luck since ours is really bad. Harry chuckled. One was imprisoned since who knows when, and the other was him. Talk about black cats. Yeah, you're right, we better not. So what's the plan? Well, first you can thank me. Harry rolled his eyes. Because starting tonight, your nightmares are no more. The raven-haired boy felt a huge weight being lifted from his shoulders. For real. He could not believe his ears. His hellish nights were finally over. Yeah, don't worry about them anymore. I came back a little bit later because of it, but now it's done. You will be able to do something about those bags you got under your eyes. Thank you, Chaos. Not only for that, for everything you've done for me. I just realized I didn't thank you. You changed my life for the better. Okay, let's not do that. Chaos interrupted him harshly. It's not like I'm doing this for free. I help you, you help me, think of it as a transaction. So no need for thanks. You do realize you ruined a moment there? Asked an annoyed Harry. Yup, Chaos answered. That was exactly what I was aiming for, and now go back to sleep. You definitely need it, and everything else can wait until tomorrow. With a flick of his finger on Harry's forehead, everything went black. Oh, this past month had been rejuvenating for Harry. He was able to sleep at least a few hours per night when Chaos interrupted him. And even full nights when he did not. The latter seemed to think, rightfully, that what Harry needed the most right now was a healthy body. Honestly, it felt weird not having nightmares anymore, and in a way, Harry savored every second of sleep he had. Sleep had never felt that good, and it almost became a problem. He almost became drunk on sleep. The Potters, understanding that he was finally sleeping well, did not want to disturb him and let him sleep in. Gone was his habit of waking up at dawn. Fortunately, Chaos, noticing that he was becoming a lazy ass, asked him to make an alarm wandlessly. Harry had protested at first but was quickly convinced to now wake up every morning at 9. It was either that or the nightmares, I guess. Chaos can be such a prick sometimes. Never mind, he is always a prick. Harry just woke up. His alarm went off as he sat on his bed, his gaze fixing an invisible point in front of him. Today was Diagon Alley Day. There were still 3 days before the term started. And apparently the alley was going to be full today according to Lily. She decided they had to be done with their shopping by noon. While he was still zoned out, he felt something jumping on his bed just next to him. Regaining his composure, he let a smile bloom on his face. The past few days, for whatever reasons, Ivy decided she was his personal alarm. As soon as she was up, she would run to his room and wake him up. The first time, she opened the door only to see an already awake Harry and pouted for almost an hour. Since then Harry decided to at least pretend he was still asleep. That was why when he felt the weight next to him, he closed his eyes and made fake snoring noise. With a giggle, Ivy proceeded to her new ritual. It consisted of her poking his cheeks with her finger until he woke up. He kept pretending he was asleep, her little finger repeatedly poking him. Up, up, up. 5 more minutes please, Ivy. He took a feeble voice. She giggled even more. Up, 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 up. Okay, okay, I'm up. With a yawn he slowly opened his eyes and extravagantly stretched his arms. Yay! Without further ado, her goal accomplished, Ivy ran out of his room. She was really a living battery. Following her example he stood up and went for a shower. He stopped in front of his mirror and smiled. The bags under his eyes had faded, he did not look like a vampire anymore. It relieved him, his body had recovered. And his mind too. He felt good, even better than before his kidnapping back in his world. It felt as if it was a lifetime ago. Harry definitely hated using the flow. And he was not the only one apparently. Daphne, the greengrass one, tripped on her way out of the fireplace of the leaky cauldron. She did not fall though, and Harry was almost sad about it, because he fell spectacularly. His face went to get a taste of the floor. How can someone be that bad at just landing on his feet? Neville asked, laughing while holding his sides. I've asked myself the same question for years. Harry grumbled under his breath. And you, he said to Daphne Greengrass. You are not better, stop laughing. Is the floor to your taste? They grew closer during the last month. Mostly because of his mood improving. And his body and mind recovering. She was very different from the Daphne he knew, but he did not mind. They did not click as well as he and Neville did, and our interactions mostly consisted of bickering. However, they were always smiling when doing so. It reminded him of Ron and Hermione's friendship. When you'll stop being children, maybe you will notice that my parents didn't wait for us. Daphne Potter interrupted their upcoming quarrel, and they quickly caught up to them. The two Daphnes had gone back and forth to both of their houses. And surprise, NGLY during their short time together they had become closer. The only issue in their little group was the fact that the blonde girl, for some reason, refused to befriend Neville. He had tried to ask her why she was so adamant in her refusal, but she told him to mind his own business. Neville for his part apparently did not know either, he said she had always been like that. He had dropped the matter for now. But he decided that once he would be closer to the stubborn girl he would ask again. He was anticipating this morning, because he was supposed to get a wand from Ollivander today. He still remembered his last meeting with the wandmaker. The latter had discovered that Harry was trying to learn wandless magic. He really hoped that nothing of the sort would happen today. Let's just enjoy this outing. Oh, Neville was not stupid, he had known something was up with Harry Potter since the first day. However, it became clearer when he overheard the conversation Harry had with Uncle James and Aunt Lily during breakfast. He had seen and heard weird things during his time at Hogwarts, a legendary snake, an elixir of immortality, and even a time turner. But the thing he overheard was stranger than all of them. At the time he thought Uncle James was boasting about his time in Hogwarts, but after a few seconds he noticed that it was not. It was Harry talking about his time at Hogwarts. The problem being that Harry was not a Hogwarts student, and he definitely was not Gryffindor's seeker since Daphne was. The conversation made no sense at all and he had wanted to listen more so he could maybe understand something he did not get yet. However, at the time the girls appeared and they all got in the kitchen at the same time, the three Potters already present immediately stopped their conversation. The second thing was even weirder. Harry Potter had the same scar as him. It was on the same spot, and as red as his those days. They were exactly alike. He discovered it when he went to wake him up once. His locks were even more messy than usual, and that was when he saw it, a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. At first he thought it was some sort of prank, but when he touched it felt hot, just like his. No one knew that his scar started heating up those days, not even his uncle and aunt. He even tried a finite on it but nothing happened. He had to talk about it with Hermione and Ron as soon as possible. And today was the perfect day since they would be joining them for shopping. He liked the bloke, he really did, but those two things gave him the chills for some reason. His instinct was signaling him that something was not right every time he was nearby. He had to know what was happening. They were now walking towards Ollivander since Harry's wand got broken during his accident. The two Gryffindor girls went with the Greengrass parents, and since the Weasleys were still not there, Neville followed them to the wand shop. Neville guessed that the accident referred to the day his parents died. He felt really sorry for him. He knew how hard it was to live without parents, however for Harry it should be worse. He had known his parents for 14 years and now they were gone. At least in Neville's case he did not remember them, so there was no nostalgia or memory that could really hurt him except for the nightmare he had about their deaths since last year's accident with the Dementors. Oh, a new face, and at the same time a familiar one. Ollivander's voice got him out of his thoughts. Madame Malkin was right, you Potters are all the same. They all laughed at that. I swear every time I see one of you it's as if I've gone back in time. It was as if Neville was struck with lightning when he heard that. Gone back in time. Maybe he's someone from the future. Maybe he's Uncle James and Aunt Lily's future son, but that'd mean they died. Plus Hermione said it was impossible to be seen when someone went back in time, it's too dangerous. Hermione. He had told them about her secret after the first task. Both him and Ron were flabbergasted, they had not noticed anything. Oh, a tricky customer. Neville put his thoughts aside for now when he heard something he had heard a few years back. The last one was Mr. Longbottom right there. Maybe because I already had one before. Harry's usual weird voice asked. Ollivander did not seem convinced. Yes, maybe, he said nonetheless. The old wand maker rummaged for another good while and finally settled on an 11-inch wand. Sycamore wood, that was, according to Ollivander, supposed to be good at adapting to every situation. And then he said something he did not understand, about discarding something. The wand had a phoenix feather as a core, just like Neville's. However, Ollivander did not seem satisfied at all and it showed. 1 galleon, he grumbled. Everyone stared at him in shock. It was well known that his wands were all the same price since he considered all of them equally well. They were his crafts after all. But for him to ask only 1 galleon, it seemed crazy. Excuse me Mr. Ollivander, I think you meant 7 galleons. Neville, recovering faster than the rest, asked the wand maker. Uncertainty in his voice. Here I thought you were the son of a marauder and the godson of another one. If it had happened back in their school year, they wouldn't have protested at all and left in a hurry. The old man laughed softly. No my boy, I didn't make any mistake, on the price that is. 1 galleon is the price I ask for a wand when she doesn't choose the wizard but is the only match I have in my shop. Quote, you, he looked Harry in the eyes. Haven't used any wand in a while, and it scares them. Harry's face twitched. Maybe he was remembering the circumstances when he lost his wand. Thank you Mr. Ollivander, that will be all. Neville, not liking what the wand maker was doing, handed the latter a galleon and took Harry by the arm to leave the shop. Thanks, I owe you one. Harry whispered to him. The rest of the Potters followed them shortly after. Well, that was surprising. Harry said. Cream. Ivy, who was sitting on top of James's shoulders exclaimed, cutting whatever Harry was going to say. You're right Ivy, it's a great idea. She giggled happily at her dad's answer. We can wait for the Weasleys and the Grangers there. Oh, so you think he's from the future? Ron asked. They were wandering through the alley after the Greengrasses, the Weasleys and the Grangers arrived at Florine Fortescue's. How else can you explain W? Had he said to Uncle James and Aunt Lily. They weren't contradicting what he said, in fact they asked for more. What do you think, Hermione? She had been unusually quiet since he had told them about Harry's situation. I don't think it is time travel, she started slowly. I remember having a lecture about it before receiving my time turner. The limit for going back is a week, and the person WHO experienced it died because of the after effects of going that far back. If he was a time traveler, it would be at least 15 years in the future, there's absolutely no way to come back that far in the past. But then how do you explain the rest? He has the same scar as me. Neville protested. I don't know. She had a pensive look on her face. For now we can be sure that Mr. and Mrs. Potter knows the truth. And they still let him live with them. Dumbledore knows too. Ron added with a sigh. I guess it will be another year full of investigations. Oh, see you on Christmas. James hugged him tightly. Thank you again for letting me stay during those 2 months. Don't mention it. James ruffled his hair to mess them up even more. Us Potters have to stick together. And I'll see you in your first potion class. Lily hugged him too. Harry had almost forgotten she was going to be his teacher. Not seeing Snape in the dungeon was going to be weird. Thinking about him mad. Harry's blood boiled but he did not let anything transpire on the outside. He had other priorities for now. Now that the wall of wandless magic had been more or less overcome. The next steps would be easier according to Chaos. The only harder one was something that the latter had called the true magic, not some childlike spellcasting. When Harry had asked about it, he got no answer because apparently he was not ready yet. Peef, who does he think I am? He thought to himself while looking for a compartment. Neville was with him since both Ron and Hermione were selected as prefects this year. RRY was dumbfounded when he heard about Ron. He would have never thought that Ron would one day become a prefect. However, now that he thought about it, he could not see anyone else in Gryffindor taking his place. Except for someone who did not exist in his world. The two Daphnes were with them too, whispering about who knows what. Hey Ginny, can we stay here? Neville finally found a compartment which was relatively empty. Only two people were inside, one was Ginny, and the second Harry did not recognize. It was a blonde girl who was reading a newspaper upside down. Of course, if Luna doesn't mind. She looked at the blonde girl. Luna, who immediately raised her head, unlike the moment Neville opened the door of the compartment. Her silvery eyes looked surprised. That was the first time he saw that color. Sirius had gray eyes too, but they were darker approaching black. Luna's were closer to white. She examined everyone one by one, shrugged and went back to her newspaper. She doesn't mind. Ginny explained awkwardly. Sorry, she rarely talks, she's just like that. Don't worry about it, and nice to meet you Luna, I'm Neville Longbottom. He said with a smile. You're new. Luna did not look at Neville when she talked. She had her eyes fixated on Harry. It was not a question. And it seemed to have taken everyone aback. Maybe they had all forgotten that she was the only one here not familiar with Harry. When did she even get her eyes off her newspaper? Yeah. I got transferred in 5th year. Your voice is weird. She immediately fired back. It did not sound like she was trying to be mean. She was just raising something she noticed. It still caught him off guard. No one in this world had asked him about his voice until now. He had no answer for her, and the truth was not an option either. Yeah, I guess it is. HMPH. Just like that, she went back to her newspaper. Harry looked around him, trying to see if someone knew what happened, but except for Nev. Holding his laugh back, it was just the two Daphnes looking even more bewildered than him. Ginny though had her mouth slightly open and looked back and forth between him and her friend, as if something paranormal just happened. You know what, I won't even ask. She finally said. With this bizarre exchange, they all settled in the compartment. Harry was dozing off. The past few days had been tiring. Since he had used wandless magic, he had not succeeded to cast a Patronus wandlessly again. Smaller spells were not that hard, he had to try for a few minutes each to get them. According to Chaos, he did not yet attain the perfect balance of mind that would enable him to master it. He did not tell what the perfect balance of mind was, only that he already had the answer and that he just needed to connect the dots. Harry had some hypotheses, but no idea on how to attain them. Before he could think about it more, the trolley which accompanied by her cart full of candies appeared in front of their door. Anything off the trolley, dears? She asked. The two Daphnes did not hesitate and took enough to feed at least 5 other compartments, but who was he to complain when he already picked a few from them? The moment the trolley which went to the next compartment, something surreal happened. Potter, have you reconsidered my offer? A voice, both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, came from the door of their compartment. A sigh coming from Daphne. Potter indicated to him that whoever talked, did not talk to him. Harry glanced over at the new arrival, and almost choked on the chocolate frog he was eating. Just like his voice, his appearance was also familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. However, this time Harry immediately recognized him. His haughty air he gave himself. And the white blonde hair did not lie, this guy was a Malfoy. But at the same time he was totally different from the Malfoy back in his world. Nothing like Daphne and Neville who, at least physically, were the same. His facial structure was not the same at all. At least the two goons that were surrounding him made Harry certain it was Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle were the same as usual. No, I didn't, Daphne answered. And I'm sure I told you there was no way I'd go out with you, be it now or in a million years. That was too much for Harry, who this time really swallowed his candy wrongly. He started to cough loudly. His hand in front of his mouth, making everyone's eyes turn towards him. When he was finally able to breathe normally, the compartment was totally quiet. "Don't mind me, you can, continue. And you are." Malfoy was eyeing him dangerously. "Harry Potter, nice to meet you." He did not extend his hand. "I hope you don't mind me not shaking your hands, mine are full of saliva." The new Malfoy was caught off guard, and Harry understood it, he was acting a little bit weird. But in his defense, this situation was messed up. "I wasn't aware the Potters had relatives," he finally replied. "Well, why would you know?" Harry fired back. "That's family matters after all." Before he could come up with whatever he was going to say, his cousin intervened. "Okay, I already answered you. Now you can leave," she said curtly. "And yes, he's my cousin, I don't know why you're so surprised." She drove him out of the compartment and closed the door. When they were out, she put her back on the door and sighed deeply. "You, and Malfoy," Harry said to her, still not accepting what he just heard. "I'm going to puke if you don't mind." He headed for the door. "There is no him and me. Put that thought out of your mind or I'll obliviate you until you can't even remember your own name." She threatened him while everyone else was laughing. "Scary," he said to himself after running away. He had wanted some fresh air, that was why he left the compartment. However, now that he was in the hallway, he did not know what to do, so he decided to just take a stroll and try and analyze the magic around him. After a while, he started noticing something. Something that had not happened in a while. Gazes, lots of eyes were on him while he walked aimlessly. He deduced that they did not recognize him. And also his resemblance with Daphne was quite rerouting, even for himself. They had talked about it during the summer, and she told him she had a few ideas on how to use this uncanny resemblance. Her mischievous smile at the time promised hours in detention. "Harry, fancy seeing you here." Ron's voice took him out of his thoughts. He was walking next to Hermione. That felt so much like home. "Hey, how was the prefect thingy?" "Boring as I had expected," he said in a desperate voice. "Do you mind telling us where the others are?" "Sure, I was just going back." "Ron, we're supposed to patrol," Hermione told him. "Yeah, we can do that after eating, I'm famished." As to reaffirm what he just said, his stomach rumbled. "See." With a laugh, Harry took them to the compartments, which felt really cramped right now. "Don't worry guys, we won't be long. We both have to patrol the hallway." She gave Ron a pointed look. Ron ignored her and kept eating candy until Hermione, fed up with his nonchalant attitude, took him by his ear and drove him out of the compartment. "Ouch, it hurts you crazy woman." He did not resist much, but took care to fill his pockets full of candy before leaving. "They look like an old couple," Harry remarked. "We have a bet going on, about when they are going to end up dating, and who will be the one to ask the other out. You're free to participate," Neville told him. "I don't know them that well, but from what I saw, they're far from it." Everyone laughed. Oh, Harry Potter was not that bad after all. Or maybe it was Zhu Teher who had a weak spot for anyone called Potter. In any case, in the past few weeks, the carbon copy of James Potter changed. His face lost his paleness, and the bags under his eyes disappeared. He became way more cheerful and was not the same mute boy she had to spend her picnic in the Potter's garden. At first, he was a little shy but quickly adapted to his environment. He did not hesitate to talk to her, and did it very often. Even if it was to nag at her, she did not find it annoying, she just entered his game and did her best to have the last word. Weirdly, she did not want to see him come back to his past self. Not only was it unbearable for her, but she preferred that he forgot, even for a little bit, the pain of having lost his parents. She mentioned it to Daph, who had simply smiled sadly and replied that the boy had not had an easy life. She knew there was something more. She was not stupid, and she knew Daph too well to not notice anything. She saw how the both of them often had private conversations about who knows what. She noticed how Daph looked sadly at the boy when she thought no one was looking. However, it was not her place to know, at least not know. She would wait until one of them explained it to her. The Hogwarts Express ride was fun. Harry and the Lovegood girls meeting was quite something. But Octavius Malfoy's arrival made it even better. She knew the latter had a huge crush on Daph since their third year, and apparently he planned on making her his girlfriend by asking her out every time they met. Harry's reaction when learning about it at the moment was hilarious. He almost died from choking when he did. The rest of their conversation went as well as it could when talking to Malfoy. The rest of the ride went smoothly. Oh, Daphne was pouting. She was getting made fun of because of this damned Malfoy. She did not even notice Harry following the first years instead of going on a carriage with them. When she finally noticed it, they were already at their table, waiting for the sorting. He had to go with the first years, you know, for his sorting. Neville informed her when she asked about her cousin. After getting past the awkward phase when she learned that he was supposed to be an alternative version of herself, it was a cool experience. They were not really alike, but at the same time, they were. She did not know how to explain it. But she felt as if she did not need to hide anything from him, and after talking with him, she discovered that he felt the same. She had learned about his life. It was horrifying. His school years were almost the same as Neville's. And what happened before was a real nightmare. Even though he was supposed to be a few days older, she could not help being a little overprotective of him. The beginning of the summer had been a hell for him. He did not even need to tell her about it. His face at the time was already an indicator. She did not want to see him like that ever again. She had talked about it with Daphne and she felt the same way. She was grateful to have a friend like her. She never made things difficult for her, and even with Harry and all the mystery around him, she did not ask further. She had made an effort to socialize with him and now they were friends too. It would have been a nightmare if she had been with him like she was with Neville. Where do you think he will end up? Daphne asked her with a bored voice. She abhorred the sorting ceremony. It separated her from her beloved meal. Gryffindor no do, Daphne interrupted herself, hearing what Neville just said at the same time as her. Why the hell is Dolores Umbridge sitting at the teacher's table? They all turned their heads to see who he was talking about, and just next to Professor Dumbledore sat a plump woman with short, curly, mouse brown hair in which she had placed a horrible pink Alice band that matched the fluffy pink cardigan she wore over her robes. Her face really looked like a toad, and the fake smile she wore was as apparent as her flashy pink outfit. Daphne was used to seeing Aunt Ines wearing pink, and she always found her radiant. But now in front of her sat a fake and badly done version of her aunt. She looked like the cliché of somebody's maiden aunt. Who's she? Hermione asked curiously. And look, Hagrid is not here. Instead there's Professor Grubbly Plank. Once again, every gaze went to the teacher's table. She's a nasty woman, Daphne said in Neville's place. And from the lack of any other teacher, I'm guessing she will be the new DADA teacher. And believe me, it's not a good idea. She had heard about Umbridge from her uncles Remus and Sirius. Even her Aunt Narcissa, who was the most refined person she knew, could not find something good to say about that vile woman. I hope nothing happened to Hagrid, Ron said. We ought to ask around. Do you think we could ask Professor Potter about it? The question was not really directed to anyone sink. Everyone present was close to her mother. However, at school, her mom had this teacher's aura that made it hard for students to approach outside of her lessons. Of course that did not apply to her nor Neville, but still. That's it for today. I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.